The airport. What sounds like a bell and sings Hey Jude? Charles had emerged from his pupa early in the morning to discover a view considerably different from the one he had seen when he had spun it. Then he had been enveloped by the beauty of the rainforest. Pine, oak, and chestnut trees had stretched high above him, while orchids, rhododendron, and his own favorite, the beautiful Titan arum plant, had supplied him with not only magnificent odors, but also all the food he could stuff into his chomping little caterpillar mouth. He now found himself hanging from the same Titan arum, but surrounded by a very different vista. Steel supports stretched upwards where previously there has been beautiful leafy greenery. The canopy, once a gateway to the brightly lit sky, was now corrugated and lined with artificial lighting. He was still surrounded by the wonderful flowers and plants of the forest floor, but they now stood about him on uniformly straight lines of pallets. Their magnificent odors were replaced by a strong smell of diesel. He glanced over at the Titan arum plant next to him and saw a small dung beetle staring back at him from its huge stem. "Morning," said the beetle. Charles thought the words, "Good morning," but nothing came out. "Suit yourself," said the beetle. "You Atlas moths make me sick. You think you're so much better than everyone else, don't you? Too posh to talk to a grubby little dung beetle, eh? Well, it looks like you're stuck here. Wherever here is just like me, aren't you?" Charles was distraught. He wanted to answer the little fellow. He wanted to explain that he felt in no way superior to this small-scale poop roller, but he couldn't. It was almost as though, hang on, he thought, did that dung beetle say Atlas moth? He looked around to see his reflection in a nearby window and saw 62 square inches of moth staring back at him. He was indeed an Atticus Atlas moth, known for their size and beauty, but most astonishing of all, the fact that they have no mouth. "Damn," he thought. He mumbled. "Is that all you've got to say on the matter, your lordship?" said the dung beetle, and he pulled back his shell, spread out his wings, and flew directly at a window. There was a crack, then a thud, then a whimper. "I'm okay," came a voice from the floor. "I may not be too clever, but I am well armored." Charles flexed his wings and flapped hard for the first time ever. Soon he was high in the rafters and looking down on the hustle and bustle of a busy airport cargo warehouse. His heart sank. This was not his home. Home was a hectare of land in the center of the island, and before his Titan arum had been wrenched from the ground and marked for export to a distant place, he'd had his eye on a particularly lovely female caterpillar called Margaret. His antennae stiffened as he imagined her revealing herself from her cocoon, and he longed to be back there. Margaret was alone and probably having to fend off the lascivious advances of his best friend, Angelo. He had to get back there. He wondered how far from home he was. "We're in Artamus Airport," said the little dung beetle, who had flown up to join him in the rafters. "If you're interested." Mumbled Charles, with a questioning intonation on the last two M's. "Oh, you're talking to me now then, are you?" Charles nodded and then pointed his feathered antennae towards 3 crates being loaded under the back of a flatbed truck. On the side of each crate was a huge sticker that read Central Artamus. This was his chance to get back to Margaret. He turned to the dung beetle and gestured towards the crates. "Not me, mate," said the beetle. "I'm going to take my chances on the Titan arum. Who knows where I could end up? This time tomorrow I could be rolling the kind of exotic poop I've only been able to dream about in the past." As the doors to the warehouse opened and the wagon pulled slowly away, the Saturnine moth winked at the little dung beetle, released his grip from the warehouse roof brackets, and dropped down. "Didn't even say goodbye," said the beetle, as it flew back down to the Titan arum plant. to dream of unfamiliar droppings in a far-off land. I'm off, a moth in a motor car. This was Charles' first real flight, and he quickly realized that it wasn't too easy. He wobbled and flopped his large and ungainly wings as hard as he could and made it to the door just as it was beginning to close. He heard a human voice call out from below. "Wow," it said. "Look at the size of that butterfly." Charles shook his head in disappointment. If he had a mouth and the ability to speak human, he would fly down to that man and tell him that he was not a butterfly but a moth. His antennae were feathery and lovely, not thin and club-shaped like those of a butterfly. Also, his wings swept backwards in a sleek and sexy way, whereas a butterfly's wings folded vertically, offering any would-be assailant a handle with which to pick them up. Butterflies were stupid. Moths were clever. After a minute of very hard, sweaty flapping, Charles had a thought. Rather than use up valuable energy following the truck all the way home, a good 5-hour journey fraught with potential dangers and a heck of a lot of flapping, why not flutter down and enjoy the ride? He rolled his compound eyes, disappointed that for a moment he had been thinking like a butterfly, and glided down to settle on a crate. As the wind whistled through his feathered antennae, he smiled a contented, mouthless smile and looked forward to the journey ahead. "I'll bet a butterfly would have flown all the way," he thought to himself smugly. The miracles of spiracles. The lorry rose through the hills east of Artamus Airport and then hit a plateau where the air was fresh and deliciously clear. Every now and then they would enter a village or town, and Charles's antennae would vibrate to warn him to brace his exoskeleton and hold as much clean forest oxygen in his multiple spiracles as he could. He could never hold enough, and found himself coughing and spluttering as the tiny trachea inside each spiracle struggled to derive some clean oxygen from whatever noxious gases were seeping into each of the little tubes he had instead of lungs. Once through the noxious human area, the oxygen-producing flora of the jungle quickly cleansed his system with wonderful fresh air. The journey continued like this, mile after mile, until something changed. Slowly he noticed the forest thicken. The air tasted sweeter. It seemed clean and life-giving. He filled every spiracle to its absolute limit and held it. It felt good to be alive, and he hoped his life would be a long one, so he could enjoy everything it had to offer. Something instinctive within him plucked on a nostalgic string, and it vibrated through his thorax and up into his antennae. This smelt like home, he thought. Almost. His frenulum, something butterflies didn't have, twitched and stretched as the randomness of natural forest was replaced by ordered, unnatural lines of trees. Humans, he thought. It had to be. Nature was incapable of being so uniformly ugly. The truck turned off the main road and drove very slowly and very precisely down a narrow side road until it came to a remote collection of buildings in a large clearing. Charles fluttered up and settled on a nearby branch where he watched the shenanigans as the crates were removed from the truck and positioned safely in the house. It had been a long day, and as the sun dropped, so did Charles's eyes. Margaret's face popped in and out of his mind as he drifted in and out of sleep. He wanted to call out and proclaim his love for her, but Mother Nature had decided he could not. If evolution had an order form, a mouth would be right at the top of his list. The compound, bigger is better. He was awoken by a hissing noise and saw a beautiful blue light emanating from the building below. It was mesmeric. He felt the urge to fly toward it, but stopped himself when he felt a presence on the branch beside him. He pulled his gaze from the light to see another, much larger atlas moth, staring at the same light as his. Get your own shaft of light, he thought aggressively. He looked back at the light, and it seemed weaker somehow now that two moths were drawing on its power. Hang on, he thought. A much bigger moth? He looked back at the moth and went through an intuitive checklist. Were its antennae less feathery than his? Yes, the antennae were less feathery. Were its wings bigger? Yes, the wings were indeed bigger. His interest in the blue light waned a little as he tried to work out what was causing the funny feeling he was experiencing. Could it be his chemoreceptors picking up pheromones? If it was, that could only mean one thing. A female. Was it possible? Could this be Margaret? He looked deep into her compound eye and seductively raised a feathery antenna. Moments later they were hanging face to face from the branch. Armageddon up in the morning. Arthur, secure in his case, heard a blip. It was a message from Harriet saying that the couriers had checked in with her from the airport to say that the cargo was delivered safely and was ready to be opened. He tapped his earpiece and said the name Harriet. "Hola, Arthur," she said in her usual friendly Spanish lilt. "How was the journey?" He said as he looked around his little room and saw the empty packets of nutritional supplements strewn across the floor. "It was fattening." "Fattening?" she quizzed. "Yeah, I may need to put in another order for a nutritional supplement," he said guiltily. "Have you heard from Ella?" "No, not yet, but Mrs. Brown and I have been having some lovely chats. Did you know that she is the leader of the colony?" "Yes," said Arthur. "I did know that, but has anyone heard anything from Ella?" "No, but I'm sure she's fine," reassured Harriet. "Could you make sure everyone is ready for comms check, please?" "We'll do Group Leader 1, said Arthur, proud of the name it had taken him most of the trip to decide upon. "Arthur, mi amor." "Yes, Group Leader 1. "Please don't call me that. I much prefer Harriet." "Okay," said Arthur, bowing his head a little. "Sorry." No need to apologize. It was a nice thought. Comforted the former Group Leader 1. "Now the comms check?" "Roger, Harriet," said Arthur, confusing himself a little bit. "If you know what I mean." He pressed the open button on his case and screamed in shock as he was greeted by a cacophony of sounds so extraordinary that they completely bypassed his ears and went straight for his bones. He heard moans of pain, howls of terror, harrowing shrills of anguish, excruciating squeals. The world was surely coming to an end in a most violent way. He leapt out and ran through the open doors, expecting to see scenes of torture and impalement and unspeakable acts of suffering and torment. What he actually saw was a large female orangutan sitting serenely on the front porch, staring up at the forest. "Good morning, Arthur," she said. "I am home. It is so peaceful, is it not?" Arthur, aware that he hadn't blinked since the case had opened, scraped his lids down over his eyeballs. No, he yelled. "Can't you hear that?" "Hear what?" she replied serenely. "And why are you shouting?" "I'm shouting because of the noise," he bellowed. "The dreadful, anguished noise." "I only hear the forest," answered Princess Kirana. "Well," he continued at volume, "the forest is very, very loud." "It is simply the sound of nature," said Princess Kirana. "You will get used to it very soon." "Get used to it? Are you mad? How could anyone get used to, noise like that?" His head tilted to the left, and he furrowed his brow. "See," said Princess Kirana knowingly. "All gone." "Huh. It has gone," said Arthur. "Why are there two kites up that tree?" Princess Kirana slowly followed Arthur's gaze. "Those are not kites, Arthur," she answered. "They are young lovers. Two Atticus Atlas moths joined together. They emerge from their cocoons and mate as soon as possible, as they only live for a week or so." "Huh," shrugged Arthur. "Big moths, them." "Anyway, Harriet wants us all at the command center to test our comms. 6 days and counting. Charles awoke from his slumber just in time to hear an orangutan tell a fancy rat that he only had a week to live. This came as rather a blow to a young Atlas moth who had been putting things into his schedule for next month. He had to work fast. He woke Margaret, who he didn't really think was Margaret but didn't care, and the two of them fluttered away for a week of torrid fun. Test, check. I-212. What do I tap? Come in. Is this thing on? Who's that talking now? I can only hear me. It's squealing. Hang on. I can hear everyone. So I push the button and say the name of the person I want. Or all if I want everyone. Ooh, that is clever, Subarashi. It is working. Mine too, Bonza mate. This is rather clever, Grumph. Well, said Arthur. That took longer than I thought it would. We are all dead, mate, said Tang. It's not like this stuff existed when we were alive. I think we all did rather well, old boy, continued Percy. I agree, said Princess Kira. Congratulations, everybody. Now, my dear Harriet, what do you have planned for us all? First, I want our airborne division to reconnoiter the area so we know what our surroundings are. Arthur has picked an excellent spot for the compound, but satellite images don't always tell the full story. We need to know where our threats are in order of proximity. Once we have this information, we can send out our foot troops safely. None of our ground forces are to go anywhere without eyes in the sky from our airborne team. Tane will survey the south and west, Percy the north and east. Go as far as you deem necessary and make a note of any anomalies you see. Use your camera to take still shots and video using the button on the left strap of your harness. A short press for photo, a long press for video, just like you practiced at the farmhouse. Once you have returned and we have debriefed you and downloaded all information, we will formulate the best way forward to find Panji. He is our primary focus at the moment. Any other side missions will be planned as they arise. Any questions? Said Arthur. That was magnificent, said Percy. Bonza H, said Tang. Let's get into our harnesses and get going, eh, Perk? I'm right behind you, my little Kiwi friend. Contact me when they are back, Yosuke. I have to go now, as Edith is popping round with tea and lettuce. Adios, mis amores. There was a crackle and then dead air. Wow, Harriet is really good at this, said Arthur. Clever little Arthur, said Princess Kirana with a wink. Percy's mission. Percy flew east at the steepest gradient he could manage. He wanted to push himself to see what he could do. After all those years of sitting still and being, well, dead, he figured he owed himself a little fun. He began to swirl and weave as he climbed. Being a bird was great. Who would want to be anything else? After a while, he found himself cruising at an altitude of around 6,000 feet. He flipped over and flew backstroke for a couple of seconds until gravity figured out what this athletic pigeon was up to and tried, quite literally, to bring him back down to earth. He skillfully righted himself and flew on. Up, down, side to side, one-winged in an arc, other winged in the opposite arc, no winged in a plummet. Everyone in the flock had always said he was the best flyer, and when you consider there were regularly 3 million of them, that was quite an accolade. His playful daydream was broken by a beep on his comms. Percy here. What can I do for you? He said cheerfully. Hi, Perk. Can you stop flying like a mad pigeon, please? Me and Yosuke are trying to calibrate the GPS signal, and you're not helping. Besides, it's making Yosuke feel sick. Terribly sorry, old boy, apologized Percy. I was having a little fun. It reminded me of when I used to fly with the kit. Apology accepted, Percy-san, said Yosuke. Were there many of you? Many is an understatement, said Percy as he did a loop. There were millions of us. I still can't believe humans killed us all. Did you just do a loop-de-loop? Asked Arthur. "Apologies again," said Percy. "I tried not to, but couldn't stop myself. This is great. I promise I will fly in a straight line for a while." He continued in a straight line, but went up. He wanted to test his strengths and see how high he could go. As he strained every sinew to climb, he was unaware that he was being watched from afar. The rodent was a starter. It was just a dot in the distance at the moment, but it looked like a delicious dot. It was a little confusing because it was almost as high up as she was, and, by all accounts, still climbing, but it definitely wasn't another peregrine falcon. The nearest nesting falcon to her was Fabian, and ever since the groinal peck last year, they'd had an agreement in place. He didn't enter her no-fly zone, and she wouldn't, well, peck his groin. She thought for a moment. Was she hungry enough to investigate, or would the small rodent she'd had earlier suffice? She was intrigued by this climbing dot and had to know what it was. As she flew, she gradually rose in altitude. Her chief weapon, apart from her razor-sharp talons and a beak that could sever a backbone with one blow, was height. She would usually toddle along at about 50 kilometers per h, but when diving, she reached well over 300 kilometers per h, giving her prey no time to think about evasive tactics. According to her built-in speedometer, she was now at 70 kilometers per h, and, if she were being honest, reaching her altitude limits. What could this creature be that was still climbing, she wondered, as the blood pumped quickly through her throbbing head. Eventually she saw the outline of a shape. It seemed to have leveled out at just about her limit, so she flew harder and higher to gain the surprise. All thoughts of eating the dot had diminished as she became more and more captivated by its skill and agility. She blinked hard as the shape recognition software nature had provided her with registering the former dot as pigeon. "Pigeon?" she said to herself. "It's only a pigeon. What's it doing all the way up here?" Just then a little drop of saliva formed at the side of her beak. She was suddenly very hungry. The rodent was a long-distant memory. This raptor needed blood. Time for the main course. Percy squinted as he saw something in the distance growing larger by the second. "Hello?" he wondered out loud, cheerily. "Who's this, then?" His face dropped when he realized what it was. "Ah!" he squealed. "It's a peregrine falcouche!" He ducked just in time, and the falcon did the swiftest turn he'd ever seen and came back at him. "Not so fast, Mrs. Falcon," he whispered to himself. "I've got your number now," and instead of flying down to gain speed, he flew further up. The falcon, all ready for her specialist dive technique, was completely fooled. "Who goes up?" she said, loud enough for the pigeon to hear. "Percy goes up, that's who." Once he was high enough, he looked down at the falcon, who was struggling to get to his altitude, and dove. Right at her. This was something the falcon had never seen before. A pigeon was hunting her. Percy had now introduced a third bird into the game. Chicken. "Come on, you vicious bird of prey," yelled Percy as the falcon fell away to allow this crazy little bird past. Percy continued his dive and pinned back his wings to become as streamlined as possible. The falcon saw the dive. Now I've got him," she whispered under her breath. "Nothing dives as I dive." She aimed and went. She registered her speed instinctively and knew when full velocity was reached. Her metaphorical speedometer needle was bouncing at the top of the dial, and yet the dot remained a dot. Why wasn't it turning into a lunch-shaped object? She steeled herself and tucked in every feather she had as tightly as possible, and yet still the dot grew smaller. Then suddenly, the dot grew very large, very quickly. It had stopped diving and swooped upwards. The falcon's head turned to watch as Percy flew up past her. He circled back and attacked, knocking her off balance and causing her to fall like a rock. This had never happened before, so she had no way to know how to right herself. Her ungainly drop turned into an out-of-control decline as her intuitive dials span wildly. She was very scared. More scared than she had ever been in her life. She saw a blur go past her at speed, and then she hit something. She knew it wasn't the floor because that tends to stay where it is, whereas whatever she had hit had only slowed her descent. She looked down to see the little pigeon flapping madly. His plump body was pressed against her sharp talons, and his head was within reach of her beak. But instead of going for the kill, she flapped. Hard. Her flapping took the pressure off Percy, and he shot upwards as her weight was removed from his tiny shoulders. It was now the turn of Percy, exhausted from his efforts, to fall to earth. The falcon, noticing his limp body and how quickly the ground was rising up at them, used her speed to dive and grab him between her talons. She deposited him gently on a high branch of a tree, and he gripped with all his might. The falcon flew around in a long loop above him. When he regained some composure, he saw that every branch was lined with green spectacled pigeons, all with their beaks wide open, staring at him. "That," said one of them, "was amazing." There was a collective gasp of terror as the peregrine falcon came into land next to Percy. "This," she said, putting her wing around Percy, "is my hero." There was a flurry of flapping and fluttering wings, and all the branches were suddenly bare. "I think I scared them all away," said the falcon. A few spectacled eyes appeared nervously from behind trunks. "Little wonder," said Percy. "You are quite scary." "You weren't scared of me," she pointed out. "And why can't I smell you? I don't feel like I want to eat you." "Lucky me," said Percy. The falcon laughed. "My name is Novita. Thank you for saving me, you brave little thing." My pleasure," he panted. "I'm Percy." "Hello, Percy," said Novita. "Now I have a question for you. Why is your ear talking?" "Percy, come in! Percy-san! Are you all right?" bellowed Yosuke. "What's happening?" interjected Arthur. "Your tracker was going berserk. Have you made any progress?" "No," he replied. "But I think I've made a friend." Tane's mission. Tane headed south. As he flew, he thought about how he would conduct his mapping mission. He'd contemplated a standard grid search pattern. Then he'd pondered the spiral method. That was ditched quickly when he'd considered the benefits of using the strip search process. He then remembered back to his time in New Zealand using the quadrant system. His kill rate had been exceptional. "I'm going to use the quadrant search system if that's okay with you, Yosuke," said Tani into the comms. "Very well, Tani-san," said Yosuke, as he turned to Arthur and shrugged, "although I am not entirely certain I know what that means." "It's what me and the boys used to do in the forests of the North Island," said Tan. "We caught Kiore for fun using it." "Kiore?" quizzed Yosuke. "Yeah, they're better known as Pacific Tane paused. "Is Arthur still there?" "Yes, I'm here, Tane," said Arthur. "Why?" "No reason," said Tane. "They're rats, aren't they?" said Arthur. "What are?" answered Tane vaguely. "Kiore," said Yosuke, not quite grasping the awkward situation in which Tane found himself. "Nah, mate," stumbled Tane. "Kiore are flowers." "I just looked it up," said Arthur. "The Polynesian rat, Pacific rat, or little rat, Rattus exulans, known to the Maori as Kiore. You want to eat me, don't you?" "Not likely, mate," squirmed Tane. "I've seen the food you eat. It'd be like chomping on a bag of seeds." "I bet you'd eat me if you got hungry," moaned Arthur. "I don't get hungry, mate," said Tane. "I'm dead, remember? Besides, I never liked rat. Very bitter." "Oh, sorry about that." I'll try to think sweeter thoughts for you, said Arthur sarcastically. Snail, said Tane. What about them? Asked Arthur. I like 'em. Now they are sweet. And they slide right down your throat, teased Tanny. Right, I'm going off comms now, so I can concentrate on my search pattern. Very well, Tane-san. I shall monitor your progress from here. You're nicked, my son. Tane split his area into 4 grids and made a start in the northeastern corner. He loved stretching his wingspan out as far as he could and gliding. It was one of his favorite things to do. Ever. He liked to see how far he could glide between flaps. Whoosh, he flapped. Whoosh, he flapped again. He completed quadrants 1 and 2 with no incidents. The topography was uninteresting and monotonous. Quadrant 3 was, for the most part, dense greenery. A beautiful dark green. At the western edge, however, Tane saw smoke billowing up from a gap in the forest. He flew toward it, wondering what could be causing so much pollution. As he closed in on the plumes, he looked down and saw a huge area of forest smoldering red. He'd seen many wildfires during his time in New Zealand, and he instinctively knew this wasn't one. He swooped down to take a closer look and saw burned tree stumps surrounded by dark, crackling ash. He flicked a little switch on his harness and began to film the scene of devastation beneath him. As he flew, he became aware of a presence to his left. It was another owl, a funny-looking chap who gestured to Tane's right. He looked right and saw another owl. Just as funny-looking, but with big, wide eyes. "Do you have permission to film here, sir?" asked the second owl. Where?" asked Tane. "This area is restricted," said the first owl. "Would you mind pulling over, please, sir?" came a third voice from above. "There's a branch just over there." "Follow me, please," said a fourth owl who appeared just below him. Tane arrived at the designated branch under escort and stood nervously. The first owl spoke. "Can I ask you what the purpose of your visit is, please, sir?" he said officially. "Sorry," answered Tane. "I don't quite understand." "Business or pleasure?" clarified the second owl. "Oh, business, I guess," stammered Tane. "Or pleasure. I'm not really sure." "This all sounds very suspicious, sir," said the first owl. "Yes, it does," said Owl 3 slowly. "Did you pack your own bags?" "I don't have any bags," said Tane. "Traveling light, are we, sir?" interjected Owl 4. "Easier to slip away unnoticed, eh?" "Don't mind my colleague, sir," said Owl 1. "He's not a very trusting owl." "I wouldn't want to get on the wrong side of him, though," said Owl 2. "Lord, no," said Owl 3. "Ruthless Rufus, we call him, on account that he's a Rufus owl, you see? I'm a Javan myself. You can tell by my prominent ear tufts." Tane looked at the prominent ear tufts. "Very nice," he said. "And prominent. Thank you. Now Raj here. He's a Raja Scops owl, named after Sir James Brooke, the first white Raja of Borneo. You can tell Raj because his ear tufts are a little longer than mine, and they've got white inner webs." Raja tilted his head so his left ear was on his shoulder, and his right ear was available for Tan to study. Tane studied it carefully. "Oh, yeah. I can see the inner webs," he said, still not fully understanding the whole situation. "What about him?" asked Taney, nodding towards the final owl. "Him?" They all laughed. "You mean Barney?" "She's a barn owl." "Oh, sorry," apologized Taney. "No offense meant." "None taken," said Barney. "So what are you?" "I'm a laughing owl," said Tane, and they all laughed again. "Nay," said Rufus. "He's all right. I like him." "No, seriously," said Jav. "What are you?" "Honestly, I'm a laughing owl." "Never heard of them," said Raj. "Oh, there aren't many of us left," lied Tane, not wanting to put a damper on the conversation by having to explain that his species was extinct. "Humans," sang all 4 in perfect harmony. Sorry, said Tane. Just asking if humans were the reason for your particular genus to have become endangered, said Rufus. Oh, right, I see, said Tane. Yes, human. Yep. They won't be happy until everything is dead, you know, said Jav. True dat, and they're at it again just over there, said Raj, and he nodded in the direction where Tang had seen the fire. Why do they burn everything? Asked Tang. They don't burn everything, said Barney. First they take away all the trees. Why? Said Tang. Wood, said Jav. They need wood for things. What things? Wondered Tang out loud. Dunno, answered Rufus. Some things. Then they burn what's left, said Jav. It clears all the rubbish away so they can plant their crops. What crops? Tane asked, wondering what could be so important that they would destroy a huge area of perfectly good and healthy forest. Palm oil, answered Jav. Oh yeah, said Raj. The humans lurve the palm oil. I've never heard of that, said Tane. What is it? They use it in food, said Barney. They use it in everything, continued Rufus. They can't seem to get enough of it. So that's what the straight lines of green I've been flying over are, asked Tane. I've seen them everywhere. Yep, said Rufus. It's easy to see from the sky, isn't it? Little bits of nature and then masses of trees all in perfectly straight lines. So what's your name, laughing boy? Tane. Well, it's nice to meet you, brother, said Rufus, and he stuck out a wing. Tane took it and shook it. Raj shook Tane's other wing. You seem okay, said Jav. So what did you say your business was? I'm on a recon mission for my team. We're mapping the area ahead of a mission. A mission? Dangerous, is it? I like a good fight. I remember just the other day when Rufus stopped and stared at Tane. You're beeping. Sorry, said Tane, tapping his comms button. I have to take this. It'll be my team checking in with me. Tane-san, come in, said a mysteriously Japanese accent through the tiny earpiece speaker. This is the mobile command center. Please respond. Jav, Raj, Barney, and Rufus exchanged nods of appreciation and looks of impressed fascination. Hi, Yosuke, said Tane. It is good to hear your voice, Plucky Tane, said Yosuke. Is everything okay? Your tracker shows that you have been stationary for some time. I'm okay, said Tane. But I think I just got pulled over by the owl police. We're going to need more spectacle wipes. Percy was first back. Both Arthur and Princess Kirana noticed that every single leaf on every single branch of every single nearby tree rustled slightly when he came into land. What? Arthur wondered out loud. Was that? Do you remember I told you I'd made a friend? Said Percy. Oh, yes, said Princess Kirana. Novita, I would love to meet her. Is she not with you? No, said Percy. She had to go and feed her young, but she said she would visit soon. Anyway, he whispered, I seem to have made some other friends. They saw what I did, and, well, it seems that they were so impressed that they wouldn't leave me alone. Watch this. Percy addressed the trees. Come out, guys. I know you're there, he said. The whole forest rippled, and hundreds of green spectacled pigeons appeared, cooing and chattering loudly. Calm down, everybody, calm down, said Percy, and the commotion slowly abated. What happened out there, Percy-san? Asked Yosuke. Oh, nothing much, really, old boy, said Percy. Something must have happened, said Arthur. I had a run-in with a predator friend of theirs, said Percy, and won. Just as he completed his sentence, the green spectacled pigeons disappeared as quickly as they had appeared as Tane swept down and landed next to Arthur. Behind him, 4 very different owls came in to land on the front lawn. Evening all, said Jav. The owl police at your service. Who are they? Whispered Arthur to Tane. I've got no idea, mate, said Tane. They flagged me down, and we got chatting. I know they seem a bit odd, but a little local knowledge can't hurt us, surely. Besides, I bet Percy hasn't brought a mini-army back with him. Yeah, about that, said Arthur. Percy? Yes, Arthur, answered Percy. Show him. Do I have to? Said Percy. Show me what? Said Tane. Oh, very well, said Percy. Green, spectacled pigeons. Show yourselves. Tane's eyes widened as the branches surrounding the house turned into feathery creatures wearing spectacles. Green spectacles. Okay, Perk, said Tane with a squint. You win. Your Majesty, said Barney as she walked to Princess Kirana, the Owl Police would be proud to help your mission in any way possible. Thank you, my beautiful friend, said Princess Kirana. Please tell me. What are your names? I am Barney, and this is Yav. Your Majesty, said Yav as he bowed. And continued Barney, here is Raj, and that is our Rufu. Rufus fluttered over and held out a wing. The orangutan took it, and Rufus shook it vigorously. Can't believe it, he said. Second ginger royalty I've met this week. Princess Kirana shot a glance at Arthur, who scurried up onto her shoulder. Second, you say? Said Arthur. Yeah, a big fella he was. Red and hairy, like you. He pointed at Princess Kirana. Nearly knocked me off my branch, he did. Yes, I remember, said Barney. I was flying at the time. I could see a long line of them all heading north, away from the fire. How long ago was that? Asked Arthur. Oh, earlier today, said Barney. I do not suppose you remember his name, hoped the princess. Rufu put his ear on his shoulder and thought. No, sorry, he said. Did anyone else get his name? We didn't see him for very long, said Jar. We were on our lunch break in the treetops, and they just all swung by. I flew down and spoke with him briefly, said Barney. I asked him what all the commotion was about. He said he was taking his clan deeper into the rainforest to avoid the fires. She raised her large wingspan to her head and thought, Oh, what was his name? Prince Panji? Chanced Princess Kirana. Considered Barney. No, I don't think he was a prince. King, blurted out Rufus. He said his name was King something. Funny thing is, though, said Raj, he said he was headed north to avoid the fires. And that's where the humans and the fires are, continued Jeff. Yeah, said Raj. If he wants to go deeper into the forest, he should be going south. How do you know? Asked Arthur. We're birds, aren't we? Said Rufus. We can see everything from up there. Oh, yeah, of course, said Arthur. Sorry. That's okay, Rat Buddy, said Jeff. All he's going to hit if he goes north is lots of palm oil plantations, burning fields, and humans with guns. We have to warn the king, said Princess Kirana. Could you point out on a map where you saw them? Asked Arthur. What's a map? Asked Rufus. We could take you there, said Jeff. It's not far from where we met Taney, said Barney. Do you think you could still find them? Said Percy. I don't see why not, said Rufus. They can't have gotten that far. What should I do when I find them? Asked Tane. Get to the king and tell him to turn around, said Arthur. But what makes you think he'll listen to me? Said Tane. Mention my name, said Princess Kirana. And what if he hasn't heard of you? Said Tane. That's a good point, said Arthur. You've been gone a long time, you know. Tell him to go to the Waterfall of the Elders. He will know of that place. What's the Waterfall of the Elders, Princess? Asked Percy. It is the legendary meeting place for clan elders, she said. Each fourth season, they would make a pilgrimage there to discuss forest matters and ancient boundaries. Okay, I'll tell him, said Tane as he turned to Barney. Can we go now? Sure, she answered. All in a day's work, little buddy, said Jive. What do you mean, all in a day's work, said Raj. It's not like we go scouring for long lines of orangutans every day, is it? It's just a turn of phrase, said Jive as he turned and took off. Raj followed him and continued to speak. Yeah, but it's not a very good turn of phrase, is it, if we've never done anything like this before? They'll be like this all the way now, said Barney, as she and Tane took off to follow the arguing double act. I'll let you know when we find them, shouted Tane. Rufus stood on the lawn and smiled at Arthur. Said Arthur. Shouldn't you be going with them? Said Rufus absent-mindedly. The other owls, pointed Arthur. They've gone. Oh, said Rufus, turning his head to the left, and then to the right. So they have. He shuffled awkwardly from one foot to the other. I'll, be off then, he stuttered and took off. Do you think they will find them? Asked Percy. I hope so, said Arthur. But I hope Rufus isn't the brains of the bunch. He tapped his comms button and spoke. Harriet, he said to open the comms. Did you get all of that? Yes, said Harriet. Yosuke patched me in, so I'm getting it all. The heroic pigeon. As the last owl disappeared from sight, a distant whoosh turned into a peregrine falcon beside Percy. Arthur tried to gulp, but all the saliva in his mouth had fled south out of fear, so he grabbed Percy and hid behind him. Panic broke out in the trees around the house as every green-spectacled pigeon tried to hide behind another green-spectacled pigeon. It's okay, everyone. There's nothing to worry about, said Percy, hoping he was right. This is my friend, Novita. Arthur peered out from behind Percy and stared into the falcon's eyes. You sure? He said. Percy looked at Novita for reassurance, and she put her wing around him and spoke. Percy saved my life. Any friend of his is my friend also, said Novita. He is my hero. Now might I assume that the little rodent hiding behind you is Arthur? You might assume that, said Arthur with a scowl. I've been told that I taste very bitter. Well, I must remember not to eat you then, said Novita as she turned to Princess Kirana and bowed. Your Majesty. Hello, sweet Novita, said Princess Kirana. It is so lovely to meet you. This handsome man is Yosuke. Yosuke wheeled himself to the doorway and bowed. Konnichiwa, he said. We are proud to welcome you into our home, Novita-chan. Huh. Oh, giggled Novita, giving away a gentle sigh she had fought hard to suppress. You are a perfect gentleman, Yosuke. He is our proud warrior, and we simply could not do without him, said Princess Kirana. And where is your owl friend, Tane? Asked Novita. Oh, he's out on a mission with the owl police, said Percy. Then I shall meet him later, said Novita. Now I must return to my babies. I would very much like you to come and meet them. Percy. Are you sure? Said Percy. Of course, said Novita. I shall go to them and tell them that we are having a guest to dinner. Did she say to dinner or for dinner? Muttered Arthur. Green is the new brown. Ferdinand had eaten his way through an entire leaf all in one go, and it had made him feel quite sick. There was only one way to alleviate the urge to vomit and, in turn, banish the gluttonous guilt he currently felt, and that was to go for a nice walk. He'd considered a short climb up a species of flowering plant in the Hypericaceae family called the pink mempat tree, but settled on a more challenging dipterocarp. His mind had been made up when he'd looked up the long, leafless trunk and spied the sprouting branches high above. It would be a hard slog, but boy, he'd be ready for those juicy leaves when he got there, all sun-drenched and luscious. Even though he was full to capacity, his maxillary palps had drooled a little at the thought of the delicious, untouched leaves. He was now long past the point where he'd wondered if he should turn back. It was much further than it had seemed when he had glanced up. His 12 tiny semicircular eyes, or stamata, were rubbish. They basically showed him whether something was light or dark, so he really shouldn't have relied on them so confidently, but being the determined caterpillar he drove onwards. His father had been cursed with the same adventurous spirit. This had caused him to conduct extensive exploratory studies of the mating habits of the Oriental garden lizard. Ferdinand hoped his adventure would end more successfully than his late father's had. It would appear that the mating habits of the Oriental garden lizard can continue unabated even while the male of the species chomps off the head of an overly inquisitive archduke butterfly. Ferdinand soldiered on until he reached a fork in the trunk, where he paused and compared the green juiciness of the leaves along the branch with the ones higher up. Realizing once again that he could barely see the tree upon which he stood, never mind the greenness of a leaf, he chose to go for an inquiring crawl along the branch. After a short while, he encountered a large nest-like structure, which he took to be a nest. Interesting, he thought. Perhaps a quick peek in the name of science. As he inched ever higher up the side of the beautifully constructed complex of sticks and twigs, he heard the word, "each up." I wonder what each up means, he thought to himself. He reached the crest of the nest and came eye to eye with an eyas. The baby falcon, not yet knowing how or why it needed to catch food, tilted its head as Ferdinand stretched out his long green spines and tried to look like a fern leaf. This was his chief weapon of disguise and usually worked pretty well. He soon realized that it wasn't going to be as successful as usual due to the nest being made, predominantly, of brown twigs. "Each up," said the baby falcon, and it snapped out to grab him with its beak. "Ah," thought Ferdinand as he pulled his head into his body and slinked away as fast as his 20 protuberances would take him. "Ah, chup means hungry." He made a mental note for later and set off back down the tree at full speed. Eventually, he reached the bottom of the tree and walked over to a much more manageable and hopefully falcon-free Cratoxylum cochinchinense, where he remained, devouring its delicious leaves, until it was time to spin his silk mound and experience his wonderful pupation event. 11 days later, he broke free of the darkened pupa and emerged as a beautiful archduke butterfly, only to be immediately devoured by a small gecko called Anjay, who in turn was suddenly plucked from the forest floor by 2 talons and deposited into the nest of the exact same eyases where Ferdinand had been just under 2 weeks earlier. Oh, the circle of life was complete, and Ferdinand's dad would no doubt have been proud of his son's adventurous spirit. Catch me if you can. As she served fresh gecko to her chicks, Novita considered Percy's offer to come and live with them at the compound. Life was hard for a single mother in the forests of Artamus. Her mate, Rojo, had left the nest to find food for the chicks about 4 weeks ago and hadn't returned. She had looked for him for days until she had finally found his body by the side of a road. Moving the nest half a kilometer or so to the team's base seemed a good idea, but only 2 of the 3 little ones had so far attempted flight, and they hadn't exactly been great successes. Little Dharma had instinctively flapped so hard that she had floated out of the nest, only to stop flapping when she realized she was airborne. This left her to fall down to a branch below the nest on an adjacent tree. It had taken an hour for her to try again, and she had only just made it back before she burst into tears. Gunther was much bolder. He regularly hopped up onto the side of the nest and threw himself off, assuming that one day he would fly just like Mummy. Her 3rd little chick, Zeze, had barely made an attempt to move. He seemed content to simply sit and be fed. Novita had, on a number of occasions, nudged him to the edge of the nest, but hadn't had the confidence to push him off. She guessed the other 2 were only a couple of days away from full flight, but Zeze was a concern. With the children fed, she began to tidy the nest. Percy would be here soon, and she wanted the place to look neat, but lived in. Just then, she heard Percy's voice calling out from above. She had given him a rough guideline to their location, but it's hard to give exact directions when you live in a tree in a forest. "It's the big green one just between the other big green ones," was not a useful instruction. She flew up to meet him and guide him down, warning him on the way that her babies were, he must remember, peregrine falcon chicks, and that he should sit on a branch opposite until they grew accustomed to him. He followed her instructions and came to perch on a branch a couple of meters away. She landed in the nest and nudged Dharma and Gunther in Percy's direction. They tilted their heads and stared at Percy with cold eyes. Novita flew to Percy's side, and, tentatively, Dharma flapped. "That is Dharma," said Novita. The female chick rose slightly and then made a leap for the branch. She made it. Just. Unfortunately, she was pointing the opposite way to Novita and Percy, so she braced herself, leapt, and did a full 180-degree turn. She sat proudly next to her mother and sniffed in Percy's direction. She smelled nothing and was satisfied that he was neither a threat nor a meal. Gunther threw himself into the air and plummeted to the ground. Percy, shocked at the speed he descended without flapping, looked down. "Is he okay?" asked Percy with concern. "Just wait a moment," answered Novita confidently. They heard a rustle of leaves far below and then a whoosh as he swooped back up and perched between Percy and his mum. "Dharma, Gunther. This is my new friend, Uncle Percy," said Novita. "He is not food. Now where's your brother?" The two chicks looked around with twitchy necks. They heard a twig snap in the nest, and a little tuft of feathers appeared. Somewhere in the middle of the feathers, a pair of groggy eyes stared out. Zizi strained his sleepy eyes and did a roll call. "Dharma, check. Mum, check. Gunther, check." His eyes opened wide, and then immediately closed, hawk-like. "Each up!" he shouted, and he flew, like a tiny feathered bullet, at Percy. "No," cried Novita. "He's a friend." But it was too late. His juices were flowing. Percy, using all his flying prowess, flapped out of the way and then up. Ziz followed, unskilled but fast and totally determined. Novita, Dharma, and Gunther watched as, high above, Percy easily ducked and dived and swooped, while Zizi, for all his enthusiasm, flailed wildly with no dexterity or expertise to call upon. "Zizi," called out Novita, "come down here at once, and stop trying to eat our guest." A minute into the air display, Ziz began to tire. Percy had run him ragged, and was showing no effects of the climbing and diving. Zizi landed on the very top of the tallest tree and huffed with a confused look on his face. Percy flew down to join him, causing the branch to wobble. Ziz nearly lost his grip, but Percy held out a wing to steady him. "Can you smell me?" he said. The falcon sniffed at the air, but could only smell his own odor. "Come on, young fellow, me lad," said Percy. "Follow me." Percy leapt off the branch and flew down to Novita and our other two kids. Zizi followed. "Percy," said Novita, "I think we may be ready to move into your place." Brotherly love. Otto had been searching for his brother Ferdinand for a couple of days when he heard a noise above him. He looked up just in time to see a peregrine falcon and an extinct passenger pigeon help 3 baby falcons take off from a branch. "I can't wait to tell Ferdinand what I just saw," he thought to himself. "He will never believe me." Moving house is a stressful time. It had been an odd journey. Percy and Novita could have made the short flight in minutes, but with 3 novice flyers it took much longer. It wasn't that they couldn't fly. Far from it. They were instant projectiles. The problem was that now they had a feel for it, they were distracted by everything. Each time they saw something move, they had to investigate. Other birds had to be chased. Rustling leaves required immediate scrutiny. All unfamiliar noises, too, begged examination by these curious infant raptors. Both Novita and Percy knew they could not and should not quell their inquisitiveness. It was hardwired within them and would one day be required for their own survival. This knowledge, however, didn't make it any less annoying or frustrating, as they both had to circle back over and over again. An hour later, they arrived at the farmhouse. Novita and Percy performed perfect landings on a nearby branch. Dharma flew into a window, and Gunther was flying faster than his feet and nose-dived onto the front lawn, coming to rest with his tail feathers higher than his head. "Where's it?" said Novita, scanning the sky. Percy looked into the trees and saw a row of 11 green-spectacled pigeons turn into 2 rows of 5 as the middle one disappeared with a whish. "I think I found him," said Percy, pointing with his wing. "Zay!" shouted Novita. "Put the pigeon back!" With a flump, the pigeon reappeared on the branch, looking somewhat bemused by the near-death experience. "Each up!" squawked Zizi. "Yes, okay," said Novita impatiently. She turned to Princess Kirana. "It has been a long flight, and they are hungry. I need to feed them." "Of course," said Princess Kirana. "They are growing children. You go. We can be introduced later." "Thank you," said Novita. "And don't worry, I'll do it away from the house. Come on, kids. Tea time." She took off, followed by 3 hungry eyases, and disappeared over the treetops to kill some innocent part of the food chain who had not yet become a friend or colleague. The jungle, the thin ginger led. Tane and the owl police reached the area where Rufus had seen the orangutans just as dusk was closing in. There was no sign of the apes, so they flew on. Beneath him, Tane saw rows and rows of palm oil plantations stretching north. Behind him was dense forest. The owl police were right. North was not the way to go. Far in the distance, Tane saw smoke billowing up and wondered if it was another forest fire. He hoped the orangutans weren't heading directly into an awful blaze. "Keep your eyes peeled, guys," said Tane. "I think there's a forest fire ahead." "We've seen it," said Rufus in a serious tone. "Don't worry, little buddy," said Jive. "We won't miss them. This is our time of the day." "It's not about the seeing," said Raj. "It's the hearing, eh, Barney?" "Shh," she said. Rufus flew to Ton's side. "She's brilliant at this," he whispered. "She can hear anything, anywhere. It's all to do with her heart-shaped face, see? It acts as a dish and funnels sound into her ears." As they flew on in silence, Tane watched Barney go to work. She dipped and swooped as she expertly deciphered and filtered the sounds of the forest. Suddenly she did an enormous flap and performed a majestic glide down towards the treetops. "Watch this," said Raj. "I'll bet you anything she's found them." "I found them," said Barney. "Follow me." "Is she certain?" said Tane, who prided himself on his exceptional hearing. "I can't hear anything out of the ordinary." "If you want to go and tell her that, you can," said Jav, "but you're on your own." "Come on," said Rufus. "She's never wrong." As they flew hard behind Barney, Tane's sensitive hearing picked up all the noises of the forest. He couldn't conceive how she was filtering it all out and focusing on one particular sound. Within a couple of moments, they saw below a line of orangutans swinging through the trees. They were moving parallel to a large palm oil plantation and directly towards the plumes of smoke. "There you are," said Barney proudly. "Told you," said Jeff. "She's ace, isn't she?" said Raj. "Best ears ever, even without tufts," said Rufus. "That is amazing, Barney," said Tane. "Thank you so much. I'm going in." He swooped down below the tree line and flew to the nearest orangutan. "Hey, mate," he asked politely. "Who's in charge?" "Up ahead somewhere," said the orangutan without breaking pace. "I'm just following him." Tane looked into the trees and squinted. "Who?" he asked. "You probably can't see him," said the orangutan. "But surely you can smell him. He had durian fruit for his lunch again. It gives him terrible wind. Pongs a bit, but it makes him easier to follow." "You." Tane sniffed. "That's him, is it? I assumed we'd passed over a rotting carcass." "Yeah, it is quite pungent, but I don't have the heart to tell him. Besides, he's after the same female as I am, so it increases my chances, huh?" "Good thinking," said Tane with an appreciative nod. As he passed each orangutan, he asked who was in charge, but each one lazily pointed him onwards until, suddenly, he ran out of apes. He flew back to the last one he'd passed. "There's no one up there," he said with a confused look on his face. "Well, who am I following, then?" asked the orangutan. "I have no idea. When was the last time you saw someone in front of you?" "Ooh," the orangutan thought, "about 16 trees ago. I've been seeing if I can swing and grab with my eyes closed." "So you've lost the leader," said Tane. "And everybody behind is following you." Mused the orangutan. "I suppose they are." "And do you know where you're going?" "Good heavens, no. I'm following the one in front of me," said the orangutan. "But, Tane paused and waited for the beast to work out the flaw in his statement. "Oh," he said slowly. "Oops. I wonder where he is, then." "Brilliant," said Tane sarcastically. "Okay, can you ask everyone to stop, please, while we try to work out what to do?" "Sure. I could do with a nap. It's hard work following orangutans, you know?" Tane sat on a branch with his head in his wings, waiting again for the penny to drop. The great ape dangled between two trees and swung as the realization of what he had said circled around his head a couple of times and then came into land. "Oh, yes," he said. "I did it again, didn't I? Sorry about that. He can't be far away. Would you like me to grumph?" "That depends on whether you have eaten durian fruit," said Tane. "No, not me. It doesn't agree with me. Gives me the wind," he admitted. He raised his head and was just about to grumph when another orangutan, who also thought it was good fun to swing with his eyes shut, grabbed hold of the same branch. He opened his eyes with a start as the branch bent lower than he was expecting. "Whoa," he said. "I'm sorry. Didn't see you had stopped. I must have missed your break sign. I was doing that thing where you swing blind and see if you can catch the next branch." "Oh, I do that," said the first orangutan. "Fun, isn't it?" Just then a third orangutan thudded into the second. "Protocol," she called out. "You are not following standard breaking protocols." She reached for a safe tree branch, stretched her head up high, and grumphed, "Halt!" Slowly the forest ceased to rustle. "Hi," said Tane. "My name's Tane. Could I speak with the orangutan in charge, please?" "Of course," said the female, who looked at the lead orangutan. "Where is he?" Said the first male. "I thought you were following him," she said. "Ah, I was, but—" "Were you swinging blind again?" said the female. "I may have been, yes." "Well, why didn't you stop him?" she said to the second male. "You know how dangerous it is." "I didn't see him." "You didn't see him? He's huge. How can you not have seen him?" "I didn't see him because I was swinging blind," completed the female. "Kind of," said the second male. "Kind of?" questioned the female. "More like definitely, if I'm honest." The female rolled her eyes and was just about to say something when the first male spoke. "It's just so much fun," he said as he turned to the second male. "Isn't it, Hugh?" "It is," said Hugh. "Cedric's right. It's the only real fun we have since the humans took our part of the forest. King Panji's got us swinging north all the time now. He says it's where the food is. We're all so hungry." "Hang on," interrupted Tane. "Did you say King Panji?" "Yeah, why?" said Hugh. "But Panji's a prince, isn't he?" said Tane. "He was," said Hugh. "But then King Clono died," said Cedric. "And Prince Panji became King Panji. That's how succession works, you know," said Hugh. "I thought everybody knew that," said Cedric in astonishment. "So the head honcho of this clan," mused Tane, "the guy up there at the front." "With whom, I might add, Cedric and Hugh have lost contact," interjected Gwendolen. "Yeah," continued Tane. "Who you two have lost is King Panji?" "Yep," said Cedric. "The former Prince of Kirpan?" said Tane. "Yep," said Hugh. "Blimey," said Cedric with exasperation. "Which part of this are you struggling with?" "Well, all of it, really," said Tane. That was way too easy. You seem very excited, Master Owl, said Gwendolen. Well, yeah, said Tane. He's who we're looking for. His sister, Princess Kirana, is here. The princess, said Cedric, looking around. She's here? Where? Said Hugh. In Artamus, said Tane. I mean, she's not here. In this tree. She's here, said Tane, pointing at his ear. On this headset. What's a headset? Said Cedric. What's an Artamus? Asked Hugh. Princess Kirana's in that little thing on your head, quizzed Gwendolen. Well, she's on the end of it, to be more precise, said Tane, slowly realizing he was fighting a losing battle. Gwendolen squinted at the end of the headset. She's on the end of that tiny thing, she said. I know owls are generally considered to be a little odd, but you're the littlest odd I've ever come across. How big is she? Said Cedric. This Princess Kirana? The same size as you, said Tane. So how is she on the end of that little black thing? What did you call it again? An Artamus? No, a headset. Artamus is not a thing, said Tane. Artamus is where you are? Artamus is where I am, said Hugh, with a confused look on his face. So if I'm in Artamus, where's Cedric? He's in Artamus too, said Tane. And Gwendolen? Continued Hugh. Artamus too. We're all in Artamus, sighed Tane, as he spread his wings and waved them in a circle. This is all called Artamus. We are in, on, and surrounded by the island of Artamus. So Artamus is an island? Clarified Cedric. Yes, panted Tane. Finally, Artamus is an island? I've got just one more question, said Hugh tentatively. If your question is, what's an island? Said Tane. I'm going to scream. Oh, said Hugh. Never mind then. Finding Panji. Would you like me to call him? Said Cedric with a slow drawl. Who, Hugh? Said Tane. Sorry, said Cedric. I said who, Hugh, repeated Tane. Now I'm confused, said Cedric. Is that some sort of owl-bird call? What? Said an exasperated Tane. You said who, explained Gwendolen. Cedric wants to know if that's your bird call. No, I didn't say who, said Tane, doing an impression of himself saying who. He said, would you like me to call him? And I said, who, Hugh? Why would I call Hugh? Asked Cedric. He's right here, next to me. I know, said Tane. That's why it seemed like an odd thing to say. There's only one person here saying odd things, fella, said Cedric, pointing at Tane. And that person is you. Okay, I get it, said Tane. You two guys are some kind of comic double act, and I'm your patsy. That's fine. Is there any way you would kindly call King Panji, who I suspect is now miles away, and ask him if he'd mind popping back so I could have a little chat with him? Of course, said Cedric. I'll give him a long call. Thank you, said Tane with a sigh. Cedric, said Hugh. Yes, Hugh? Could I? Could you what, Hugh? Said Cedric. Could I call him? Please. I know you're Chief Grumpher, but I've been practicing really hard. Oh, please, Cedric. Tut, said Cedric. Okay, you have been practicing hard. I guess you've earned it. Oh, said Hugh. Thanks so much. I won't let you down. Do things always go this slowly in the orangutan world? Said Tane, turning to the Gwendolen. Slowly? She quizzed. I was just about to tell them to slow down. It's hard to follow everything when they go this quickly. Tane blinked hard and sank his head deep into his shoulders. Bear with me, said Hugh. I just need to do my vocal warm-ups. Tane looked at Gwendolen with a puzzled look, while Hugh started to hum and smack his lips together. Ooh, he has improved his technique, she said. You might want to cover your ears. What? Said Tane. Why? Hugh stretched his neck out and made the loudest noise Tane had ever heard. He slapped his wings to his ears and screwed up his face. Wow, he shouted. "That is really loud, isn't it?" "Told you," bellowed Gwendolen. There was a distant single grumph in response, and Hugh licked his lips. "He's on his way back," said Hugh. "Great," shouted Tane. "Thanks." "Why are you shouting?" asked Cedric. "What?" yelled Tane. Cedric and Hugh each took one of Tane's wings and pulled it out of his ears. "There's no need to shout," said Hugh. "We're only here." "Oh, right," said Tane. "Sorry. How long will he be?" "Oh, not long," said Cedric. "He said he just needs to check something out, and he'll come back. He's trying to find the best way through a plantation. Said he's certain there is lots of lovely green forest on the other side. He's just not sure how to get through without humans seeing us." "You got all that from Grumph?" said Tane. "It's all in the timbre, you know," said Hugh. "For example, if I wanted to say how lovely Gwendolen is looking at the moment, I would say Grumph." "Whereas," interjected Cedric impatiently, "if I wanted to tell Hugh to stop trying to chat up orangutans, who are already spoken for, I would simply say Grumph." "I wasn't trying to chat up Gwendolen at all, Cedric," said Hugh. "I was just commenting on how nice she looks today by emphasizing the umps of Grumph. I'm fully aware that Gwendolen is your female." "I beg your pardon," said Gwendolen. "I'll have you know I am no one's female, and the two of you should grow up and grumph off." "Gwendolen," said Cedric. "Mind your language," said Hugh. "We have company." "Sorry about that, Master Owl," said Cedric. "My Gwendolen can be a little bawdy at times." "I'll show you bawdy if you call me your Gwendolen again." "Ah, the courtship dance," said Cedric. "It's all part of life's rich tapestry, eh?" "I'll knock you out of this tree if you don't shut up." Before Gwendolen could finish, a shot rang out in the distance, and the forest came alive. There was a long and slower grumph up ahead, followed by a howl. "Oh, no," said Hugh. "What is it?" asked Tang. "It's King Panji," said Cedric. "They shot him." "Who?" said Tang. "Humans," said Gwendolen. "We must go to him." "Okay," said Tang. "I'll fly ahead with the owl police and take a look. Don't go too far, or they may start shooting at you guys." "But our king needs us," said Hugh. "I know, but trust me, please." Tane took off and flew north with the owl police. He tapped his comms device. "Yosuke," he said into his little microphone. "Are you there?" "Hi, Tani," said the sea lion. "Is everything well?" "I'm not sure," said Tane. "I have good news, and possibly bad news. Is Princess Kirana nearby?" "No, Tane-san. She is on the lawn playing with Novita's babies. Would you like me to get her?" "No," said Tane. "Let me see how things go first. Stay at the mobile command center, though, please, big guy. I may need you." "Hi, I'm at your service." Barney swept past and pointed down to a clearing where a forest turned into a palm oil plantation. There was a dirt road cutting along the edge of the forest, and there, on the side of the track nearest to the forest, was a large, motionless orangutan. Tane quickly scanned the area for threats, then dived down. He landed by the side of the powerful ape, who was breathing heavily and had blood oozing from a gunshot wound in his side. It was also clear to Tana that the fall from the tree had broken the king's arm. "Panji?" whispered the little owl into the king's ear. "King Panji, wake up." The ape's eyes flickered, but didn't open. "I have a message from your sister, Princess Kirana." The ape twitched, as though hearing her name had sent a bolt of energy coursing through his injured body. "She's come back to find you," said Tane. "She wants to help. We all do." "Kirana," mumbled Panji. "She is alive?" Kind of," stammered Tane. The confusion of the reply made Panji frown. He slowly opened his eyes and saw for the first time that the voice he was conversing with belonged not to another orangutan, but to a very small owl. Tane smiled. "Hi, big fella," he said. "It's nice to finally meet you in the flesh. Do you think you could get up? Panji moved slowly and groaned. I fear my injuries are worse than I would want them to be, he said. It's okay, said Tane. The others are close. They can carry you back into the forest, and then we can get you fixed up. Tane heard a whit, and then a twoo from above, and saw Raj and Barney flying down towards him. Watch out, said Barney as she swept past. Humans, said Raj. You got to get out of here. I can't just leave him, shouted Tane. Go, brave owl, said Panji, as the roar of an engine was joined by the glare of headlights. Please make sure that my sister knows how much I have missed her. I'm not leaving you here for the humans, said Tane, and he grabbed at Panji's thick red hair and flapped and tugged as hard as he could. The huge ape didn't budge. Help me, Panji, screamed Tane. I can't do this on my own. Panji stretched out his good arm and clawed at the floor. Slowly, centimeter by centimeter, the huge ape began to move closer to the forest. Suddenly he began to move faster as Barney, Rufus, and Raj all grabbed at him and flapped and pulled. They're getting closer, shouted Jav, who had stayed in the sky to keep watch. Where are the orangutan group? Yelled Tan. Too far away to help, said Jav. You're not going to make it, guys. Brakes screeched and doors slammed as the vehicle's headlights lit up this oddest of scenes. What the? Shouted one human. Never seen anything like this before, said another. Are they trying to eat him? Either that, or they're trying to drag him into the forest, said a third. A gunshot rang out, and the owls scattered into the evening sky. Tell the others to stop where they are, yelled Tane to anyone who was listening. He turned in midair and headed back down. Tane, shouted Barney. Come back. It's not safe. Tane heard Barney and knew she was right. But he had to test out this unkillable theory, and there was no time like the present. He saw the three humans grab Panji and begin to drag him towards the vehicle. What were they going to do with him? Where would they take him? Tane knew that if he didn't stop them, Panji could be gone forever. The last thing they were expecting, figured Tane, was a small Antipodean owl dive-bombing them. He headed for the human holding Panji's arms, but the human saw him coming and swatted him away. He dove back down, flying at the human who was struggling to lift the ape's legs onto the back of the truck. The human dropped Panji in order to protect himself. What is wrong with this owl? The human screamed as he picked up a rifle and batted Tane away with its butt. Tane hit a tree and fell onto the floor. The best tracking devices are the natural ones. Tane, sobbed Barney. Are you okay? I am unkillable, mumbled Tane. What? She said. You're not unlikable at Ali. Eh? Questioned Tane. I like you very much. Ah, mumbled Tane, still a little discombobulated. I see your problem. You think I said I'm unlikable, when what I really said was... He paused. What? Asked Barney. What did you say? Implacable? He said in a questioning tone, hoping it would satisfy Barney. He opened his eyes and stared up at her beautiful white face. Unkillable, more like, she said in astonishment. I don't know how you survived that. Tane blinked hard and shook his head. Panji, where is he? I'm so sorry, Tane, said Barney. The humans took him. No, moaned Tane. He's gone. How will I tell Princess Kirana? It wasn't your fault, she comforted. You couldn't have done more. True enough, said Cedric, who was standing nearby. From what the owl said, you put up a great fight. Yeah, agreed Hugh. You got a proper tough nut there. Thanks, said Tane. You're a hero, said Gwendolyn, and she bent down and ruffled his feathers slightly. So that's it then, said Tane. We've lost him. Not exactly, said Java, who was perched on a nearby branch. What do you mean? Asked Tane. If the humans have him, he'll be miles away now. How will we ever find him? He may be far, but he'll be easy to locate, said Jav. That's right, smiled Barney. You're not the only one with a tracking device, you know, said Jav. What do you mean? Asked Tane. We have two very special trackers of our own on the job, said Jav. Raj and Rufu, said Tane, excitedly looking around. Where are they? They are wherever Panji is, said Barney with a grin. Oh, guys, that's brilliant, said Tane. I just hope he's okay. Red and green, never seen, unless it's lots of orangutans, standing at the forest edge. We came as fast as we could, said Hugh from the tree line. But it was all over by the time we arrived, continued Cedric. They're going to try to sell him, said Gwendolyn. How do you know, said Tane. Because they came back for him, said Hugh. And they get more for the males because they are aggressive, finished Cedric. I need to break the news to Princess Kirana, said Tane, shaking his head in disbelief. She's going to be so upset. What about us? Asked Gwendolyn. What should we do now? Oh, yeah, the message, said Tinny. Do you know where the waterfall of the elders is? Of course, said Hugh. All orangutans know where that is. Good, said Tane. We need to go there. How long will it take? Oh, we can be there by sunup, said Cedric, but you could get there much quicker. Okay, where is it? Asked Tane. That way, said Cedric, pointing south. Could you be more specific? Begged Tane. No, answered Cedric abruptly. Okay, said Tane. We'll follow you then. And please, no blind swinging. Wouldn't dream of it, said Hugh. Not now Gwendolyn is in charge, whispered Cedric under his breath. For sale, 1 king, slightly used. Tane flew in close formation with Barney and Jav as they followed the line of orangutans below. He tapped his earpiece and said, all. Tan-san, gasped Yosuke, who was the first to respond to the beep. Where have you been? It has been too long since you last reported in. I know, said Tane apologetically. Can you all hear me? I have news. Everyone is connected, little booho, said Harriet. Sorry I've been offline, but I've been busy, said Tane. I found Panji. What? Said Arthur. Where is he? Is he safe? Pleaded Princess Kirana. I don't know, said Tane. He's gone. Gone? But where? How? Said Princess Kirana. He was searching for food for his clan and wandered too near to a palm oil plantation. Humans shot him. Oh, gosh, said Percy. Is he dead? I don't know. When I got to him, he was by the side of a road bleeding from a gunshot wound. I also think he broke an arm when he fell from the tree. Oh, no, sobbed Princess Kirana. My poor prince. King, corrected Tane. That's why the owl police didn't know his name. He's no longer Prince Panji. He's now the king. King, said Princess Kirana. Did you speak with him? Only for a short time before the humans came back, said Tane. Princess, he was so happy to hear that you are here on Artamus. What do you mean the humans came back for him, said Percy. Yeah, they came and put him in a pickup truck and took him away, said Tane. I tried to stop them, but I just couldn't. I'm sure you did everything you could, little Tan, said Harriet. Do you know why they took him? The other orangutans reckon they'll fix him up and sell him. Humans have no honor, said Yosuke. Why do they think they have the right to sell animals, said Arthur. Do you know where he is, Tane, old boy, asked Percy. Not yet. But Raj and Rufus have followed the vehicle, so we'll know his destination soon enough. Clever owls, smiled Princess Kirana. How safe is your current location, asked Harriet. Not safe at all, really, said Tane. We're way too close to humanity for comfort. Gwendolyn says we'll be at the waterfall of the elders by sunrise, but it's south, away from Panji. Okay, said Harriet. Princess Kirana and Arthur will set off immediately and meet you at the waterfall in the morning. Keep your comms open and make sure the orangutans don't run into any more trouble. Will do, said Tane. Eclectic fans. Novita wouldn't take no for an answer and demanded that she and her chicks help Percy be the air support for the ground troops. They flew high and scoured the area while, behind them, a large blob of green-spectacled pigeons followed at what they clearly believed to be a safe distance. Each time one of the falcons looked back, the flock flew erratically, as if to give the impression that they were not following. "They know we can see them, don't they?" asked Novita. "I really don't know," sighed Percy. "I feel responsible for them. Please, can you not eat any of them?" "There are enough sources of food in the jungle for us to not have to eat our way through your fan club," said Novita with a smile. "I'll tell my babies." "Thank you, my dear," said Percy, who gave a glance backwards and smiled, as what appeared to be every spectacled eye looked at her way innocently. When she moves, she really moves. Below them, Princess Kirana moved at pace through the treetops with Arthur, safely in his harness, at her chest. They all knew that, no matter which direction they traveled, obstacles would be in their way. There were roads and villages all around, not to mention the many plantations and work sites. "There's a road coming up soon," said Percy over the comms. "You should make your way down from the trees. I'll tell you when it is clear to cross." "Thank you, Percy," said Princess Kirana. "Hold on, little Arthur." She swung down lower and lower branches until she landed on the soft forest floor and crept to the edge of the road. A car shot past at speed, and she cowered back into the undergrowth. Then a motorcycle zoomed past in the opposite direction. "They're going too fast," yelped Arthur. "We'll never make it." "Wait until I give the go-ahead," said Percy as he circled above. "I can see the vehicle lights from a long distance." He was sure he had to find a large gap, as Princess Kirana had never given him the impression that she was particularly fast on her feet. "After this one," he said, and a lorry bobbled past. Princess Kirana stepped out onto the tarmac, and Arthur suddenly felt very vulnerable. Percy watched in the dwindling light for any more headlights. He looked down for a moment to check on the progress of his two friends, and when he looked back up, he saw a car coming along a side road he hadn't seen earlier. He had no idea which way it would turn when it came to the main road, so he swooped down for a closer look. "Excuse me, you two," he said over the comms. "There's a vehicle about to turn onto the road. Can you go a little faster?" "Of course," said Princess Kirana. Percy watched as the pickup slowed at the junction, and then turned in the direction of his two friends. "Oh, bother," he said. "It's coming your way, Princess, and it's coming rather fast." Arthur, who was being tossed from side to side as the large red ape waddled awkwardly across the road, could hear the engine getting louder as it approached them. She was still only halfway across the road, and Arthur could see the vehicle bearing down on them. Suddenly the pickup switched on its main beam and honked its horn. It was about 50 meters away and closing fast on the brightly lit orangutan. Stuttered Arthur. "I don't suppose you can go any faster, can you, Princess?" "Oh, little Arthur," she answered calmly. "You do worry so. Watch this." She suddenly raised herself up onto her legs, stretched her long arms above her head, and whooped as she ran as fast as she could. She reached the other side of the road in a matter of seconds and did a majestic forward roll as soon as she hit the grassy forest floor. She lay on her back, panting, as the pickup zoomed past them, still honking its horn. "Blimey, Princess," said Arthur, as he tried to balance himself on her belly. "I didn't know you could do that." "That was fun," she said through intakes of breath. "Why didn't you just do that in the first place?" he said. "We'd have got across much more quickly." "Arthur," she exhaled, "I am a princess. One has to keep one's dignity." "Not when there's a huge truck bearing down on us. One doesn't," he exclaimed. Percy spoke over the comms. "I say, fellows," he said nervously, "that looked rather close. Is anyone hurt?" "Only one small injury," said Arthur sarcastically. "And that's to the princess's dignity. Other than that, we're both okay." "Phew, what a relief," said Percy. "Oh, and Princess, I did like the bit where you waved your arms above your head." "Oh, my dear little pigeon," she said softly, "if you ever tell anyone what you just witnessed, I will make you the first creature in history to become extinct twice." "Your secret is safe with me, Your Majesty," gulped Percy as he rejoined Novita and the Ayases who were circling ahead. Novita gestured forward, and Percy saw a smoldering clearing ahead. "Arthur, old boy," he said, "I think it might be a good idea if you turn left to avoid what's up ahead." I'll ask her," he said, "but I'm not really driving this thing." He looked up and saw Princess Kirana swinging majestically at speed. "Princess!" he yelled, but she couldn't hear him. He tapped his earpiece and tried again. "Princess Kirana?" "Yes, Arthur," she answered, while she continued to swing from tree to tree. "Percy wonders if we could make a little detour as there is some danger ahead." She swung between two trees and hung there for a moment. "What kind of danger?" she asked. "Percy, what is it?" "It's a forest clearing," he answered tentatively. "And why do you think I would not want to see it?" she asked. "Because," Percy paused, "because it isn't very nice." "All the more reason for me to see it," she said. "A dizzy rat could be a vomiting rat." "About 50 more trees until the clearing, Princess," said Percy over the comms. She didn't answer. He flew down to where he guessed she would appear from the forest and saw her sitting high in the last tree staring at the scene before her. Arthur, too, was gawping at the barren earth before him. Percy landed and waited silently for them to join him. Novita and the chicks landed by his side. "This must be hard for her," she whispered. The large orangutan slowly climbed down the tree. "I suppose I will have to walk from here," she said. And she set off over the burnt forest floor. "Hey, Princess," said Arthur as he swung violently from side to side. "Any chance I can get off and walk too? You're making me dizzy." "Sorry, Arthur," said Princess Kirana, and she unhooked him from the harness and placed him gently on the floor. His nose twitched as the smell of the burnt ground hit him. They walked silently through an eerie fog. Percy walked with them for as long as he could, but the smell eventually became too much for him, and he flew to rejoin the falcons high in the fresh air. The green spectacled pigeons were nowhere to be seen. As they neared the other side, Arthur ran ahead. "Stay close, Arthur," called out Princess Kirana, but it was too late. Arthur, excited at the prospect of once again feeling the damp forest floor under his feet, could wait no longer and danced into the undergrowth. Princess Kirana turned her head to listen and heard a familiar sound from her past. She couldn't place it. Panting. Snarling. Then it hit her. Dole. Wild dogs. Favorite food. Rat. "Arthur," she called out. "Where are you?" "Starter rat. Main course rat. Dessert custard. Over rat." Arthur was oblivious to the sounds of danger in the forest. To him, everything sounded like something was either being eaten or mated with, so he'd learned to tune it out. He could, however, hear a slightly unusual noise closing in from behind. It sounded like hundreds of tiny little feet scampering on the damp leaves of the forest floor. He turned to see hundreds of tiny little feet, all attached to rats, scampering towards him on the damp leaves of the forest floor. They all ran silently past him. All, that is, except for one who had the decency to scream one word at him. That word was, "Run!" Arthur looked past the rats and could see dogs. A pack of dogs. He didn't need to hear the word Egypt to know that rat was on the menu, so he turned and ran. City rats can run fast when inspired by certain death, and he overtook the larger brown rats like a teenager at a pensioner's race. One by one he heard the rats behind him being picked off by the efficient canine hunters. Up ahead he saw a tree with twisted roots, and decided to slide into a small gap and hope the dogs would carry on by. As he ran, he glanced over his shoulder and saw the snarling, drooling teeth of a particularly ferocious dhole dog. He was just about to go in for the kill when he felt his legs running in midair. He rose from the forest floor and looked up to see a peregrine falcon above him. "Is this our falcon?" he yelped. "They all look the same." "It is I, Arthur," said Novita, "but I have to put you down soon. I haven't got a proper grip on the harn." Arthur, wondering where the doubles of the word harness had gone, looked up and saw Novita rising above him. He quickly realized that if Novita was ascending, then he was descending. He scanned the forest below him for anything that might find him delicious, and saw a dhole dog directly beneath him, sniffing at a tree root. With a thud, he landed on the back of the dog, causing it to buck and fling him into the wet grass. In one movement, he jumped up and scrambled for the safety of the mangled roots of a large tree. He ran as deep into the complex system of contorted wooden arms as possible and stood as still as his beating heart would allow. Opposite, he noticed two like-minded and very nervous brown rats. One of them lifted a ratty finger to his lips and whispered, "Shh." Good advice, thought Arthur, and he shh. The dog sniffed at the root, but knew its prey had outsmarted it this time, so ran away to find an easier meal. Behind him, Arthur heard, "Shh." "No," whispered Arthur. "The word you're looking for is shh." He saw the eyes of the two brown rats in front of him look beyond his shoulder. "There's something behind me, isn't there?" said Arthur to the second brown rat. "There may be," said the rat as it darted out, followed quickly by its friend. Arthur wondered what could possibly be so frightening to a brown rat that it would rather take its chances with the ravenous dhole dogs out in the forest than stay in the relative safety of his current location. Slowly Arthur turned to find himself face to face with a large python. "I'll bet you eat rats, don't you?" he gulped. "Itchy," a ringing endorsement. "Arthur," called out Princess Kirana, "answer me." She followed the downtrodden tracks the dogs had made while Percy and Novita scoured the floor from above for movement. "His comms must be broken," said Percy as he tapped away on his earpiece. "Or," said Novita. "Don't say it," demanded Percy. "Well, we can't look all night," she said. "They may have got him." "Arthur!" yelled Percy, even louder. Suddenly Percy heard Princess Kirana's voice over the headset. "Hello," she said. "What are you doing?" "Have you found him?" gasped Percy. She had followed the tracks and found a large python hiding in the grass. Hang on a moment, please, Percy," she answered. "I just need to speak to this beautiful python. I don't suppose you've seen our friend, have you?" Burp," bellowed the python. "Are you okay?" asked Princess Kirana. "Just, something stuck in my throat. I'll be fine." He coughed. Princess Kirana, growing suspicious, put her hand around the neck of the python and pulled it out of the pile of leaves to reveal a rat-shaped bump halfway down its body. "If that is my friend, Arthur," she said, "I will be very angry." She looked at the bump and spoke. "Arthur, is that you?" she asked. The python gulped. "Do not gulp again," ordered the orangutan. "Spit him out now, or I will have to wring him out." She grabbed the python's body just below the lump and started to twist it upwards toward the python's mouth. "Listen," said the python, struggling to talk. "It's not my fault. I have to live, and I'm very partial to a bit of rat. How was I to know that it had an orangutan and a flock of birds as its best friends? I mean, it's not an everyday occurrence, that, you know?" "I want it out now," said Princess Kirana calmly. "But," pleaded the python, "brown rats are so delicious." "Brown?" quizzed the orangutan. Said the python, making the finalum rise in a questioning intonation. "You said brown rat?" "Yes." "Yummy." said the python gutturally, as Princess Kirana squoze the final few inches of soggy brown rat out of the snake. It fell to the floor and gasped for air. "Thank you," it said as it leapt up and ran towards the other rats. "Hey guys," it yelled. "You will not believe what just happened to me." Kirana dropped the python, who coughed a little, and slithered away to find a less complicated meal. A moment later she heard a scratching noise by her ear and turned to see a small white and brown fancy rat scraping down a tree trunk beside her. "Help," said Arthur. "I can't hold on any more. Has the snake gone?" "Oh, Arthur," she said as she grabbed him and squoze him tightly. "He is alive, everyone. He is okay." Arthur searched for his headset, which had slipped and was caught on his harness, and put it back onto his head. "I'm okay, everyone," he said with gusto. "I mean, I was nearly dog meat and python food, but I'm okay." Princess Kirana dangled the little rat in front of her face and looked directly into his eyes. "Do not ever leave the harness again, young man," she said as she reattached him. "Okay," said Arthur. "Sorry." The Waterfall of the Elders. We're here. As Princess Kirana swung from tree to tree, the excitement of nearly being lunch for two predators overcame Arthur, and he lolled into a deep sleep. He had no idea how much time had passed, but he awoke slowly as he realized he was no longer swinging, but dangling. He rubbed his eyes, wiped a little drool from the side of his mouth, and looked up at his transport system. "Why are we stopped?" he yawned. Look," I said, Princess Kirana, and he followed her gaze to see a beautiful waterfall tumbling into a still, tree-lined pool. "The waterfall of the elders," she mumbled under her breath. "It's stunning," gasped Arthur. "Yes, it is," she replied. "This is where generations of forest dwellers have gathered to discuss important matters." She climbed down the tree, absent-mindedly plonked Arthur onto a large boulder, and headed for the water. "Wait here," she said without looking at him, and walked into the pool until all that was left above the surface were her two giant lips. She felt the pool floor for a rock and stepped on it, thrusting her body upwards and out of the water, shaking her head as she rose. "I have not felt water on my body for so long," she hummed, as she settled into a shallow part of the pool, raised her lips to the sky, and roared. There followed a sentence of lip smacks and high shrieks, which she ended with grinded teeth. "Is she okay?" asked Percy, who had landed beside Arthur. "I think she may have sat on something sharp," he replied with a grin. "The compound. Stop killing us. It really hurts." Jean had been walking all morning and was tired. He'd been chatting with a green-spectacled pigeon the other day who'd said there was a brave pigeon warrior who, with the aid of his friends, was planning to take back the forest and teach those humans a lesson. And he wanted in. He was sick of being one of the most trafficked mammals in the world. Humans were very rude. They wanted to dry his scales and then cook them in the urine of young boys. For some reason, they seemed to believe that this was a cure for such things as excessive nervousness, deafness, and hysterical crying in children. They also believed it to be a cure for women possessed by devils and ogres. He was certain it wasn't. Surely it would have come up in his being a pangolin lessons when he was a child. If humans were going to make up stupid things, why couldn't it be that cuddling pangolins cured headaches or stroking them lowered blood pressure? He'd lost all of his family to poachers. He squinted and saw what appeared to be a Japanese sea lion wearing a headset talking to a giant tortoise in a box. Pangolins had notoriously bad vision, not an ideal trait for a nocturnal animal, so he switched to his other senses. When it came to the senses of smell and hearing, there were a few other small, scaly mammals to match the pangolin. He thought to himself, as what appeared to be Someone with the lilt of a Spanish accent chatted with what appeared to be someone with a Japanese accent. Perhaps, I'm not as good at hearing as I thought I was, unless, of course, there actually is a Japanese sea lion talking to a Spanish tortoise. As he grew closer, he saw a large four-legged animal standing before him. "Ah," he growled as he instinctively curled himself into a scaly ball and farted. "Why are you growling at a table, little animal?" said a Japanese voice. The head of a sea lion appeared. "A table, you say?" said Jean. "Yes." "Not a big, scary, four-legged monster, then?" "No," said Yosuke. "Am I to assume, my friend, that your vision is not too good?" "Well, it is dark," said Jean. "It is a very large table," said Yosuke. "And noon." "True," continued Jean. "But it does have 4 legs." "Yes," agreed Yosuke. "It does have 4 legs. What on earth is that smell?" "Ah, sorry," said Jean. "I tend to emit a noxious-smelling chemical from glands near my anus when I am surprised." "Well, then, please remind me," said Yosuke, mumbling through a flipper, "to never ever surprise you." "Is everything bueno?" came the gentle voice of Harriet through the Mobile Command Center speakers. Jean unrolled himself a little and peered out from behind his own tail. "Everything but the air quality is fine. Thank you, Harriet-chan," said Yosuke. "Who's that?" said Jean, gesturing at the image of Harriet. "That is the Honorable Harriet-chan." "Why is she in that box?" said the confused Pangolin. "She is not in a box," said Yosuke. "That is a computer screen." "Okay. Then why is she in that computer screen?" "Because she is not there." "Okay," said Jean slowly. "You may be about to lose me." "She is not actually where you can see her," said Yosuke. "She is many, many miles away." Squinted Jean. "Perhaps my eyes aren't as bad as I thought they were." "That is because she is in HD," said Yosuke. "HD? It stands for high definition. I do not know what it is, but Arthur was very excited about it." "What is your name?" asked Harriet, in high definition. "I'm Jean," said the pangolin. "I heard there is a tough army of vicious animals taking back the forest from the evil humans." "Oh," said Harriet, "I wouldn't say we are tough or particularly vicious, but we do want to help as many animals as we can." "Well," said Jean determinedly, "I'm in. I want to be a part of it. What can I do to help?" "You can start," said Yosuke, "by not farting." "The barn, well, look who's here." "Harriet, love," said Edith, as she opened the barn doors. "Are you in here?" "I'm here, Edith," said Harriet, as she noticed her walking toward a bale of hay. "Be careful, my Carino. You're about to walk into a bale of—" But it was too late. Edith caught her knee on the hay and tumbled to the floor. "Edith!" exclaimed Harriet. "Are you all right?" "Oh, it's this blasted blindness, Harriet," she said as she sat up upright and proceeded to dust herself down. "I just wish I could see again." "It must be very frustrating," said Harriet. "I hope you don't mind. But I have taken it upon myself to have something made for you by my wonderful new friend Sergei." "Ooh," said Edith. "I don't mind at all. What is it?" "Here," said Harriet as she nudged a box towards Edith. "Open this." Edith felt for the box and opened it. "So what have you been up to?" said Edith, struggling patiently with the tape on the box. "I have been researching the island of Artamus," explained Harriet. "That's the princess's island, isn't it?" "Yes," said Harriet. She watched as Edith plunged her hand into a pocket and produced a sophisticated multi-tool device. With one hand, she expertly flicked out the penknife, sliced open the box. "And what have you discovered?" she asked, as she delved beyond the polystyrene packaging chips and pulled out a smaller box. "It is not a happy place," said Harriet, "and the president, well, he seems to be a horrible fellow." Oh, dear. Poor Princess Kirana, said Edith, as she opened the smaller box. Glasses? Yes, said Harriet. They are dark glasses, just like the ones you are wearing now, but with one slight difference. Mused Edith, as she weighed them and felt around the frames. They seem the same. What is the difference? I have had Sergei insert little cameras into the frames so I can see whatever you point your head at. That means I can be your eyes, said Harriet gleefully. And there is a little hearing device so I can talk to you, and no one will ever know. So you can be my guide toward us, said Edith, giving away the fact that she knew Harriet was not human. Oh, said Harriet, so you know? I've known ever since you asked for lettuce with your tea, said Edith, and your tea in a saucer. And the saucer served on the floor. What I don't know is how. I really don't know either, said Harriet, hoping that their relationship wouldn't change. Does it matter? Not in the least, said Edith, much to Harriet's relief. You are the kindest and nicest people I have ever had the pleasure to meet. Much nicer than humans. Oh, gracias, said Harriet. That makes me so happy. Me too, said Edith. I do, however, have a question. I thought you would, asked Harriet, preparing herself. What on earth is that noise? I don't know, sighed Harriet, happy that it wasn't a much tougher question. I've been hearing it all day. It seems to be coming from the hayloft. It sounds like scraping and squeaking and rustling, said Edith. Perhaps I should go up there and take a look. But you're blind, said Harriet. Not anymore, said Edith, as she put on her new glasses. 21 to 23 days ago, something happened. In Arthur's soundproofed case, Edith, sporting her new glasses, walked to the hayloft ladder and stood on the bottom rung. Now, she said, can you see everything? Clear as a bell, said Harriet, as she stared at the little screen Sergei had cleverly affixed to a collar for her. I see 13 steps, so be careful when you get to the top. I'll be fine, said Edith, as she counted the rungs under her breath. She reached the top and hauled herself into a sitting position. It's quite dark up here. Can you still see anything? I'll switch to night vision, said Harriet. Can you just look from right to left, please? Edith kept her head as level as possible and panned slowly across the hayloft. There, said Harriet excitedly. I can see something. Stay right there, please, Edith, as I zoom in. Harriet zoomed in as far as she could and smiled with joy. Ah, so there you are. She grinned. The waterfall of the elders, the big entrance. Tane swooped down and landed on a rock near to Arthur and Percy. Here they come, he said. Who? Asked Percy. Keep your eyes on the forest just to the right of the waterfall, said Tane. Do you hear that noise? It's like a distant rustling noise, said Arthur. And it's getting louder, said Percy. Wait for it, said Tane. And there. The forest went from green to ginger as orangutan after orangutan whooped and ran into the water. They splashed and grumped with joy until one of them noticed a different orangutan sitting in the water at the other end of the pool. Who are you? Said Hugh as he stood waist-deep and dripping from every red hair. I am Princess Kirana, she said. Sister to King Panji. Princess, said Hugh nervously. Cedric sloshed over and put both hands under the water. With an almighty heave upwards, he soaked Hugh. Hugh stood unmoved. What's up, Hugh? Asked Cedric. You always get me back when I do that. Hugh tentatively pointed forward, and Cedric's eyes followed the line of the point until he saw another orangutan. One he didn't recognize, but who seemed no fun at all. Oh, he said with a knowing nod. I get it. He turned and began to wade over to Princess Kirana. Has someone forgotten how to have fun? He said teasingly. Said Hugh. Don't. I'm going to get you, said Cedric playfully. Just then Gwendolen paddled over to Hugh's side. "Who's that?" she whispered. "Princess Kirana," said Hugh. "Cedric, what are you doing?" yelled Gwendolyn. "Do you know who that is?" It was a grumpy face which needed cheering up. He smiled. Princess Kirana stood before him and dripped. Hugh waddled over as quickly as he could and whispered into Cedric's ear. "It's Princess Kirana," he mumbled. "You just covered the king's sister in water and then called her grumpy." "Ah," said Cedric. "Your Majesty. Humbly." Princess Kirana raised a hand and everything stopped. Arthur, Tane, and Percy looked at each other from the sidelines and then looked back at the drama unfolding before them. "What is your name?" asked Princess Kirana solemnly. "Oh dear," said Cedric. "My name. I seem to have forgotten." "Cedric, your Majesty," yelled Hugh as he slowly backed away. "His name is Cedric." "Well, Cedric," said Princess Kirana as she rested her hand on his head. "You're it." She forced Cedric's head beneath the water and ran, splashing and grumping happily at the other two. "Ha! I knew she was okay about it," shouted Hugh as Princess Kirana barged into him and knocked him over. Novita and her chicks flew down and sat next to Percy. "What is going on?" she asked, as she watched a pool of orangutans duck and bob each other under the water. "I have no idea," said Percy. "Maybe it's a royal tradition or something," said Arthur. "Royalty is weird," said Tane. "The compound. Did you ever feel like strangling a pangolin?" "I can hear you, but I don't know how this works," said Jean. "Can you hear me?" "Not really, Jean," said Harriet, who couldn't have called at a worse time. "You have to speak into the microphone?" "Okay, she will do, Mrs. Tortoise," said Jean. What's a microphone? Is Yosuke there? Would you like me to get Yosuke?" "What?" strained Harriet. "I said, would you like me to get Yosuke?" "I think it would be best if you got Yosuke." "I'll get Yosuke." "What? I'll get Yosuke?" "It's no good, Jean," shrieked Harriet. "You'll have to get Yosuke." Harriet saw the little pangolin disappear from the screen and waited. "Yosuke?" she heard in the distance. "Mrs. Tortoise would like to speak to you." Harriet looked to her left and spoke. "I still can't believe it. I am so happy for you," she said to someone off-screen. Eventually, she heard the distinctive sound of Yosuke closing in on the mobile command center. Squeak, slap, squeak, slap, squeak, slap, squeak, slap, squeak, slap, versus squeak. "Harriet-chan," he said breathlessly, "I am so sorry. Nature called." "When one has to go, even Magnifico warriors have to go," giggled Harriet. "I am just calling to let you know that I have some wonderful news," she continued as the camera panned to the right. "Look who is here. But keep it to yourself for the time being, as the others have a job to do." "What wonderful news, Harriet-chan," grinned the sea lion. "My lips are sealed." The hunter's house. Toads trumped near trees, too. Rufu had returned to the waterfall of the elders and, as he was the largest of all the birds, had been nominated as rat carrier for the journey back to Panji's location. Everyone followed him quietly as he led them to the last known location of his friend Raj. "That's where they're keeping Panji," he said as he gestured towards a large farmstead below. "But Raj isn't where I left him." "I do hope he's okay," said Percy, who had absolutely insisted that his glasses-wearing entourage stay at the waterfall of the elders, on the premise that it was quite hard to sneak up on anyone when you were towing a flock. "Perhaps they moved Panji and he followed them," suggested Tan. "Barney'll find him," said Jav. "She could find a farting frog in a forest." With one large flap of her wings, she shot to the front of the formation and rotated her heart-shaped face until her internal radar blipped, and she banked right. "She's got him," said Jav. They followed as she swept down and landed on a branch which at first appeared empty. As they closed in, they could just make out the telltale orange eyes and white ear tufts of a Rajascop's owl. Raj put a wing to his beak and whispered, "This is as close as I can get," he said. "I was too exposed on the other branch." "What's the news?" asked Rufus. "No change," said Raj. "The farmer came out earlier because Panji was rattling his cage and making lots of noise." "What happened?" asked Tane. "Nothing much," said Raj. "The farmer shouted and kicked the cage. Panji's been quiet since." "How many humans?" asked Arthur. "I don't know," said Raj. "All the house lights are off, so I guess they've gone to bed for the night." "Should be easy then," said Percy. I don't like it. It's too quiet," said Arthur. You watch too many action movies, Arthur," said Tane. "It'll be a piece of cake. We all know what we're doing, right, guys?" Everyone nodded. "So," paused Arthur, "are we ready for Plana?" "Let's do this," said Tane, and he leapt into the sky. Everyone watched as he circled twice and then swept down onto Panji's cage. In the jungle, the mighty jungle, the orangutan sleeps tonight. "Panji," he whispered, but the great ape didn't stir. "Panji?" It was no use. The drugs used by the vet to treat his wounds had kicked in, and he was snoring heavily. Tane hopped down from the cage and searched the floor for a stick with which to poke the orangutan. He found one, but when he picked it up, he heard a growl. "That's funny," he thought. "Sticks don't growl." He turned to see he was face to face with a very large set of snarling teeth, attached to which was a large, muscular Rottweiler. "Ah," said Tane, who knew that if he moved at all he would find out what would happen to an unkillable, laughing owl who had been torn into 1,000 pieces. "Will I reform as all my bits lock back together like a jigsaw," he thought, "or will I spend eternity being carried around in a box and performing tricks at parties where I can be in more than one room at a time?" He had to think fast because he didn't like confined spaces and, more importantly, he hated parties. "What's brown and sticky?" "Here, boy," he said excitedly. "Do you want the stick?" The Rottweiler stopped snarling and stared at the twig in Tane's left talon. "I bet you want it, don't you, boy?" Tane's head bent all the way to his shoulder so he could see under the dog's belly. "Sorry," continued Tane as his head returned to the vertical. "Go." The Rottweiler's mouth opened and Tane moved the stick closer. The dog froze as Tane slowly wafted it in front of her mouth, and then she snapped at it. With lightning reactions, Tane whipped the stick away and fluttered backward slightly. The Rottweiler bent down on her front legs, stuck her bottom in the air, and wagged her stubby tail from side to side. He saw a chrome, bone-shaped name tag dangling from her collar and smiled. "Do you want me to throw it, Candy?" Candy's eyes changed from confusion to desperation, and Tane knew he had her attention. "I'm going to throw it. Are you ready?" he teased. He pulled back his talon and held it in the about-to-throw position. Candy's body tensed, and Tane threw the stick. The enormous guard dog turned and sprinted to retrieve it. With one swift movement, she grabbed the stick and returned it to Tane's feet. Tane grasped the stick and leapt into the sky where he hovered, taunting Candy. And then he set off across the field as fast as he could, with Candy chasing him, her eyes firmly fixed on the stick in his talons. He suddenly swept upwards, threw the stick into some long grass, and turned to power back to Panji's cage. He landed with his back to the cage and stared across the field. He could just make out Candy's tail wagging above the long grass as she searched for her quarry. "You handled that quite beautifully, little owl," spoke a voice from behind him. He leapt 180 degrees and saw Panji staring at him. "You awake?" said Tane exhaustedly. "I fear the substance the human put inside me has made me drowsy." Yawned the huge orangutan in a little cage. "The commotion awoke me." "I do apologize, Your Highness," bowed Tane. In future, I shall try to be quieter while avoiding the gnashing jaws of a killer dog. I think someone wants you, said Panji as he gestured behind Tane. Tane turned to see Candy powering towards him across the field. This may take a while, he said. Excuse me a moment. Come on, girl. Candy came to a halt within a couple of inches of Tane's face and dropped the stick. She wagged her tail excitedly. Who's a clever girl, said Tane, and Candy's eyes opened wider. Candy, shouted a female voice from the farmhouse. What's going on, girl? Candy picked up the stick and ran excitedly to her owner. What have you got there, said the woman. A stick? It's the middle of the night, and you're playing with a stick. Come on in. You can sleep with us tonight. Candy trotted through the door, and it slammed behind her. Excuse me one moment, please, Panji, said Tane as he took off and returned to the tree where he sat next to Raj. Dog, said Tane with a questioning tone. Oh, yes, said Raj. There's a dog. You need to watch out for the dog. The rescue. Tane snorted indignantly and turned to Arthur. We're going to need Plan B, he said. The cage is locked with a black loop of plastic. Cable ties, mumbled Arthur. I thought they might have used padlocks. Okay, Novita, you're on. I am ready, said Novita, and she grabbed Arthur by the harness and took off. She dropped him, expertly, onto Panji's cage and went to work on the cable tie with her razor-sharp beak. Arthur slipped through the cage bars and plopped into Panji's lap. Shh, he whispered as he put a finger to his lips. Princess Karana sent us to break you out. Are you okay to walk? Yes, whispered Panji. Where's my sister? She's waiting for you at the waterfall of the elders, said Arthur. Will you be able to make it there? I will manage, said the king proudly. Finished, whispered Novita from outside the cage. Panji pushed the cage door and it swung open. Wow, said Arthur. Those razor-sharp beaks come in handy, eh? Let's go. No, said Panji loudly. I cannot leave. Shh, whispered Arthur. They'll hear us. What do you mean you can't leave? Follow me, said Panji, and he crept to a small barn at the back of the farmhouse and opened the door slightly. Oh, said Arthur. I see. Bird's doing bird. What is it? Said Tane. Is Panji okay? It's the barn, whispered Arthur. It's full of animals. Oh, no, said Percy. What do you want us to do? Keep watch, said Arthur. I'm going in. He crept in and, through the moonlight, saw a line of cages on each side. Thankfully, not all of them were full. Okay, he mumbled to whoever was listening. It's a bit dark, but I can see a baby elephant, a tiny bear, and a young tiger. They all seem to be asleep. Oh, and at the back of the barn is a cage with 3 baby orangutans squeezed into it. This is inhumane. Are you talking to me? Asked a French-accented voice from above. What? Said Arthur, who looked up to see a long line of bird cages hanging from a beam. There were so many birds, all different sizes and colors, but all of them silent and resigned, it appeared, to a life behind bars. Except for one. I was just wondering if you were talking to me, No, I wasn't, said Arthur, realizing he was talking quite loud. And be quiet. They might hear us. Oh, breathed the small bird. Who might hear us? The humans. Oh, okay. I shall whisper Zen, said the bird. Are you to save me? I'm listed as vulnerable by the IUCN, you know. The what? Asked Arthur. The International Union for the Conservation of Nature. Isn't that the IUFCON? Yes, I suppose it is. If you're going to be pedantic. Anyway, I am a Schneider's Pitta, and I was considered extinct in 1918 until rediscovered in 1988. That was my... He tried to count on his feathers. Great-great-great-great-grandpapa, or something, I'm not sure. Anyway, I was related. Well, I suppose I have to be, if there aren't many of us left. Do you know that if... Schneider's Pitta looked down and saw that the little rat had gone. Oh, he said to himself. Vous êtes allé. Où est le rat? The little bird opened its cage with one snip of the cable tie and climbed out onto the top. Hello, petty rat, he called out. Où est le rat? Shh, said Arthur. Be quiet. I'm over here with the baby orangutans. Excusez-moi, mon ami, said the bird, who had now flown down and was standing beside Arthur. Ah, yes, the babies. So little room in their cage. I know, said Arthur. It's such a shame, but we'll save them. Ah, oui, whispered the little bird. You are here to rescue the apes? Yes, said Arthur. I mean, no, not just the apes. We're going to save all of you. Oh, très bien. They have become like my family, no? Said the bird eagerly. My name is Morris, by the way. How may I help? Well, Morris, how sharp is your beak? Said Arthur. If it's not a personal question. It is a personal question, said Morris. But I don't mind, as I have the beak of a rapier, you know. Good. Do you think you could help us by cutting through the cable ties holding the cage door shut? Why, of course. That is easy, whispered Morris. Said Arthur as he turned and saw Morris standing behind him. Hang on. You're out of your cage. Of course, petty rat, said Maurice matter-of-factly. You told me to be quiet and to be heard from my cage. I would have to shout, no? But, if you could get out at any time, why were you in there? That is where I was put, shrugged Morris. But you didn't want to be in the cage, right? No. But you stayed there? Oui? And you're happy to help us open the cages? Of course, said Morris. I can do them all now, if you wish. Do you wish? You could do them all? Easy peasy, said Morris. Bish, bash, bosh. Go on, then, challenged Arthur as he tapped his earpiece. Hi, guys. There's a little bird in here who reckons he can easily open all the cages for us. I don't believe him, but stand by anyway. Roger that, Arthur, said Percy, standing by. There was an odd chord as many squeaky cage doors opened at the same time, and Arthur turned to see Maurice on top of the baby orangutan's cage. Et voilà, he whispered gleefully, as a flock of assorted birds flew for the barn door into freedom. Well, I never, said Arthur, as he gawped at the empty cages above. Shh, reminded Morris with a wing-tip to his beak. I fear, however, that the baby apes are terrified. How you say? Scared a lot? Arthur scurried to the orangutan cage and saw the trembling babies. It's okay, he whispered to them. We're not going to hurt you. They cowered and backed into the farthest corner of the tiny cage. I hate humans, muttered Arthur. Look, they're even scared of little old me. Leave this to me, said Panji as he knelt before the cage and gently stretched out his good arm. The babies clambered up and clung tightly to his body. We need to go, immediately, he whispered. Can you and the tiny bird manage the elephant, bear, and tiger? I guess so, said Arthur, but only if they want to go. They look asleep. They are drugged, whispered Maurice. The bear was howling. The elephant was turning so much it nearly knocked over the cage, and the little tiger was biting and clawing at the bars. The farmer shot them with a dart. To shut them up, obviously, said Arthur quietly. No, mon ami, said Maurice. They don't care about the noise. They care about the animals doing damage to themselves. So it's in a strange way they care about them? No, 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 muttered Maurice. They are worth less at the market if they are damaged. Arthur shook his head in dismay and picked up a long stick. Can you open their cages and I'll wake them? He said. Ah, oui. But it may be hard to wake. The drugs are très strong, and they only shot them. After they brought in your big friend. That is why his cage was outside. He was, how you say, wind them up. Morris, quick as a flash, snipped the cable ties, and each door squeaked open a little. Arthur dashed into the closest cage, where the elephant lay heaving heavily. "Elephant," he whispered as he lifted a huge ear. "Huge little elephant. Wake up." "He is called Fariz," said Morris. "I spoke with him yesterday when Zay brought him in." "This could take some time," said Arthur. "Can you wake the bear?" "Je suis audacieux comme un éclair," said Maurice. "Huh?" said Arthur, turning to look at him. "I am, how you say, on it like the flash," he translated, and he dashed into the bear's cage and pecked his nose. "Ow," said the bear, and it slowly blinked open its eyes to reveal a small bird hopping in front of it. "Très facile," said the little bird. "Easy as tart." "Who are you?" asked the bear. "Shh," whispered Morris. "That's an odd name," said the bear. "Where are you from?" "I am French," said Morris. "Shh. Doesn't sound very French, but then I haven't met many." The bear thought for a moment. "French persons." "Shh. Is not my name, mon ami. It is an instruction. We are rescuing those, so too must be hush, hush." "Ah, okay. Mum's the word," whispered the bear, with a knowing tap on its own nose. "What is the word?" asked Morris. "Mum. Je suis confus." "Will you two stop discussing the weather?" grumbled Arthur. "And try to wake up this elephant while I get the tiger?" "Ah, oui," said Morris. "No problem," whispered the bear, yawning slightly as the tranquilizers and the drugged darts still washed through his body. "Elephant waking is a specialism of mine." Arthur ran to the tiger's cage and scurried to its ear. "Tiger," he whispered. "Wake up, little tiger." He paused as he heard what sounded like a low rumbling, and wondered if the farmer had awoken and was on his way to the barn. "Percy," he said quietly, "is everything still all clear out there?" "It certainly is, old boy," answered Percy. "No activity out here at all. Panji is waiting for you at the line where the field meets the jungle. What's taking you so long? These animals are heavily drugged, and we're trying to wake them. Send someone to tell Panji to set off back to the waterfall of the elders. He has a bad arm and is carrying 3 babies, so he needs to go now. We'll catch him up." "Will do. I'll send Tana. Is there anything we can do to help?" "Just keep watch, and let me know the minute something changes." He paused again as the rumble became more growly. "Are you sure there are no motorbike engines running out there?" "Positive, old boy," said Percy. "Why, what can you hear?" "It's a kind of growly, snarly noise. A bit like a tiger, staring at me, with all of its, teeth showing." "Sure," said the tiger as it blinked and gave an enormous yawn. "I'm not really asleep. I've been watching and listening. What do you want with us? I don't trust you." Said Arthur, frozen to the spot. "We're here to rescue you." "Why would you try and rescue me?" said the tiger, clearly trying to stay awake. "You don't know me." "True, but I know what happens to you if they take you to the market," said Arthur, slowly realizing that the tiger was just a cub and was attempting to be scary. "What happens?" said the tiger, showing the first glimmer of fear. "Well, I've read that they believe that tiger skin has magical powers," said Arthur. "And they want your teeth and claws as good luck charms." And stammered the little tiger cub. "And they think that your bones, when crushed, are a treatment for rheumatism." "Oh," said the tiger, bowing his head. "And there's more?" asked the tiger, raising his head again. "And this one is the worst. They are convinced that your penis, if soaked in wine, is an aphrodisiac." Maurice appeared next to Arthur. "It's all true, Boulan, mon ami," he whispered. "Humans do terrible things to us. I think we should go with Le Petit Rat." "Okay," said Boulan. "But what about Fariz?" "I've left the waking of the baby elephant to the bear. He said he knows precisely what to do." They all turned towards the elephant's cage and saw the sun bear holding Fariz's ear up and inhaling a deep breath. He's not going to do what I think he's going to do, is he? Whispered Arthur, secretly knowing the answer. Wake up, elephant, hollered the bear, and Fariz opened his eyes immediately. A dog began to bark in the distance, and Arthur's earpiece buzzed. What was that, old boy? Asked Percy in dismay. It was a sun bear waking up a baby elephant, said Arthur, no longer bothering to whisper. Did it work? Asked Percy. Because it has woken up the dog, and all the lights in the house are coming on. Might I suggest you get the heck out of there? Good advice, Perk, said Arthur, turning to his new friends. I hope you lot are up for a run, because we need to scarper now. Maurice, can you find us the quickest route to the jungle? Absolument, said the little bird. I already know it, as this is my quartier. Follow me, mes nouveaux amis. Does anybody speak French? Asked the sun bear. We don't need to understand him, shouted Arthur. Just follow him. They ran out of the barn and followed Morris's path to the jungle. Just as they reached the thick undergrowth, a shot rang out and a human voice shouted, Go and find them, Candy! Do you all know where the waterfall of the elders is? Shouted Arthur. Yes, they all shouted. Make your way there, he yelled. We have to split up now, to confuse them. Fariz wrapped his trunk around Arthur and hurled him onto his back. Hold on, little rat, he said. It's going to get bumpy. 3-pronged split. Arthur looked over his shoulder and saw Boulan and the sun bear dart off in different directions as Fariz carried him, a lot faster than he thought a drugged baby elephant could, away from the farmers. His earpiece buzzed. Where are you, Arthur? Said a panicking Percy over the comms. The owls have taken flight to attempt to track the bear and the tiger, but it will be hard at this time of night. I don't know, said Arthur as he bumped up and down on the back of this amazing beast. Maurice? Oui, mon ami. Can you fly higher so my friends can see you? Oui, okay. Gotcha, mate, said Tommy. Percy and the falcons are on your tail. Great. Are we heading in the right direction? I wouldn't worry about that at the moment, shouted Percy. You may want to worry about the huge Rottweiler closing fast. What? Stumbled Arthur as he glanced over his shoulder. Oh. Leave this to me, said Tane. And he dove down and flew alongside Candy. The comms didn't quite pick up what he said to the dog, but she slowed and then came to a halt. What's happening, Tane? Asked Percy. This beautiful dog has offered to lead the humans in a different direction to give us some time, said Tane as he flew back up. I'm going to go with her to make sure she's okay. That's great news, Tane, said Arthur. Does that mean we can slow down a little, please? Yeah, mate, you need to turn left and go straight. We'll take them the opposite way. Thank you, bounced Arthur. Farzer, you can slow down a little. Now, phew. Thanks. Fariz slowed to a more familiar waddle, and Morris dropped down and landed on his head. I hope you don't mind me riding with you? No, said Fariz. Not at all. Excellent. Now, allez. To the cascade we go. The waterfall of the elders, allons enfants. Marchons, marchons, sang Maurice as the little elephant appeared out of the jungle. Con sang impur, he continued. Aber. He belted out with pride, getting louder as the anthem reached its climax. No silence. Everybody turned to look at the odd sight of a baby elephant carrying a fancy rat and a saluting, singing bird. He's French, said Arthur, as if this explained everything. Princess Kirana, may I introduce Morris? Morris, this is Princess Kirana, and another 20 orangutans. Hello, beautiful little bird, said Princess Kirana. And who is this handsome gentleman? My name is Fariz. Thank you for saving me, he said, as Percy and the falcons landed nearby. Our pleasure, dear chap, said Percy. Now, where is everyone else? Yeah, said Arthur. I thought Panji would be back first. He set off before us. I do hope he is okay, said Princess Kirana. He had a bad arm and was carrying 3 babies, said Arthur. So perhaps he's taking his time. Suddenly a loud shot rang out to the north. Run, Boulan, run. Boulan's heart was pounding as he dodged the trees as best he could. Every now and then one would clip his body, causing him to yelp with pain. He was badly bruised and had cuts where the sharp bark had ripped into his flesh. A bullet thudded into a nearby tree, and he ran as fast as his legs would take him. Better a few cuts and bumps than a searing hot bullet. He wasn't sure how many were hunting him. He hadn't had time to stop and take a head count. But he knew they wouldn't stop until they got him back, dead or alive. He could easily outrun them in this environment because this was his world. But he knew that running this erratically made him very easy to track. His heart thudded like it wanted to leap out of his chest and forge ahead, leaving his body behind, but he knew full well that it was his body they were after. And if Arthur was right, other things too. One thing he was sure about was that he wasn't going to give up any of his parts without a fight. But the problem with running away from something, even something as deadly as another species wanting to kill you and use a part of you to mop up wine, was that you had to know when to stop. You couldn't just keep running. Where would you end up if you did? He knew he was leading these humans straight to the waterfall of the elders, and he hoped, beyond hope, that whoever was there had a plan, because his was to leap into the water and dash downstream, hoping they couldn't track him through the water. He saw a glint of the shimmering water ahead and darted through the remaining trees. He glanced over his shoulder in an effort to catch a telltale glimpse of his human pursuers, and then leapt for the cool, untraceable haven beyond. He waited for the splash, but it didn't come. Instead of landing on something, he landed on something. He didn't know what it was that had stopped him from getting wet, but it was big and leathery and had no scent. Girl. Princess Kirana held Boulan like he was a giant kitten. A giant kitten running for its life. He struggled violently, but he was still only a cub, and she kept him under control easily. "Shh, little one," she said comfortingly. "You did surprise me. The farmers," he panted. "They're here, right behind me. They have guns. Let me go. Please." Novita nodded to her chicks, and they took off to the safety of the skies above. "Everyone hide," shouted Arthur. "The X-Unit will handle this." Branches rustled like a surround sound system as the green-spectacled pigeons clambered to hide. The jungle edge returned to green as the red orangutans faded back into the jungle, taking Fariz with them. Percy and Arthur stood proudly on a rock next to Princess Kirana. Percy leaned over and whispered into Arthur's ear, "Don't forget that we're unkillable, and you are not." "That's a good point," said Arthur as he edged behind the little pigeon. Princess Kirana remained by the water's edge with the tiger cub in her arms. "Please be still. I mean you no harm," she said as she inspected the bloodied body of the little big cat and frowned. "You are hurt." "I'm not dead, though," he pointed out. "Please let me go. I need to get out of here. They're coming for me. They'll kill us all." They heard a noise from the forest. It was a human voice. "That's them," said the cub. "I've got to go." "Why won't you let me go?" "Because, my beautiful boy, they will never stop hunting you. We must take a stand, here and now." She looked deep into his eyes. "You have got to trust me. It will be okay. You will be safe." "Princess!" Look shouted Arthur from behind Percy at the forest's edge. "I see them," she said calmly, as she gently placed the tiger cub behind her. "4 humans does seem rather a lot for one little tiger cub." 4 shots rang out, and tranquilizer darts thudded into her body. She moved backward slightly as they hit her, but she remained upright. "I think now would be a good time for some flocking fun," she said, nodding at Percy. "Now!" he said, and the forest rumbled into green, spectacled chaos, causing the farmer to flail and duck. When the flock had resettled on higher branches, Each of the humans was completely surrounded by orangutans. Princess Kirana walked slowly forward, took their rifles, and threw each of them into the thick undergrowth. She raised her head up, gave a loud kiss squeak, and suddenly the orangutans were gone, leaving the clearing deathly silent. "Please forgive me this one moment of indiscretion," she said to anyone who was listening, and she plucked the tranquilizer darts from her body and ran, arms raised and teeth bared, at the terrified farmers. The orangutans erupted into whoops and grumps, while a solitary parp blasted from the trunk of Fariz. Bulan stood proudly and roared his loudest roar. The farmers turned and ran into the forest. "That was a magnificent roar," congratulated Princess Kirana. "Now we have not been properly introduced. I am Princess Kiran." "I'm Bulan," said the cub. "And that was fantastic." The return. After the excitement of Bulan's entrance, Princess Kirana sat with her eyes closed, one hand resting on the tiger, and listened to the heavy rain. She felt like she could hear each drop as it landed, and was certain that nothing man-made could make rain resonate like this. Her trance-like state was broken by a hand on her shoulder. She opened her eyes and saw the face of her brother, King Panji. "Sister," he said, "I am sorry I have taken so long to reach you, but the babies were tired, and they could no longer hold on, so we rested a while." Tears swelled into Princess Kirana's eyes, and they embraced. Everyone witnessed this moment, and yet, as Panji whispered something into Princess Kirana's ear, the public display was replaced by the most intimate of moments. "What do you think he is saying to her?" whispered Percy. "I don't care," replied Arthur as he wiped tears from his eyes. "Are you crying?" asked Novita as quietly as she could. "No," said Arthur. "It must be the dust." "Yes," she said sarcastically. "Heavy rain always brings out the dust, doesn't it?" The power of diversity. By nightfall, Tane and the owls had returned, and everyone began chatting and bonding over their stories and experiences. Rather than seeing differences in shapes, colors, species, and sizes, they saw similarities. Gwendolyn had lost her partner to a vehicle accident, just as Novita had. Bulan smiled a wide smile when he found that he and Fariz were both exactly 3 seasons old. Rufu discovered that the baby falcons had also lost their father without ever having met him. Percy was overjoyed to hear that Morris had, just like him, been awarded the title of best flyer by his flock. Even the green-spectacled pigeons broke with their traditional system of not fraternizing and chatted amongst themselves. They discovered wonderful things about colleagues they had been flying next to for years. They also found out that no one quite knew who had come up with the no-talking idea, so they decided to abandon it for a more chatty alternative. Slowly as the night wore on, the mood shifted to one of anger and fear as they each shared their experiences of contact with humans and the destruction of their forest home. The cold, hard steel of a snake. I love figs, lovely ripe and squidgy figs," sang the sun bear quietly to his own recently invented melody. He rolled on his back as he munched, the leaves beneath him seeming to rustle more loudly because it was nighttime. "I may be recovering from a drug-addled stupor, but I can still catch a fig," he said to himself. "And in the dead of night, too." He talked to himself all the time. A lot. That was what one did when one was alone. He wondered why he, an expert tracker, was finding it so difficult to locate this waterfall of the elders. He knew he was on the right track because he had seen baby elephant tracks and a little bit of tiger fur hanging from a branch, but the day and the drugs were getting the better of him, and he needed to sleep. "I'm so sleepy," he said to himself as he wriggled down to find a comfy spot on the jungle floor. As he tossed and turned, he felt something uncomfortable sticking into his back. A log, perhaps, he mused. He rolled a little more. It feels long and thin. He stopped wriggling as a wave of panic swelled over him. A snake? Is it a snake? Lie still. I hate snakes. He closed his eyes and slowly reached under his back. Please don't be a snake. Please don't be a snake. Please don't be a snake. He felt it. It was hard. What is that? He said as he felt a long, cylindrical, cold bit with a hole in one end. It's definitely not a snake, he fumed. Well, if it is, I think I can safely say that it is either dead or very, very cold. He ran his fingers down the cylindrical bit until he reached a loopy bit with a thin, short length of something in the middle of it. It seemed to move slightly when he pulled on it. Perhaps if I really pull on it, he said to himself. Goodness me, do I have to say everything out loud? He realized what he had just done. Yes, he accepted. I clearly do. Well, it's not a snake, so I'm safe. I'll just pull this metally what's-it in the middle of the loopy thing and see what happens. Twang! The gunshot woke everybody at the waterfall with a start, even Cedric and Hugh, who had been on guard duty. They all froze and stared into the darkness, waiting for their eyes to adjust so they could see the threat. Stay still, ordered Panji. It could be the farmers returning with more people. Not at this time of night, surely, answered Arthur. Wait, I can hear something. Ow! 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 My bottom! I've shot my bottom! The sun bear hopped out from the darkness, swiveling a rifle in one hand and clutching his bottom with the other. He stopped suddenly when he saw in the moonlight a rat, a pigeon, a tiger, a baby elephant, 4 falcons, 5 owls, and more orangutans than he could count, staring at him. I shot my bottom, said the bear. Look out, he's got a gun, shouted Arthur. Halt, said Hugh. It's too late, Hugh, said Gwendolen. He's here now. Were you asleep again? No, he yawned. Put the gun down, said Percy slowly. I can't, answered the sun bear, shaking the hand with the finger stuck in the trigger. It's stuck. Twang! Went another bullet, and everybody ducked. Stop! Shouted Arthur as he scampered up to the bear. Don't move. Don't move a muscle. Princess Kirana, do you think I could have your help, please? Of course, Arthur, she said. She walked to the bear, held the gun barrel to the sky, and released the bear's claw from the trigger. I shot my bottom, he said again, as Princess Kirana tossed the rifle into the pool. All I was doing was eating a nice juicy fig when it went off. Does it hurt awfully, old boy? Asked Percy. I shot my bottom, said the bear, and he turned his rear end into the moonlight and presented it to Arthur for inspection. Of course it hurts. He's mooning you, joked Tane. He's not a sun bear, he's a moon bear, with a bear behind. Hey, said Arthur, aren't you the bear from the barn? Yes, that's me. Please check my bottom. Arthur pretended to look. It's too far away, he said. I can't see it properly. No problem, said the bear, and he squatted inch from Arthur's face. You don't socialize much, do you, bear? Said Arthur. Been on my own for about 50 seasons now, he said. Prefer my own company, see? Never needed anyone and never will. Well, unless you can see your own backside, you need someone now, don't you? Said Arthur. A fair point, and well made, said the bear. I suppose, if you're going to look at my bottom, I should at least know your name. Arthur, he said. R for rat, he giggled. Someone's parents had a sense of humor, eh? My name is Surya Beruang, and I shot my bottom. Surya Beruang, said Arthur, as he squinted at the wound. That's an odd name. What does it mean? It means sun bear, admitted Surya. My parents clearly didn't have the same imagination as yours, unfortunately. How is it? It looks pretty nasty, said Arthur. Did the bullet go in? I don't know, said Surya. I never shot my bottom before. Well, said Arthur, you shot it good this time. Are you squeamish? I don't know what squeamish means, said Surya. How would I find out? Do you see all that blood on the floor, said Arthur. Yes, said the bear. It's yours. Oh, said Surya, all that blood is mine. Yes, said Arthur, as Surya fainted, face first, into the soft leaves of the forest floor. Well, that answers that question, said Arthur. I think we might need a doctor. The compound, the laughing sea lion. Jean sat on the desk of the mobile command center and watched in awe as Yosaki spoke into the voice-activated search engine. Doctor in Artamus, he said in his clearest voice. I have found 5 results for doctor in Artamus, said the voice-controlled personal assistant. Would you like me to call the first in the list? Hi, said Yosuke. I am sorry, I didn't understand that instruction. Did you say ha, as in to laugh, to respond to something funny? No, little voice in a box, said Yosuke. I meant to say yes. I am sorry, I didn't understand that instruction. Did you say yes, as in an affirmative response? Yes, said Yosuke. Calling Doctor Result 1. The computer rang 3 times and a voice answered. Hello, Doctor Surgery, said a voice. How may I help? Can you understand me? Asked Yosuke. Hello, is there anyone there? Said the voice. I am Yosuke. Do you understand me? I think there may be a problem with the line. All I can hear is a barking noise. Yosuke hung up the call and flippered the next number on the screen, but the result was the same. Why can't they understand you? Asked Jean. I do not know, Gin-san, said Yosuke. It appears that our Edith-sama is the only one who hears us. Maybe it's because you are calling human doctors, said Jean. What other doctors are there? Asked Yosuke. There are animal doctors, too. There are doctors who are animals, quizzed Yosuke. No, silly, said Jean with a giggle. There are humans who are doctors for animals. Oh, I see, said Yosuke. What are they called? Veterinarians, said Jean. Veterinarians, struggled Yosuke. Veterinarians, said Jean. I shall try, said Yosuke. Veterinarians in Artamus. I'm sorry, I didn't understand that instruction. Did you say veterinarians in Artamus? Hi, said Yosuke. I'm sorry, I didn't understand that instruction. Did you say ha, as in to laugh? To respond to something funny? Yosuke looked at Jean, who was chuckling to himself. No, said Yosuke. Vitriolians in Artamus. I am sorry, I didn't understand that instruction. Did you say veterinarians in Artamuses? Yes, said Yosuke carefully. I have found 3 results for veterinarians in Artamuses, said the voice-controlled personal assistant. Would you like me to call the first in the list? Yes, said Yosuke, as he clapped his flippers together excitedly. Hello, this is Dr. Setiawan. I cannot take your call at the moment, but please leave a message after the beep, and I will call you back as soon as I can. Beep. Jean looked at Yosuke and shrugged. Yosuke leaned forward. Hello, he said tentatively. I have a sun bear with a gunshot wound and need help. Please call me Ba. Hello, interrupted Dr. Setiawan. I have just walked in and heard your call. Where's the bear? Do you understand me? Inquired Yosuke nervously. Of course, answered the doctor. Yosuke smiled at Jean and continued. Please hold while I patch you through to Arthur-san. The Waterfall of the Elders, the pure and virtuous doctor. Hi, said Arthur. Is this Dr. Setiawan? Speaking, said Dr. Setiawan. Who is this? Hello, doctor. I'm Arthur, and I have a sun bear with a bullet in his bottom. Can you come here and fix him? Well, that depends where here is, my friend. We're at the Waterfall of the Elders, said Arthur. The Waterfall of the Elders, he quizzed the doctor. I have no idea where that is. Oh, right, said Arthur, and he tapped his little GPS screen. It's about 5 miles north of the village of Taman. Taman, mumbled the doctor. Let me check my map. There was a moment of silence, and then the doctor spoke. But there is nothing but jungle 5 miles north of Taman, he said. You don't have to tell me, Doc, said Arthur. I'm in the middle of it with an injured bear. How long will it take you to get here? Well, paused the doctor, I couldn't possibly come. The nearest road to you is about 3 hours from my location. Then I would have to find you in the jungle. We can pay any amount, said Arthur. It is not the money. I simply cannot come. I have too many animals to tend here. If I left them, who would care for them? That's a good point, Doctor. Sorry, said Arthur. I can talk you through it over the phone, if you would like. That would be great. Thanks, Doc. Navita, the merciless. Does the wound look infected? Asked Dr. Setiawan. How would I know? Asked Arthur. There would be yellow or green pus, and it would smell quite bad, said Dr. Setiawan. It's a bear's behind. Its default smell is quite bad, gagged Arthur. But there's no yellow or green pus. That's good. How is the patient? He fainted, said Arthur. And you are sure the bullet is still in there? Pretty sure. Then it has to come out. And now, do you have anything sharp? The doc says the bullet has to come out now, said Arthur, turning to the assorted animals watching on. We need to find something sharp to dig it out. Everyone looked at each other and shrugged. Perhaps we could find a stick, said Arthur. A stick could break in the wound, said the doctor. It has to be sharp and strong. Well, we haven't got anything then, said Arthur. Stand aside, said Navita. I'll get it out. Wait, said Maurice. Attendez. Je dois aller chercher quelqu'un. That must be French for I'm squeamish, said Tan as the little bird flew away. Everyone look away, said Navita. This may get bloody. This is going to hurt, little bear, she whispered as she bit down and pulled the bullet from the wound with a plop. Ah! Yelled Surya as he drifted back into consciousness just in time to see a peregrine falcon with blood dripping from her beak. What is happening? Asked the doctor. I heard screaming. He woke up, saw blood, and fainted again, said Arthur. But the bullet is out. Good, continued Dr. Setiawan. Do you have bandages? Or no? You will need to find some large leaves and apply direct pressure to the wound. It is essential that you stop the loss of blood. We need to apply direct pressure to the wound, said Arthur. Large leaves should do it. We've got to stop the loss of blood. Panji leaned forward with a large taro leaf and pressed it firmly into the wound. Bonza Panji, said Tane. Okay, Doc, said Arthur. We're applying pressure. What next? You need to clean the wound. How do we clean it? Said Percy. Water, suggested Arthur. From the pool. Only if it's clean, said the doctor. It has to be sterile. Do you have a way to boil it? No, we can't boil it, said Arthur. If you can't sterilize the wound, it will get infected. But we don't have any medical supply, said Arthur. Miel, said a French voice from above. You need honey. Honey? Said Arthur quizzically. Everyone looked up and saw Morris zooming towards them, followed by what looked like a black blob. The blob came to a halt just above Surya's bottom and shimmered and swayed like a spider web in the wind. Allô, mon ami, said Maurice as he fluttered down to the forest floor. Did you think I'd abandoned vous? I hadn't really thought about it, said Tane. Did I hear someone say honey? Asked Dr. Setiawan. Honey will work just fine. It's antibacterial and antifungal. Put as much as you can on and then wrap it in leaves. My little bee friends have offered to help, said Maurice. Luckily for you, the tree that used to house their nest just got chopped down, and they had to leave in an hurry. Why is it lucky for us that their tree got chopped down? Asked Percy. Because, interjected the chief bumblebee, Lloyd, it means I have a full swarm here, all chewing nectar and waiting for somewhere to put it. Yuck, exclaimed Tane. Yuck, buzzed Lloyd. What do you mean, yuck? You may not know this, but before the discovery of penicillin, honey was used extensively to fight infections. See, what we do is we secrete an enzyme called glucose oxidase into the nectar, and that releases low levels of hydrogen peroxide when the honey makes contact with the wound. Double yuck, said Arthur again. Anyway, said Lloyd, shaking her head, let's see if we can save this little bear's bare bottom, shall we? Lloyd buzzed down for a closer look. Please remove the leaf, Mr. Orangutan, said Lloyd. Panji pulled back the leaf to reveal the bloody bullet hole. Lovely, she said. Okay, swarm. Get regurgitating. The swarm descended in twos and deposited its load into the wound while Lloyd commentated. What's happening now, she said, is that the bees, who have been chewing the nectar since the nest was destroyed, are spitting it into the wound. There was a pause as the bees went to work. What's going on? Asked Dr. Setiawan. You wouldn't believe me if I told you, Doctor, said Arthur. But I think the honey thing might work. Give us a mo. Okay, continued Lloyd. Now Beefy, who is the captain of the hive, is bringing on her fast flappers. They hover over the nectar and flap really hard to evaporate off the excess water. Then, and only then, do we get the thick, sweet liquid gold we call honey. Seconds later, the bees reformed into their black shimmering mass and hovered above the sun bear. Is that it? Asked Tane. Nearly. Now you need to wrap it up and wait for the miracle to happen, said Lloyd. Make sure you change the leaf every hour or so. Are you still there? Asked Dr. Setiawan eagerly. Yes, doctor, said Arthur. The honey is on the wound. What next? You need to wrap it and let the honey do its thing, he said. Make sure you change the leaf every hour or so. The doctor says we need to wrap it and let the honey do its thing, said Arthur. And we should change the leaf every hour or so. I told you, said Lloyd, quite rightly bristling with smugness. You should really let the patient rest now. The doc also says we should let the bear rest now, said Arthur. Tane turned to the little bee and spoke. You really know your stuff, don't you? He said. I couldn't have done it without my teammates, said Lloyd. It's the best swarm I have ever had the privilege to lead. I will need you to bring the bear into my surgery as soon as possible, said Dr. Setiawan, so I can check that he is okay. We'll be in touch with you very soon, said Arthur. And thanks, Doc. We owe you. You owe me nothing, said the doctor, so long as the bear is okay. Harriet's plan. The ex-unit gathered around the large rock by the water's edge and listened carefully to Harriet. Now Panji is safe, she said. We can move on to stage 2 of our plan, saving the fauna and flora of Artamus from complete destruction by humans. We need to find all the barns like the one at the farm and close them down, said Tane. But there could be hundreds, thousands, said Arthur. What if every farm has one? That's why I think we need to go right to the top, said Harriet. Even if we could close down all the little farms who are selling wildlife at markets, they'll just start up again as soon as we leave. And it isn't the farmers who are burning down all the forests, said Percy. It's big business. Exactly, agreed Harriet. That's why we should go after the president himself. I don't imagine that will be too easy, will it? Said Arthur. Well, said Harriet, I've researched the island thoroughly. It's been an independent country since the revolution 10 years ago when Rimidov Nitup became president, and remains in office unchallenged to this day. He is thoroughly corrupt, and has systematically sold huge swathes of forests to the highest bidders. It has been reported that he demands 50% of all profits made by the companies he sells the land to. These are generally companies who require the land for timber, pasture, or agricultural purposes and don't consider the habitats they are destroying in the process. "Wow," exclaimed Percy. "That is awful." "He must be a very wealthy man," said Yosuke over the compound comms. "From what I've seen, he must be the richest man in the world," said Percy. "There's virtually no forest left." "You are not far wrong, Percy," said Harriet. "It is believed that he is in the top 10 richest people in the world, although he denies it. He is on record saying that he takes a meager salary as president and only owns an 800-square-foot apartment on the outskirts of the capital. However, it is claimed by his opponents that he actually has an Italianate mansion on the coast called Natup's Palace, along with 19 other houses and 700 cars. He also, allegedly, has a collection of 58 aircraft and helicopters, including a $716 million plane called the Flying Palace that has a toilet made from gold. And to keep his options open, by land, air, or sea, he also has a $100 million mega yacht called the Exquisite. "I'm guessing he's not easy to get to either, is he?" asked Arthur. "I have been trying to contact him, or anyone around him, for days with no joy," said Harriet. "He is surrounded by his elite presidential guard at all times, never gives any clue to his location, and always makes numerous travel plans to protect himself from assassination." "What about family?" asked Percy. "Perhaps we could speak with them and try to convince them to get him to change his ways." "He has been divorced 3 times and has no children," said Harriet. "He is currently between wives." "He sounds lonely," said a different voice over the comms, "and thoroughly awful. I wish I could meet him. I'd give him a piece of my mind, I can tell you. Here's your tea and lettuce, Harriet, love." "Hello, Mrs. Stone," said Percy as he shot a glance at Arthur and muffled his beak with his wing. "Do you think she knows?" "Hello, Edith," said Arthur with a shrug. "Are you well? I hope you and Harriet are looking after each other." "We really are, Arthur," said Edith. "Do you know, when I gave up nursing to look after my Henry, I lost all of my friends, and then when he passed on, I think I became a little bit of a grumpy recluse. It is lovely to have Harriet here with me, but I do miss you all, especially the princess watering my plants. Harriet and I manage, but I imagine it is quite a hilarious scene." "So," she continued with the tone of a stern schoolmistress, "what are we going to do about this dreadful man?" "We?" mouthed Arthur to Percy. "I have an idea," said Yosuke. "Arthur-san says we have money. Why do we not buy the land from him?" "Could we?" asked Percy. "I suppose so," said Arthur. "He seems driven by money, but we'd have to find a way to get to him." "I think," interjected Harriet, "that we should find another way. Do we really want to give this corrupt man more money?" "That is a good point, Harriet-chan. We need to find a way to stop him, not support his corruption. Perhaps we could go after the companies who buy the land," suggested Yosuke. "But what would we do?" asked Percy. "Why would they listen to us?" "Why would anyone listen to us?" said Arthur. "We're just a bunch of animals trying to stop a violent, corrupt dictator." "Violent, corrupt dictators get sloppy, young Arthur," said Edith. "Take it from me. Why, when I drafted the Convention Against Corruption for the United Nations, it became very clear that dictators fall because of hubris." "Hubris?" questioned Percy. "What's that?" "Overconfidence, Percy," answered Edith. "It brings them all down eventually. Well, that or death." "You worked for the United Nations, Edith?" asked Arthur as he shrugged at the others. "Oh, I was only part of the ad hoc committee who drafted the convention during the sessions in Vienna, Buenos Aires, and Merida," she said matter-of-factly. "It was something to do while I waited for Henry to finish his work with Amnesty International." "Blimey," said Arthur. You're quite the dark house, aren't you? So what do you think we should do, Edith? Well, as my friends Bobby Woodford and Carl Bernstein once told me, while I was trying to expose government infiltration into the C&D, follow the money. Said Arthur, trying to think of an intelligent way of asking Edith for more clarity. What? You should investigate his finances, said Edith. Ah, said Arthur. How? Easy, said Harriet. You go to his house and look at them. Do I just knock on and ask if he's coming out to play? Joked Arthur. Oh, silly Arthur, giggled Harriet. It is much easier than that. Sergei and I have studied the blueprints of the building, and we have found a way to get you into the building's air duct system where you will be able to move from room to room without being seen. I have sent all the information you will need to your smartphone back at the compound. I thought perhaps the Owl Police could take you. I am afraid I have asked the Owl Police if they would track down little Farise's herd, said Princess Kirana, so he can stay safe with us. We'll take him, said Percy. We? Quizzed Arthur. Trust me, old boy, grinned Percy. Excellent, said Harriet. That's decided then. If you can get Arthur back to the compound as soon as possible, he can get the equipment he requires, and then I'll go through the infiltration plan with him. Once we're done, you can then fly onwards to the presidential palace. I think the rest of you, once the bear's behind is healed enough for him to walk, should make your way back to the safety of the compound. If the farmers can find you at the waterfall of the elders once, they can find you again. Percy? Said Arthur. Yes, old boy. When you said trust me, he continued, as Novita dove down, grabbed his harness, and swept him upwards. What did you mean? I am guessing that the squeal I just heard was little Arthur being picked up, inquired Yosuke. I shall expect him soon. Whoosh becomes wee. Percy flew alongside Arthur and smiled. You okay? He shouted. How should I know? He said. I can't breathe. Novita, can you please slow down a little? I'm sorry, Arthur, said Novita. I'm not used to worrying about the welfare of my passengers. Thank you, gasped Arthur. He turned to Percy, who was still flying by his side. Is Novita taking me all the way? Lord, no, said Percy. You're far too heavy for one falcon to take you all that way. But you can't carry me, he said. Correct, answered Percy with an annoying level of ambiguity. So what happens when she gets tired? Look behind you, old chap, said Percy. Arthur strained to turn his head, and he saw the chicks in a perfect V formation behind their mother. Oh, no, he yelped. Oh, no, no, no. This is not good. They'll take it in turn, said Percy. It'll be fine, old bean. But, paused Arthur, that means they'll have to pass me in midair. Oh, goodness, no, Arthur, said Percy nonchalantly. They can't pass you in midair. Well, what then? This, said Novita, and she released her grip. Help me, cried Arthur as he spun and flailed downwards. With the tip of his wing, Gunther broke formation and aimed, bullet-like, at the tumbling rat. He grabbed Arthur with expert timing, swept back up, and took his place behind Novita and Percy. Before the journey, Novita had sat the chicks down and explained that Arthur was a friend and therefore was not to be eaten in any way. She had agreed with Dharma that Arthur did, in fact, smell delicious, but the fact remained that he was now family, and they should treat him accordingly. Gunther smiled down at him. Can we please get better at that? Yelled Arthur breathlessly. By the third handover, the chicks were spinning Arthur in midair and catching him with one talon. Again! Shrieked the rat excitedly. Do it again! But this time, let me try a couple of somersaults before you catch me. After a while, the excitement of falling through the air with only the talons of a ruthlessly efficient predator to save him had worn off. A bird dropped a rat. The rat tumbled impatiently towards the earth. A different bird swooped down and grabbed the rat. It had become mundane. On one occasion, Arthur saw the pursuing blob of pigeons and saw that they were all chattering away and not taking much notice of how close they were getting. "Do they know we can hear them?" shouted Arthur as a pair of talons grabbed his harness and whisked him back into formation. The compound. I don't think Sergei offers a money-back guarantee. Gunther dropped Arthur gently onto the soft, grassy lawn and then swept back up to join his mother and siblings, who disappeared to eat something whose name they did not know. The trees rustled more than usual as the now continually chattering green-spectacled pigeons settled on assorted branches for a good chinwag. Percy flew to speak with them while Arthur ran to his case to pick up the equipment he would need to enter the palace covertly. He clipped on his smartwatch, slung his backpack over his shoulders, and scurried up to join Hyosuke at the mobile command center. "Hola, muchacho," said Harriet as soon as she could see him. "Before we start, I have someone here who wants to say hello." The camera whirred to the right, and Ella appeared on the screen. "Ella!" yelped Arthur. "Where have you been? What happened? Why weren't you wearing your harness? When did they find you? How? Who? Which?" "Arthur," she said. "I am so sorry I let you down. I can't tell you why yet, or where, what, when, how, who, or which. But please know that I love you with all my heart, and I promise that, now it fits again, I will wear my harness all the time." "What do you mean, now it fits again?" said Arthur. "Did it shrink? That's supposed to be military grade." "I'll speak with Sergei about that and get my money back. Cheap rubbish." "Oh, gosh, it's so good to see you again. I was so worried." The camera whirred and Harriet reappeared on the screen. "I told you she would be safe, Arthur. That chica can take care of herself. Now," she continued, "let me take you through the security measures employed at the palace." The waterfall of the elders. Leaf it out. The oral ambience of an orangutan, making a nest high in the treetops, is gentle and soporific. A little like drifting to sleep to the sound of the ocean, it can numb the senses and mentally rock you into a deep and peaceful slumber. The oral ambience of 21 3/2 orangutans making nests is upsetting at best and will mentally rock you like a hurricane. Add to that the ensuing fights as everybody scrambles for the best leaves and you have a series of disputes the United Nations would back slowly away from while releasing statements such as, "It's probably best if they work it out for themselves." And if you think I'm getting between those two to break up a fight over a leaf, you can think again. Panji rested in the treetops with the other orangutans. Princess Kirana gathered up her nesting materials from the forest floor and settled down for a doze at ground level. It wasn't normal for an orangutan to sleep on the floor, but then it wasn't normal for an orangutan to have one arm around a small sun bear and the other around a critically endangered tiger. Add to that the baby elephant at her feet and a small extinct owl heaving up and down on her chest, and you could throw out all thoughts of normal and place her in the unusual category. She smiled as she settled down to the sound of her new family sleeping soundly. Bulan's chest heaved heavily up and down, and Tane giggled ever so slightly each time he exhaled. So far, the day had been full of excitement, and everybody had earned their afternoon siesta, but she would be much happier when Faris was reunited with his herd, and everyone was safely behind the secure fences of the compound. And then there was Arthur, Percy, Novita, and the babies, flying into the unknown jeopardy of a dangerous mission. And the green-spectacled pigeons who looked up to and admired Percy so much. She closed her eyes slowly and tried to put these things to the back of her mind. For the time being, she was happy. She had found her Panji. "You spin me right round." They awoke in the late afternoon to the sound of a spinning bear. "Why, I smell honey behind me. Wherever I go," he shouted as he spun and spun. "And why? Do I Felazodizz." He staggered slightly left and fainted for a third time. "Whose bright idea was it to put honey all over a bear's bum?" laughed Tang. "I fear we may have to give the little bear more time to recover," said Princess Kirana. "Nope, I'm fine," said Surya, jumping up immediately. "I just made myself dizzy. I'm ready to go when you are." "Only if you are certain, little bear," said Princess Kirana. She turned to the owl police. "Do you think you could find Farise's herd?" "Easy," said Barney. "Can you remember where you were when the farmers took you, Farise?" "I was near the scorched area behind the farmer's field," said the little elephant. "Okay," said Ja. "Well, start there." The jungle, I speak with my little beak. Tane swept up from the forest to make sure the journey back to the compound was as human-free as possible, and noticed the little bird behind him. "Un moment, mon ami," said Maurice. "Would you mind if I traveled with you? It has been such a long time since I flapped." "Sure," said Tane. "You must be Maurice. Nice to meet you." "Ah, it is nice to meet you too, my friend," said Maurice as he reveled in the thin air of altitude. They circled the convoy below in complete silence until Maurice could hold it no longer. "I am, how you say, bored stupid," he said. "We could play parle avec mon petit bec." "We could, if I knew what it was," said Tane. "It is, how you say, I speak with my little beak?" "Go on, then," said Tane, happy to waste some time. "I speak with my little beak." He paused. "Something beginning with s. If the answer to this is sky," said Tane, "I will be very angry." Okay, stuttered Maurice. "Let me try another. I speak with my little beak. Something beginning with C." "Cloud," said Tane. "Ah, it was too easy." "Let me go again." "But it's my turn if I get it right, isn't it?" said Tane, slightly more disgruntled than he thought he would be at not getting his turn. "Please, mon ami, allow me another go." "Okay," said Tane. "I speak with my little beak, something beginning with T. Tree." "No," spluttered Maurice, changing his letter quickly. "I meant O. Owl. Did I say O? Forgive me, I meant of. Forest. Mon Dieu, monsieur, you are very good at this game." "Look, Maurice," said Tane, "it's not so much that I'm good. It's more likely that you're not very good. You choose really obvious things, especially when we're so far up. I mean, look around. There's not much up here, is there?" "Ah," realized Maurice. "Ah, you say," said Tane, misunderstanding Maurice's ah for enter. Interesting. Yes, that's much more like it. River. Oh, rain. Oh, wait, it's not raining." "No, Monsieur Owl, not as a letter. I said ah, as in." An exclamation used to express a range of emotions, including surprise, pleasure, sympathy, and realization. "Right. It was ah and not ah," said Tane. "I see." "I see," said Maurice. "Is it your go now? You are supposed to start with I speak, with my little beak, and then say something beginning with I and C, huh?" said Tane. "So now I am confused," said Maurice. "Have you chosen E and C, or have you chosen A?" "Eh?" said Tane again. "Oh," said Maurice. "So now it's O, is it?" said Tane. "I wish you'd make up your mind. I thought it was R." "River?" yelled Maurice. "Correct," said Tane, taking the opportunity to end the madness. "Well done. I think we should fly in silence for a while." "Why?" said Maurice. "You can't choose ya because we've stopped playing now, remember?" said Tane, who flew for a moment with his eyes shut tight as he attempted to work out what had just happened. Maurice, still muttering about what I see could have been, dipped up and down and swayed from side to side to alleviate the kind of boredom Only a migratory bird could understand, while Tane watched on bewildered. As mad as a snake in a shoe shop, he whispered to himself. To his left, he heard the distinctive twoo of Barney and twitted back. "We've found the herd," she said proudly. "They are heading this way." "That's great news," said Tane, and he tapped his earpiece. "Princess, please tell Fariz that the owl police have found his herd, and they are heading to meet us." "Oh, he will be so pleased. We are approaching the road, so we'll wait for them there. If you want to know about spiders, search the web." "It's not blue," said the second spider. "It is, honest," said the first. "It can't be blue," said the second. "Spider blood is blue, I tell you." "Rubbish. All blood is red." "Not spider blood." "Why? What's the science?" "Our blood is blue because of the oxygenated copper in the protein hemocyanin." "And what does that mean in a language I may understand?" "Human blood contains iron. Ours contains copper. Ergo, blue blood." "Prove it." "Prove it? I'm not cutting myself just to prove it." "Well, how do I know you're not lying?" said the second spider, just as a small bird landed on the branch and chomped off his friend's head, covering him in blue blood. "Delicieux," said Maurice. "You," said the second spider, as it quickly spun a web and descended to a lower and safer branch. He was right, though. It is blue after all. "Deli what?" asked Tane Aitches, as he landed next to him. "Blue blood," said Morris. "It is, how do you say, yum yum?" "Do you know Maurice?" said Tane. "In the short time I've known you, I have had some of the oddest conversations of my life." "Thank you," said Morris proudly. "That is good, no?" I suppose it is," said Tane, having to concede to himself that a moment with Morris was more interesting than a lifetime with some. "So why have we stopped on a branch by the roadside?" "We're waiting for Fariz's herd to arrive," said Tane, "so we can all cross together." "Ah, oui, the little elephant. So, mon ami, we have a little spare time, no? Please tell me about yourself." "What do you mean?" asked Tane. "Well, for example, what model of owl are you?" "Teat," joked Tane. "Ah, bon, the teat owl," said Morris, completely unaware of the joke. "Please tell me one interesting thing about the teat owl." "We can't speak when it's raining," said Tane. "Ah, très intéressant," mulled the little bird. "And what is the reason for this interesting anomaly?" "Because when it rains, it's too wet to woo." Bon. Très bon. Would you like to know an interesting fact about me?" "Not particularly," said Tane, knowing that Morris was desperate to tell him one. "Look, the herd is here." They heard it on the grapevine. Fariz ran full speed at the lead elephant. "Papa," he yelled, "you found me." "Not without the help of these wonderful owls," boomed the large elephant, as he bowed his head to the owl police perched on a nearby tree. "I thought I had lost you forever, my son. Shall we go?" "But, Papa," said the little elephant, "can we not stay with Princess Kirana and Bulan and the others?" "But why, my boy? They are not like us." "But they are my friends, Papa," said Fariz. "This is Bulan, my best friend." Bulan roared a tiny roar and then purred. "This is Surya Bareung, the sun bear." "Hello, Mr. Elephant." I shot my bottom. "This is King Panji and his clan of 23 orangutans. Actually, it is 20 and 3/2, as there are now 3 babies, and we count them as halves," said Panji, as Gwendolyn, Cedric, and Hugh held the babies aloft proudly. "And this is the beautiful princess. She and her friends are going to win us back our forest," he said excitedly. "Hello and welcome," she said. "My name is Kirana." "Hello, Princess Kirana. I am Zulfikar, the herd leader." "It is very nice to meet you, Zulfikar," said Princess Kirana. "Might I inquire as to how, exactly, you are going to win us back our forest?" "We have not quite decided yet," said Princess Kirana. but we have our best minds working on it. We would be honored if you would join us." "I see no reason why we cannot walk with you, Princess," said Zulfikar. "What is our current destination?" "At the moment," interjected Surya, "we're trying to work out how to get everyone across this busy road without turning a few of us into rugs." "Leave this to us," bellowed Zulfikar, and he turned to the herd. "Operation Safe Passage is everyone. You know what to do." The herd split in two and went back into the forest. A moment later there was a creaking sound followed by two crunches as a tree to the left and one to the right fell across the road. "There you are," said Zulfikar proudly. "Safe passage for all." "So much for saving the forest, eh?" whispered Tane to Morris, as he took off and watched the animals cross the road safely, while humans got out of their vehicles and gawped in astonishment. Rat dangling. Meanwhile, further south, a rat carrying a small toolkit in a tiny backpack was dangling from the talons of falcons on a rotation basis. He knew who each pilot was without looking. Novita flew straight and steady and had a firm grip on the harness at all times. Dharma, like her mother, flew straight, but occasionally repositioned her hold of the harness. Gunther seemed to suffer from constant turbulence and struggled more than nature intended with aerodynamics. Zizi was both the most fun and the most terrifying. He flew in zigzags, no matter how many times his mother told him not to, as he didn't want to miss a thing, and would repeatedly swoop down to investigate a small rodent, only to remember, at the last moment, that he was already carrying one he wasn't allowed to eat. He also delighted in regularly dropping Arthur so he could give himself a mid-air scratch. Fortunately, the capital of Artamus, Nilmerk City, wasn't far by air, so they were soon flying over the suburban outskirts. Both Percy and Arthur heard Yosuke give the direction to Bankrite and look for the large white building below. The falcons followed Percy as he swept down and circled the vast palace grounds until he eventually settled on the branch of a tree in the forest at the rear of the complex of buildings just beyond the tall and heavily guarded compound wall. The presidential palace, the poetry of dusk. "I love this time of the day," said the gliding lizard, as he turned to his wife, Para. "You love it, do you, Han?" said Para. "The other day we had an argument because when I said I love you, you said, 'Oh, that's nice.'" "So," said Han, "it is nice. So you can't say that you love me, but you can say that you love a particular time of the day." "You know I do," said Hang awkwardly. "Do what?" said Para. "You know." He was beginning to regret saying that he loved a time of the day. "Oh, please don't make me say it." "Okay, I'm not going to argue with you again," said Para with a sigh. "Tell me, though, why do you love this time of the day?" "Well, it's the sunset, isn't it?" he said. "It's beautiful." "Beautiful? You call the sunset beautiful? When I asked you yesterday if you liked how blue my Gula flag was, you said it was all right." "It was all right," said Han. "All right? I'd spent all day thinking of the color blue in an attempt to make it look special for you when you came home. And all you could say was, it was all right." "Sorry. You know I'm not good at that sort of thing." "Say something romantic," demanded Para, "right now." "What like?" "I don't know. Use your brain." "It's only tiny." "You're not kidding," said Para. "If you don't say something romantic right now, I'm going to glide to that branch below us and spend the night there." "Oh, don't be like that," said Hang. "I mean it, Hang." "Okay, all right," said Hang. "I think that you... No, wait, you are the most... No. Okay, I've got something." Para tilted her head to the left and inflated her gular fold. "Tonight, my darling wife, you look..." Hang smiled. "Brilliant." "Brilliant?" "Right, that's it," said Para, and she drifted down onto a branch just above 4 falcons, a pigeon, and a rat in a harness. "Oh, Para," shouted Hang. "Don't be like that." She turned her back on him and gave a huff. Hang braced himself and leapt off his branch. As he fell, he saw the falcons and panicked. He lost control of his glide and thudded into the trunk head first. He lay still on the branch, stunned. Para scampered over to him and held up his head. "Hang!" she shouted. "Speak to me, Hang! I'm so sorry. Please don't leave me like this. Not after an argument." Hang's eyes opened and he inflated his yellow flap. "My darling," he said, "you look stunning. Is it the light of the sunset, or have you lost weight?" "Ooh, Hang," said Para. "What's happened?" Hang stood and took his wife in his arms. "My love," he said, "look at the sunset. I have delayed the dusk so I may see you in this light. I have stopped time's onward march toward darkness just for a moment, so I could drink in its wonder with you in my arms. Ah, dusk, the poor relation to both sunlight and moonlight, it knows its place in the world. The awkward light at the end of the day which depresses the mind and suppresses the senses. It is hard to imagine a eureka moment at dusk. A great artist waiting for a beautiful dusk set. A musician moved to write a romantic song about how the dusk light transformed the features of a loved one for the better. But this dusk is being kind. It clearly has a sense of the dramatic, as it has stopped time just for us, so we can enjoy the dying embers of the flaming ball that so spectacularly, and yet with no effort whatsoever, turns the sky into a panoply of colors not readily associated with the natural world. Dark purples smudged into yellows and reds that themselves evaporate into many shades of blue and orange. Why, if one were to place a creature who had only ever seen daytime, or was entirely nocturnal, into a late twilight sunset, they would think they had been transported off this planet and dropped onto a new world which worked to different laws of nature. "Oh, my darling," said Para as they embraced. "I love you so much." Arthur was watching the love scene from the branch below. "Percy," he nudged. "Look at that." Percy looked up and saw the 2 love lizards in a warm embrace. "Shh," he said. "Why?" asked Arthur. "It's beautiful to watch." "Because we are sitting next to 4 falcons who eat lizards," said Percy. "4?" said Arthur, looking beyond Novita. "I only see 3. "Oh, no," said Percy. "Where's Z's?" Z's slowly fluttered down next to Percy and gulped. "Did he just do what I think he did?" asked Arthur, unable to look up for fear that the branch would be lizard-free. Z's, young fellow, me lad," said Percy. "You have a little bit of lizard stuck to your beak. Yes, just there." Dusk is the #1 cause for the success of the light bulb industry. As the last dying embers of the beautiful sunset scanned for appreciative eyes, lizard or otherwise, it was unaware of the dusk which had crept up behind it. Like an angry parent who had come home to find its progeny had invited over all of their friends and trashed the living room while they were out, dusk ordered the sun to its room and began the long process of ruining everyone else's day with its dull, gray attitude to life. Never let it be said that dusk was the life and soul of a good party. Dusk was an atmosphere, Hoover. The birds and Arthur watched as lights began to come on in the palace. "What's the plan, Arthur?" asked Percy. "I need to get to the roof and find a ventilation shaft. Once I'm in, the blueprints are to be trusted. I can pretty much get anywhere I want." "Simple then," said Percy. "Novita can get you to the roof before anyone notices." Said Arthur. "It's not quite that simple." "Why?" asked Percy. "What aren't you telling me?" "Have you noticed something since we got here?" asked Arthur. "Or more accurately, have you noticed the lack of something?" "Birds," said Novita. "Birds?" questioned Percy. "What about them?" "There aren't any," said Novita. My babies and I haven't seen a single one since we arrived. Even the pigeons have stayed well back. That's odd, said Percy. I wonder why that is. The Black Diamond 3, said Arthur. Black Diamond 3? Quizzed Percy. What's that, old boy? It's a military drone designed by a company called Drex Tech Industries, whose one job is to eliminate everything, and I mean everything, from within a specific area, said Arthur. And our friend President Nitup has them. Lots of them. Dare I ask what they can do? Said Percy tentatively. They are designed to intercept and eliminate anything they see that isn't fitted with a recognizable safety tag. Oh my, gasped Percy. Who in their right mind would invent something like that? According to Harriet, it was a man named Omat Karim. Well, I hope he doesn't sleep very well at night, said Percy, knowing what he has unleashed on the world. He doesn't sleep at all, said Arthur. One day during testing, he forgot to wear his recognizable safety tag, and 6 prototype drones obliterated him. Apparently, they could only recognize him from his dental records. Serves him right, I say, said Percy. Well, exactly, agreed Arthur. But that doesn't help us much at the moment, does it? No, said Percy thoughtfully. Do you know how high they go? They can go as high as 3,000 feet, said Arthur. But I doubt they will be set to that range. Anything that high will be taken out by their SAMs. SAMs? Surface-to-air missiles? Humans, paused Percy, are mind-bogglingly stupid. What is their top speed? Asked Novita. I'm not entirely sure, said Arthur. But it can't be much because of the weapons and armor they carry. I reckon about 30 maybe, 50 at most. 50, you say? Said Novita. Novita, said Percy. What are you thinking? And these ventilating shafts, she continued, are they open? They're covered with a grate, said Arthur. But I should be able to slide through if I'm dropped onto it. I don't know what a grate is, said Novita. Can you describe it to me in words I will understand? I can do better than that, my lovely raptor, said Arthur gleefully. I can show them to you. Arthur, whispered Percy with his back to Novita. We can't ask Novita to do this. This is our fight, not hers. You do know I am a hawk, don't you? Said Novita. I have very good hearing. Is she talking to me? Said Percy quietly. Yes, whispered Arthur sarcastically. Of course she is. You're the only one here who's talking about her. It is sweet that you care, Percy. But this is my decision, said Novita. If I can outmaneuver a disgusting human murdering device which can only travel at 1/4 of my speed whilst it spits out its little bullets. Sorry to interrupt, said Arthur delicately, but I think I should point out that those little bullets are actually 1,000 rounds per minute of laser-guided, armor-piercing projectile, capable of chopping down a tree within 10 seconds. Percy glared at Arthur, who pulled the same face as someone who had just been caught with a mouthful of squirty cream. It's better to know, isn't it? He said. Knowledge is power. Don't worry, Percy, comforted Novita. I only understood a few of those words, and besides, do I look like a tree? This isn't a joke, said Percy. It's really dangerous. I know, said Novita. I won't do it if I think it's too dangerous. Now, Arthur, please let me see these Venny things. Arthur opened the satellite image on his little smartwatch and zoomed in, but this was no commercial image from a standard satellite. It was from the Deep Black satellite, which had brought him and Sergei together, so it kept on zooming and zooming until the roof of the presidential palace was clear to see. Easy, said Novita. I foresee only one problem. What's that? Asked Percy. I'm worried what will happen to Arthur when I dive at full speed, said Novita. I'm designed for it. Arthur is not. Perhaps it would be a good idea, old boy, if you kept your eyes shut, said Percy. I don't think we have to worry about that, Perks mate, said Arthur. I'm more worried about my screams of terror alerting the roof guards. Roof guards? Asked Percy. Oh, did I not mention them? No, Arthur, you rather conveniently did not. Just then a pigeon without green spectacles flew into the compound. Hello, he said before he was descended upon by 4 drones. As the feathers fluttered down, Percy looked at Arthur. There is literally nothing left of that bird, he whispered. Percy, said Novita determinedly. I can hear you. There was a whoosh. Percy turned to see that Novita was gone. Seconds later, so was Arthur. Looks like it's just us 4, then, said Percy as he turned to see that the chicks had gone, too. Oh, heck, he said to himself. The compound, in the jungle, the mighty jungle, the sea lion sleeps tonight. Halt, who goes there? Said a voice from somewhere. It is I, Princess Kirana. Where is Yosuke? And where, for that matter, are you? I'm down here, said Jean. Yosuke put me in charge of security. He's taking a little nap. Oh, hello, said the princess. You are a Pangmu. Yes, I am, said Jean. And you're, Anne, corrected Princess Kirana. You're Anne? Quizzed Jean. Where has Princess Kirana gone? No, she said. I am an orangutan. Oh, said Jean. You don't look like an orangutan. That is because, my little scaly mammal, continued Princess Kirana, you are staring at the leg of an elephant. Ah, said Jean, I'm nocturnal. I don't see too well. But you can see an elephant, surely, said Surya. Who said that? Said Jean, as he squinted into the dusky gloom. Surya tapped the little pangolin on the shoulder and said, Boo! No, yelped Yosuke as he wheeled and flippered out of the building. Do not surprise little Jean. Why? Said Surya, who sniffed the air with rapid snorts. Oh, phew. I see your head of security has a secret weapon, boomed Zulfikar with his trunk as high as it would go. Welcome home, my princess, said Yosuke. You have brought many friends with you. Please, everyone, make yourselves at home. Before you do, sniffed Jean as he closed his eyes and concentrated. Do you know that you were followed? I am sure we were not, said Princess Kirana. Did anyone else notice anything? There, said Jean, pointing to a tree with his eyes still shut. There was an indistinguishable shimmer and then silence. Chameleonic irritation. Do you think it's humans? Asked Bulan with wide eyes. It cannot be, said Zulfikar. We would know if it were humans, because they are loud and clumsy. Well, we didn't see anything from the sky, did we? Said Tanny, turning to the owl police. Not a thing, said Rufus. What about you, Barney? Asked Raj. Yeah, Barney hears everything, said Jeff. They all looked at Barney, who shook her head. I didn't hear a thing, she said. Whoever it is, said Jeannie. They are very good. Should I take a look, said Surya. I'm an experienced forest dweller. There's nothing in this jungle that can outsmart me. Very well, said Princess Kirana. Take Bulan with you too, but remember, if Tanny and the owl police cannot see it, it must be very good at camouflage. I will go also, said Morris. It will be my first real mission. I am fast, and I am nippy, and I can dart in and out of the trees. Nothing can catch me. Thank you, little Marie, said Princess Kirana. Please, all of you, be careful. We will, said Bulan. He's safe with me, Princess, said Surya. I'm an expert tracker. Come on, boys. Predator versus bear. Surya, using all his bear cunning, walked slowly on his back legs, sniffing the air. Bulan was by his side, looking adoringly at the skilled operator and mimicking his air sniffing. There was a rustle of leaves to their left, and Surya immediately stopped. He waited with one foot hanging in the air and listened. He raised his paw to Bulan in a stop gesture and put his claw to his lips. There was a second rustle of leaves, but this time it was to their right. Bulan's head swished 180 degrees and his eyes went black. He got into the pounce position, head low and backside in the air. Surya stood perfectly static with one leg still raised and breathed in deeply. "I smell him," he whispered. "How can you tell it's a him?" whispered Bulan. "When you've done this as long as I have, Sunshine, you can smell sexual dimorphism." "Sexual what?" "Dimorphism. A difference in characteristics between male and female." Surya tapped the side of his head with his claw. "It's all up here, son. Years of experience." The trees above them stirred, and they both shot a glance upwards. "Was that you, Maurice?" asked Surya, while still gazing upward, transfixed and waiting for a telltale wrinkle in the branches. "Not I," hummed Morris. "I am silent, fast, and absolutely precise. My military lineage means that I am well trained in all matters of stealth and "Morris?" breathed Surya. "Morris? Where are you?" Surya looked down at Bulan. "Did you see what happened to Morris?" he asked the tiger quietly, and Bulan shook his head slowly. "Be alert. He's picking us off one by one. Classic tactics. The chameleonic wars." Maurice was discombobulated. He didn't know where he was. All he knew was that his beak was being held shut. "Shh," came a soft voice from behind the little bird. "If you're very, very quiet, I won't hurt you." Morris discovered that it's almost impossible to gulp without the full use of your beak. In a flash, he was hanging upside down by his feet from a branch, with his wings tied tight and his beak twined shut. Out of the corner of one eye, he saw a shadowy blur disappear into the undergrowth. The dog with a bad leg. "Stay close, Bulan," whispered Surya. "If we look out for each other, then he has no chance to take one of us." "Wait, he's close. I can sense him. He's no bigger than a dog. A small dog. I think he's a small dog. Brown, I think. Possibly with a slight limp. Poor Morris didn't stand a chance. But he's no match for us if we keep our wits about us. If we keep our eyes peeled. Take one gentle step at a time. Can you see anything, Bulan? Bulan?" Surya turned and found himself alone. His heart raced and he panted heavily. He heard a clicking noise in the trees and moved backward slightly. The ground beneath him gave way, and he slid down a muddy slope, landing headfirst in a peat bog. He quickly flipped over and stared back up the hill. A tree shimmered. A branch rustled. And then he began to sink. He struggled to get out, but it only made him sink further into the swamp. "Well," he whispered to himself, "this is a depressing end to a rather dull life." Through the peaty gunk in his eyes, he caught a glimpse of a tree root just behind him. Slowly he turned and reached. "Just a little further," he whispered, as his claw scraped at the bark. With one mighty effort, he swung his paw out of the swamp and dug a claw into the wood. Very slowly he pulled himself out and came to rest in the twisted roots at the bottom of the tree. There he lay, still and silent, covered from head to toe in swamp muck. He heard another twig crack, this time closer, and held his breath. There he waited, trying not to tremble as he scanned the area ahead of him. Then he saw it. Just leaves moving at first. He narrowed his eyes and focused as a green, blurry distortion of glimmering light moved towards him. It paused as it passed his position at the base of the tree, but did not see him. As it walked beyond the tree roots, Surya scooped up a chunk of mud from his arm and stared at it. "It couldn't see me," he said under his breath as he exhaled. Suddenly he felt a snort of breath by his right ear. "Boo!" it said, and the sun bear fainted. Chameleon karma. When he regained consciousness, Surya purposely didn't open his eyes. He lay on a very comfortable bed of leaves and listened for a while. "We are terribly sorry to have had to do it this way, but we have to remain in stealth mode at all times until we have vetted you fully." "I totally understand," Surya heard Maurice reply. "I come from a long military line, so you don't have to tell me the benefits of covert operations and intelligence gathering." "And you, Bulan," continued the voice. "I must apologize for the drug dart. I do hope the effects have worn off and you are feeling yourself again. Please do help yourself to some more of our delicious goat's milk. It is very hard for us to get it, what with our big hands and 3 clumsy toes, and I'm sure it is a rather precarious moment for the goat, too. But it really is worth it. It's just so creamy, isn't it?" Surya heard Bulan eagerly lap at the milk. "I have to admit to being a little embarrassed about your bear friend, though. Is he always so scared?" "I only said, Boo. And he went out like a light. You don't usually see tough little creatures like sun bears being so afraid of—" I'm awake, interrupted Surya, not wanting to hear the conclusion of the sentence that was denigrating him as a coward. "And I wasn't afraid. I was, maneuvering you into a situation where I could safely consider the threat you posed." He stared at the voice. "You're a rhinoceros?" said Surya. "Yes." "Not a small brown dog?" "No," said the rhinoceros. "And you're a girl?" "Yes." "Not a boy?" "No." She paused for a moment of contemplation. "I do have a slight limp, though. I stubbed my middle toe on a tree trunk this morning." "Aha," said Surya contentedly. "I knew it. "This is Jamil," said Maurice. "She's a stealth rhino." "A stealth rhino?" questioned Surya. "Yes," said Jamila. "Humans seem to want our horns so much that we decided to give evolution a little hurry up. I had the idea when I happened upon a lone chameleon sitting on a tree. I watched with fascination as he slowly blended in with his surroundings until he, for all intents and purposes, simply disappeared. I thought how marvelous it would be if, when hunters came, we simply blended in with our surroundings. I mean, we require a few more leaves and twigs than chameleons, as we haven't quite evolved our special layer of guanine crystals under our skin just yet. But we are trying very hard to speed up the process by way of concentration and heavy straining." "How many of you are there?" asked Surya. "Actual rhinos or stealth rhinos?" Both, I guess." "Well, there are 10 of us here," said Jamila. Surya looked around. He could see exactly one rhino, and that was the one with whom he was having the conversation. Suddenly there were 9 distinct noises ranging from a leaf rustle to a grunted greeting. Hello, everybody," said Surya severely. "And," paused Jamila. "And that's it, really? That's all I know. I have no other statistics because, well, I'm a rhino, not a statistician, aren't I? Ihaveaninterestin, in fact," said a slow voice, bunch of leaves called Newman. "Please, Brother Nauman," said Jamila, "tell us your fact." "We ARETHEONLYASINRHINOCEROSWITHWOHORNS. "That is interesting, Yeoman. Thank you for that. I wonder if that's why humans want to kill us. 2 for the price of 1, so to speak." "Kill one, get one free," said another invisible voice. "We're here with a princess orangutan and her friends who are going to get us back our forest," said Bulan. "Please come with us." "Oh, yeah," said Surya. "We could really use some invisible rhinoceros." Mulled Jamila. "Sounds interesting. We do love the rainforest. What do you say, boys and girls? Do you fancy helping?" 9 different parts of the forest came alive with excitement. "I think that's a yes," said Jamila. "Should we go?" The presidential palace, surface-to-air peregrine, Navita flew as high as she could and then turned to give her babies a good telling off. "You 3 go back to Percy at once," she demanded. Too late, said Percy, who had just caught them up. Well, I wasn't going to stay on that branch all on my own, was I? Besides, there were dead pigeon feathers everywhere. Very well, said Novita. But please look after my babies, Percy. I shall make it my #1 priority, old girl, said Percy. What size skull do you take, sir? Okay, said Novita. I am about as high as I can go. I'm going to fly over the compound. Let me know if any of you see anything. Novita flew over the palace, and no drones joined them. I'll drop lower, she shouted. Keep looking for threats. As she got lower, they could see the guards patrolling the rooftop. Surely it wouldn't be long now before the drones scrambled. No one spoke as the tension built. I'm at the height where I can get the most speed into my stoop, so I'm going next time around, she yelled. I'm going to drop Arthur into the 4th vent along. Percy looked down and saw a channel in the roof with 4 vents. She was going for the last one. As she came around, she lined herself up and spoke. Brace yourself, little Arthur, she said, and close your eyes tight. I'll tell you just before I release you. I'm in your hands now, Novita, he shouted as the air rushed into his mouth. Don't miss! She banked slightly left to correct her flight path and stooped. Faster and faster she went. Arthur could hear the increase of speed as well as feel it, and he knew Novita was tucking in every feather to get as streamlined as possible. He also knew she wasn't thinking about it. It was just happening. Then suddenly the whoosh of rushing air was drowned out by electronic humming. Novita must have reached the altitude that set off the drones. He tried to open his eyes, but couldn't. The skin on his face was stretched so tight it felt like someone had removed his skull and replaced it with a slightly larger one. He also wasn't sure he wanted to see what was coming his way. Here they come, said Novita through a clenched beak. Trust me. He did completely. Apart from the fact that she was dropping off a cargo rather than her normal task of picking one up, he knew he was in safe talons. Then the bullets came, hundreds of them, rat-a-tat-a-tat-ting, whizzing so close he could feel them. And then, as suddenly as they had begun, they stopped. He wondered what had happened, but it was obvious, really. The drones were used to coming up to meet a threat. They weren't designed to handle the situation where the threat zoomed past them at 200 miles per hour. Tirwan man-made killing machine. As Novita had flown past the drones, they had slowed to alter course to a downward trajectory. Percy and the chicks knew instinctively that this was their time to strike. They quickly realized that it took a simple touch to confuse the sophisticated man-made gyroscope inside the machines, so they darted in and out of the formation, nudging and tilting them. The added bonus to this was that the drones, unable to target anything with their laser, ceased firing. Percy looked down to see that Novita was entering the channel with the air vents. He also saw that there was one rogue drone on her tail. She was swaying from side to side to dodge the bullets, but Percy knew it would only take one bullet, and she would be dead. He also saw the roof guards begin to change their gaze from the dogfight above, between bird and machine, to the rat who was balancing a falcon on its back. "Keep it up, guys," shouted Percy. "I'm going to help your mum. The force is strong with this one." Novita swayed left and then right as she approached the vent. "Are you ready?" she yelled. "Yes, please," came Arthur's desperate reply as he whispered to himself. "Use the force, Novita." "Yahoo!" hollered Percy as he triangulated the path of the pursuing drone perfectly and headed straight for it. "You're all clear, Novita. Now let's drop this rat and go home." Percy smashed into the drone, and the 2 flying machines crashed over the edge of the rooftop and tumbled down to the floor, sparks flying from the mechanical one, feathers from the other. "Rat away!" bellowed Novita as she released her payload and swept it down to find Percy. "What was that?" said one of the roof guards. "I think it was a falcon," said another. "Is that a new weapon from Drextech Industries?" asked a third. "No," said the first. "It's a bird." "Huh," said the second guard, as drone after drone fell onto the roof. "Those drones aren't very good, are they?" "You did it again." Novita dove down to where Percy lay, entangled in the wreckage of the broken drone. "Percy," she sobbed, as she pulled at the twisted arms and propellers of the Black Diamond 3. "Please be okay, Percy." Gunther, Dharma, and Zize flew down and helped free the little pigeon. Ziz picked up Percy gently in his talons, and they set off to the tree at the back of the palace compound. As they rounded the rear of the building, they heard a loud whirring noise and saw 2 red lights appear ahead of them. It was a drone. "Oh no," said Novita. "We must have missed one." As it dipped at the front and accelerated towards them, they heard a beep grow faster and faster until it became a constant tone. It had locked onto the largest target, a baby falcon carrying a pigeon. The killing machine began to pump out its powerful ordnance, but none of it reached its intended target as the flock of green-spectacled pigeons engulfed it. They forced it towards the compound wall, taking casualties along the way, and swept up as one, just in time to see the black monster smash into the wall and crash down to the floor in a ball of flames. Zizi raced back to the tree and placed Percy onto the branch. "Percy. Oh, Percy," said Novita as Zizi nudged him with his beak. "You did it again, you brave little soul. You saved my life. Please don't die. I couldn't take it if you died." "You like me, don't you?" said Percy with his eyes still shut. "All of you. Even Zizi." Percy opened one eye and saw Zizi looking very angrily back at him. Ziz," stammered Percy. "It was only a joke." Ziz moved his beak to Percy's cheek and then nuzzled in lovingly. "Why, you little... Novita paused. "You little pigeon." "Steady on, old girl. You said pigeon like it was an insult," said Percy with a little smirk on his beak. "You are a very odd and very brave bird," she said. "And did you see how brave your pigeon friends were?" "No," said Percy. "What did I miss?" "They saved us all from one of those awful machines," said Novita. "It opened fire, and the whole flock flew at it. They gave us enough time to escape." "I say, good show, you lot," said Percy, assuming they were nearby. "Are they all okay?" "I'm afraid not," said Novita. "I think a few got shot." "Oh, no," said Percy sadly. "Well, there's only one thing I can do." "What's that?" asked Novita. "Green-spectacled pigeons, show yourselves," ordered Percy in his best military voice, and the branches came alive with pigeons who all seemed a little braver and a little more confident. "In honor of your fallen comrades, and in light of your bravery against insurmountable odds, I hereby deputize the flock into the X-Unit Airborne Division. Congratulations." The branches rustled loudly and proudly as the pigeons all stood a little bit taller. "That was very nice, Percy," whispered Novita, and she pecked his cheek lightly. "Now I wonder what happened to the rat, Arthur McLean." Arthur landed face first against the dome top of the ventilation cover. As he slid down, he heard what sounded like nails on a chalkboard and realized it was his claws scraping against the rough plastic of the dome. He landed at the base of the shaft cover and squoze through one of the vertical slats around the circumference. He looked down and saw a ventilation fan spinning millimeters from his tail, so he quickly flicked it up with an Indiana Jones-esque whipping sound and wrapped it around one of the plastic struts that strengthened the inner dome. He dangled there for a moment, with his face just above the steel blades. "This is a die-hard moment," he whispered to himself, and he swung to the side of the vent and unhooked his backpack. He plunged his hand inside, took out a small screwdriver, and wedged it into the blades. They came to a grinding halt, and he dropped down onto the ledge of the long shaft below. Just as he retrieved the screwdriver and the fan resumed its never-ending revolutions, one of the roof guards lifted the cover and peered in. "I was sure I saw something move," he said, and Arthur froze. The guard shrugged and replaced the cover. "Life really is just like an action movie," he whispered to himself excitedly. "Time for a little Mission Impossible now." He took out a length of twine with a small weight on the end and dropped it down the shaft. "1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi," he counted under his breath. "Clunk," said the weight as it landed at the bottom of the shaft. "Okay," he mumbled. 3 Mississippis at a gravitational acceleration of 32.174 feet per second is 332s equal. 9630.174s equals just under 100 feet. Easy? He took out a small folding pole device and snapped it so it opened like a large plus sign. He extended each arm until it was wide enough to rest on the top of the shaft and clipped a small motorized reel onto the center. He hooked the other end of the military-grade nylon thread onto the back of his tiny belt and nodded approvingly. His trust in Sergei's equipment was total, so he fell off the edge of the shaft and dropped 30 mm before the auto-lock kicked in. Secreted into his harness, on the strap opposite the torch, were 2 buttons marked up and down. "Not too complicated," he muttered. "Sergei knows me well." He pushed the down button, and the reel lowered him slowly down the shaft. He stopped and wondered if he could resist going up and down for a while, just for a laugh. And then he wondered what anyone else in this situation would wonder. Don't be ridiculous. Simpkins, that scenario would never happen. Arthur, are you there, old chap?" Percy had reconnected to the comm system and was wondering why all he could hear was a whirring noise. "Perhaps I haven't connected it together properly after it got all tangled up," he mumbled to himself. "Arthur?" Stammered Arthur, like a naughty boy who had been caught trying to steal the batteries from the family TV remote control so he could power his gamepad. "I was, just testing the electronic ascending-descending device to see if it was safe." "Does that mean what I think that means?" asked Percy. "Yes," whispered the little rat. "I was going up and down to see how fast it goes." "And?" inquired Percy. "It's really fast," giggled Arthur. "And it stops immediately, even at full speed." "Is that really the best use of your time, Arthur?" said Percy in his most reprimanding voice. "No," said Arthur, the final O rising in a tone begging for forgiveness. "But it's so much fun. How are things out there? Is everyone safe, Perk?" "Most of us," said Percy. "A few of the brave little pigeons sacrificed themselves to save us." "Oh, no," said Arthur. "How many did we lose?" "I'm not sure, but I've initiated them into the airborne division of the X unit to acknowledge their bravery," said Percy proudly. "We didn't lose as many as the drones, though." "I know," said Arthur. "That's quite a design flaw, eh? I don't suppose they foresaw an attack quite like that, old boy." "No, I'd like to have been at the meeting where they said," Arthur adopted a geeky voice. "But what would we do in the eventuality that, for argument's sake, 4 peregrine falcons, a dead pigeon, and a flock of green spectacle-wearing pigeons go on the attack?" "Ha!" guffawed Percy. "That would be hilarious. So what's your plan?" "Well, I thought I'd just take a look around, really," said Arthur, "and see what I can find out." "Yippee-ki-yay, Mum." Arthur looked at the blueprints and saw that the president's office was on the ground floor. He pushed the down button and zipped to the bottom of the shaft in 5 fun-filled seconds. It was all he could do to stop himself from bellowing a huge whee as he went. He flicked on his torch. "Come out the coast," he whispered to himself as he paused at the entrance to an air vent tunnel. "We'll get together, have a few laughs." The president's office. At the end of the short tunnel was a grill. Arthur peered through it and saw a long white office. So long, in fact, that he could barely see the door at the other end, some 20 meters away. A large square desk sat on a raised platform at his end of the room. It was completely bare, apart from one laptop and a bank of different-colored telephones to the left. Behind it, on the wall, was the presidential crest, either side of which the flag of Artamus hung lifelessly from a golden pole. 2 unusually low chairs were situated just far enough away from the desk to make anyone sitting on them feel awkward and very inferior. The president's chair was a large, modern leather affair with thick padded armrests and a curved headrest that looked so plush that it would surely wrap around and engulf any head placed against it. Along the wall opposite were hundreds of photographs of the president posing with and shaking hands with various people, none of whom Arthur recognized. As he squozed through the grill of the air vent, landing softly into the thick plush carpet, he looked to his right and saw 2 large bird cages hanging from the ceiling with what looked like one dead bird in each. He leaped onto the desk and sat for a moment staring at the cages. "Why would anyone stuff a bird to look dead?" he mumbled as he tapped his earpiece. "Hey, Perk, I'm in." "Hey, Perk, I'm in," he said. "Why did you say it twice?" asked Percy. I didn't, said Arthur. "Yes, you did," said Percy. "You just did it again." "No, I didn't." "No, I didn't," demanded Arthur. "There must be something wrong with your headset." "There must be something wrong with your headset." Arthur paused and wondered why he was hearing it, too. "It must be a feedback loop." "It must be a feedback loop," he said. Hang on. He took off his headset. "If it's a feedback loop, I won't hear it with my headset off." "If it's a feedback loop, I won't hear it with my headset off. And yet, I can, still, hear, it." He put his headset back on. "You there, Perk? You there, Perk?" he whispered. "Yes, I can still hear the echo." I know. We'll just have to manage until I can take a proper look at it." "Right," he continued. "I need to bug the phone." "Right, I need to bug the phone." Suddenly, a phone rang. Bell! It tinkled in an old-fashioned way. Then it stopped. Then another phone rang. Ring! It rang. Then it stopped. Arthur looked around the room, but couldn't pinpoint where the sound was coming from. Trim, went yet another ringtone. "How many phones has this man got?" mumbled Arthur to himself. He waited a moment and noticed that the echo had stopped. No echo. "Oh, sorry," said an odd voice. "I forgot I was still doing that. How many phones has this man got?" No echo," said the old Nokia tune, Grande Valse. "I think we stopped doing the phones now," said a second odd voice. "Let's do car horns instead." "Who is that?" said Arthur, no longer whispering. "Should we tell him?" asked one voice. "Okay," said the other. "Do you see those 2 dead birds in the cages?" "Yes," said Arthur. "It's us," they both said in unison, as they flung apart their wings and opened their beaks wide. "It's us!" "Ah!" yelled Arthur. "I thought you 2 were dead." "Yeah," said the one on the left. "We get that a lot," completed the one on the right. "Arthur," gasped Percy through his earpiece. "What on earth is going on? You're shouting. The guards will hear you." Oops. Sorry, Perk, whispered Arthur. I had a bit of a shock. Oh, you don't have to whisper, said the bird on the left. The guards are used to hearing silly noises coming from in here. They think the room is possessed by the boogeyman, Babby. Watch this, said the bird on the right, gesturing to the bird on the left. Do that thing you do. No, I don't want to, said the bird on the left. To the bird on the right. He does a great impression of President Nitup. Go on. Okay, tutted the bird on the left as he cleared his throat. Watch the speed they come in, said the bird on the right. Oh, you might want to hide. Guards, yelled the bird on the left. Get in here, now. The two birds immediately slumped to the bottom of their cage and played dead again, as two heavily armed security men burst into the room. Arthur dove behind a laptop. It is Babé, I tell you, said one of the guards. The bogeyman. I hate this room, said the other guard. It gives me the pimples. The door closed. That was brilliant, said Arthur. What kind of birds are you? I don't recognize you. Liar, said the bird on the left. No, really, said Arthur. I've never seen or heard anything like you before. No, silly, said the bird on the right. We are liar birds. I'm Doris, and this is Richie. Why are you here? Asked Arthur. Nitup saw a YouTube video clip of liar birds mimicking noises and wanted to impress his friends. So what does he do? Bring people in and get you to make telephone sounds, said Arthur. He tries, said Richie. But we don't play along. Yeah, said Doris. Why would we want to make him look good? We just sit here and look dead, said Richie. We're the fourth pair he's tried. None of us have done a thing for him yet. Where are the others? Asked Arthur. Oh, he had them killed, said Richie. But that means if you don't do what he wants, he'll kill us, completed Doris. We know. That's what we're waiting for. We'd rather be dead than sit in the cage and entertain that lunatic and his weird friends. I'll tell you what, though, said Richie. The things we've heard, eh, Doris? Oh, yes, Richie, said Doris. The stories we could tell. And might I add, added Richie with a giggle, in the correct voices, too. Anyway, said Doris. What are you doing here, little ratman? Me, said Arthur. I'm looking for evidence that will bring down the president. Ineresting, said Richie in a slow and ponderous voice. We may be able to help you with that, said Doris, completing Richie's sentence. What do you mean? Asked Arthur inquisitively. Well, what would you like to know? Said Richie. Some personal information, perhaps? Like what? Said Arthur. What about his driving license number? Continued Richie. Oh, that would be useful, said Arthur. Or his social security number, said Doris. That would be handy, too. Or the details of his many bank accounts, said Richie. With all the login details, completed Doris. Oh, and the password to open the folder on his laptop where he keeps the bank details of all of his friends, family, cabinet ministers, and associates. What? Said Arthur in shock. Why does he have those, and how? He blackmailed the head of the Bank of Artamus, said Richie. He likes to know exactly how much money everyone has, and what payments they're receiving. He sacked his finance minister last year because he took a payment from a large palm oil company without giving Nitup a cut, continued Doris. When the minister asked how he knew about the payment, Nitup made it his goal to absolutely ruin him and his family. He and his two sons are now in prison, serving life sentences for treason, and his wife works in a palm oil refinery just to make ends meet. What is wrong with this man? Asked Arthur, to no one in particular. Oh, and we know all of his codes, said Richie. Codes? Quizzed Arthur. Yeah, said Doris. Safe codes, secret passage codes, launch codes. Launch codes? Said Arthur with surprise. Oh, yeah, said Richie. He has quite the arsenal of weapons, you know. No, said Arthur. I didn't know that. Could we change them? Well, they can only be changed if you know passcodes of Nitup. his chief of security Vedevdim, and the vice president Alexander Kayvan, continued Ritchie. And do we have those? Asked Arthur eagerly. Of course, said Ritchie. You see, Nitup is such a paranoid control freak that he tells Vedevdim and Kayvan what codes to choose, and then writes them down and puts them into his secret safe. The secret safe that you know the location of, said Arthur. Precisely, said Doris. And which, of course, you've memorized. Oh, heavens no, said Doris. That's a randomized code which changes automatically every 24 hours. Oh, that is clever, said Arthur. It is, isn't it? Said Ritchie. What isn't clever is that the new code automatically sends itself to a secret email account that Nitup is certain no one knows about. But guess what? You know about it, guessed Arthur. Yep, said Doris. Mermaids are real at palacemail.com. The password is Aye8 Ursula. What? Said Arthur dumbfoundedly. His favorite film is, said Doris. The Little Mermaid, completed Ritchie. He watches it in here, on his own, all the time. We know it word for word, said Doris. Voice for voice, too, added Ritchie. Poor unfortunate souls, sang Doris. In pain, in need, completed Ritchie. Well, I never, said Arthur. The great Rimidal Nitup watches The Little Mermaid. You couldn't make it up, could you? You know, if you wrote it in a book, no one would believe it. The barn, Mrs. and Mr. Brown are moving in. Just go, said Ella. We'll be fine. Mom and Dad are coming over to help. Mom's even thinking of relocating the free riders here because it's so safe. So you definitely know how to work in everything, little chica, said Harriet. Yes, we'll be fine. Go. Ella watched the giant tortoise direct the old lady out of the barn and turned to her new babies. I'm so sorry I haven't told your daddy about you yet, she said. But he really has to concentrate on what he's doing, and if he knew about you three, he'd be on the first flight home. We'll manage until it's the right time to tell him, won't we? Artamus International Airport. Is that your seeing eye testudinity? There is no commotion, quite like the commotion caused by an old blind lady demanding that her guide, giant tortoise, be allowed to fly with her in first class. Unless it is the commotion caused when a small taxi driver has to lift the same guide giant tortoise into the passenger seat of a small taxi. I cannot get the safety belt around the turtle, panted the taxi driver. She is a tortoise, not a turtle, said Edith, who immediately put a finger to her ear as though listening intently. My apologies, she corrected after a short pause. My friend has informed me that, although she is a giant tortoise, all tortoises are turtles, as they belong to the order Testudines. The taxi driver stared in dismay at Edith. Don't look at me like that, said Edith, who had been told of the taxi driver's stunned demeanor by Harriet. Besides, she doesn't require a safety belt. The law of Artamus states clearly that all occupants of a vehicle must be wearing a safety belt, said the taxi driver proudly, having only last week taken his taxi license refresher course. Not again, grumbled Edith. We just had this issue on the airplane. Harriet has assured me that, in the event of an accident, she will retract her appendages, rendering her impervious to damage. Who is Harriet? Asked the taxi driver. And what are appendages? Harriet is my friend and guide tortoise, said Edith. And if you look down at her now, you will see what she looks like with her appendages retracted. Huh, gasped the taxi driver as he looked at Harriet just in time to see her head retract into her shell and her legs tuck in. It looks like a helmet. Precisely, said Edith. And what are helmets used for? To protect the head from trauma, said the taxi driver, even more proudly than before. So that's settled then, said Edith. Shall we go? Of course. said the taxi driver, now perfectly at ease with the large item of headwear resting on his front seat. Where to? Edith handed him a piece of paper on which was an address. The presidential palace. We're going to need a bigger brain. Arthur settled down in front of President Nidup's laptop and began to search. Without too much trouble, he found plans to sell off the remaining rainforest to the highest bidders. It didn't seem to matter what the land would be used for, whether logging, palm oil farming, or cattle grazing. There were tens of folders, each holding hundreds of complex spreadsheets full of names and numbers. A quick look confirmed that the president took a personal cut from every business transaction on the island, large or small. Clearly he was a cruel man who ruled with absolute power and had no obvious threats. Well, no obvious human threats. There were two little birds whose existence meant nothing to him, who had the potential and, more importantly, the information to bring him down. Arthur was thrilled that Harriet had thought to have Sergei create a secure cloud drive. There was just too much information for his little rat brain to digest. He began the task of uploading everything and was about to tap his comms to tell Harriet when a spreadsheet file way down on the bottom left of the screen caught his eye. "I wonder," he whispered, "what exotic livestock means." He clicked it and gawped, open-mouthed, at the screen. "What is it?" asked Doris, but Arthur said nothing. "What's wrong, little rat?" pressed Richie. It's," he stuttered. "I can't believe what I'm seeing." Richie and Doris pushed open the doors to their cages and fluttered to Arthur's side. They looked at the screen. "Your cages are open?" said Arthur with surprise. "Always have been," said Doris. "What are we looking at?" asked Richie. "It's a shipping manifest," said Arthur. "Nope," said Doris. "Sorry, but that doesn't help." "There is a huge warehouse on the outskirts of town," said Arthur, "and this is a list of the stock it currently holds." "But," said Richie, squinting to see the screen, "it's a list of animals." "Animals aren't stock," said Doris. "Animals are, well, animals." "Not to Nidup, they're not." "Look how many there are," said Arthur as he scrolled down the screen. "Oh my," said Doris as the list rolled vertically past their eyes. "What do the numbers at the end of each row mean, do you think?" "That must be the price the animal sells for," said Arthur. "This is disgusting," said Richie. "What gives humans the right to do that?" "I do not know," said Arthur, shaking his head in despair. "Well, we've got to stop it," said Doris. Arthur moved his hand slowly to his earpiece and tapped the comms button. "Harriet," he said, and waited. "Harriet, are you there, Harriet?" He waited a moment and then tapped his earpiece again. "Yosuke?" "Hi, Arthur-san. I am here." "I'm trying to patch through to Harriet," said Arthur. "But I'm getting no response. Can you try, please?" "No, Arthur-san, I cannot," said Yosuke. Why?" said Arthur, slightly taken aback. "Is everything okay?" "Everything is fine, Arthur-san," calmed Yosuke. "I would have told you, but you were on radio silence." "Told me what?" asked Arthur, with a touch of impatience. "Is Harriet okay?" "Ask her yourself," said Yosuke. "She is just being lifted out of the front seat of a taxi." "A taxi?" gasped Arthur. "What taxi? What is going on, Yosuke?" "Here she comes now," said Yosuke. The line crackled a little. There was a slight hum. Hello?" said Arthur. "She's going as fast as she can," said Yosuke. "Ah," said Arthur. "I thought you'd hung up." "No rush," said Arthur sarcastically. The line continued to hum. I should do something about that hum," said Arthur. "Perhaps a noise gate?" "Tum-tee-tum," sung Arthur. "Hello, Arthur," panted Harriet. "I came as quickly as I could." "No need to rush on my account," giggled Arthur. "Can I ask why you didn't just use your headset?" Pant. We had to pant, remove it so I could do an impression, pant, of a helmet for the airplane people and the taxi driver," gasped Harriet. "Pant." Forgot to pant. Replace it. Ah, ugh, said Arthur with a dismayed shake of his head. So why are you here in Artamus? Edith insisted we come, said Harriet, and I agree with her. We can do so much more if we are here with you. So who is running things back at the barn? Ella and the others, said Harriet, nearly giving away the fact that Ella was nursing Arthur's children as well as running the command headquarters. But she won't have much to do now we are all here. What other? Said Arthur as he tapped his comms and spoke. Command headquarters. Command headquarters. Come in, command headquarters. Hello, said a gruff voice. Ella? Said Arthur, shocked at how he hadn't remembered her voice. Sounded so rough. No, it's Charlie, said Charlie the enforcer. Now hang on. Let me remember what I was told to say. He cleared his throat. Hello, this is the command headquarters. Ella cannot take your call at the moment, but if you leave a message, I'll make sure she gets it as soon as I can be bothered giving it to her. Charlie, it's me, Arthur. How are you, pal? Well, I never, said Charlie with genuine affection for his little vegan buddy. I'm okay, thanks, Arthur. Just holding down the fort for your other half. She's off feeding. Feeding? Quizzed Arthur. Oh, yeah. You don't know, do you? Sputtered Charlie. Crusher's going to kill me. Is it me, or is this line terrible? Caw! Charlie, said Arthur. Charlie? What happened, Arthur-san? I don't know, replied Arthur. I was chatting away, and the line went Crusher, and then Charlie was gone. Oh, it must have been a bad line, said Yosuke. He said Ella was feeding, mulled Arthur. What do you suppose he meant by that? Oh, you know, Charlie, said Harriet. It's probably rat talk for eating. Yeah, you're probably right, said Arthur dreamily. Anyway, where was I? You were about to ask Harriet-chan something, said Yosuke. Ah, yes, remembered Arthur. I'm uploading the contents of Nitup's laptop onto our cloud, so we can look through it in our own time. But I'm going to need help. I need you here with the mobile command center. Hi, said Yosuke. Oh, and I'll need some thumbs, so bring Princess Kirana. Hi, said Yosuke obediently. How are we going to get there, Arthur-san? I'll think of something and let you know, said Arthur. He paused for a moment. Are you still there, Arthur? Asked Harriet. Yes, answered Arthur. What is it? Is there something else you want to tell us? Said Harriet. Something bad? Yes, said Arthur gloomily. Would you gather everybody together and put me on loudspeaker, please? TLM. After telling everyone about the warehouse filled with poor, desperate, exotic animals, Arthur settled behind Nitup's laptop with a new determination and set about changing all the launch codes he could find, reckoning that anything that required a launch code was probably quite a dangerous thing. He then changed every password saved on the laptop to X1NC10 and /un1T. Your password is strong, said the computer via a little box in the middle of the screen. Yes, it is, said Arthur, with a pride that can only come from knowing you have avoided the many pitfalls computer operating systems and internet browsers have coded into them to waste your precious time. He also contacted Harriet with the full details of Nitup's bank accounts and those of his government ministers, suggesting that it might be nice if they made some charitable donations to causes she found worthy beginning, perhaps, with the animal hospital of their new friend, Dr. Setiawan. A trace on Nitup's mobile phone showed that he was back in the country after a diplomatic trip. Arthur confirmed this by way of the president's personal calendar, which stated that he was planning to stay the night at his villa on the coast with his current girlfriend, and then return to the palace by noon the next day to spend some personal time with TLM. It says in his calendar that he's coming to the palace tomorrow to spend time with TLM, quizzed Arthur. But his girlfriend is called Juliana. Movie time, said Richie with a grin. TLM, paused Doris. Huh? said Arthur, not quite following. The Little Mermaid. Ah, smiled Arthur. Well, I think we should have a little surprise waiting for him, eh? Ooh, that sounds exciting, said Doris. What kind of surprise? I'm thinking a big ginger one with opposable thumbs and a tech expert with a Japanese accent. I'm just not quite sure how to get them past the guards. Easy, said Richie. We'll get the guards to collect them and bring them in. And how is that easy? Asked Arthur. Leave that to us, Arthur, said Doris. You just tell your friends to be ready. How do you know it's 10 if they are invisible? But Arthur, we need to go and free those animals immediately, pleaded Princess Kirana. I know, Princess, said Arthur, but I really need you and Hyosuke here. I'm sure the others can manage. We'll be fine, your major, said Tane. I mean, how hard can it be to sneak a tiger, a sun bear, 24 orangutans, and a herd of elephants into a heavily guarded warehouse? Tan felt the barely visible toe of an ungulate tap him on the back. Oh, sorry, mate, he continued, and 10 invisible rhinos. I'm sure you'll think of something, said Arthur impatiently. After all, hang on. 10 what? Invisible rhinoceroses, repeated Tane. Oh, yeah. We forgot to tell you about the chameleon rhinos, didn't we? Chameleon rhino? Questioned Arthur. Let me guess. They are rhinoceroses that blend into their surroundings. Exactly, Arthur, said Tane. 10 of them. How do you know there are 10 of them if they're invisible? Wondered Arthur out loud. Because they told us, said Tane matter-of-factly. Best stealth trackers I've ever seen. Or not seen. If you know what I mean. 10 invisible rhinos may come in handy, said Arthur. I'll send you the coordinates for the warehouse. It's not too far from where you are, and it's pretty isolated, so you should be able to get there without too much trouble. Coolio, mate, said Taney. We'll set off right away, but I'll send the Owl Police ahead to check for roads and human activity so we can plan the best route. Don't worry, mate. We'll get him out. I know, said Arthur. Let me know when you arrive. Now, Princess, I need you and Hyosuke to be ready for pickup as soon as possible. Someone will be coming for all 3 crates very soon. Very well, said Princess Kirana compliantly. Hi, said Hyosuke. I shall make sure everything is packed safely, Arthur-san. What's your impression of the President's girlfriend? Okay, said Arthur. My lot are ready to be picked up. 3 crates from the address I've pinpointed on the GPS to be delivered into this office before the President arrives at noon. No worry, said Richie. Flip the white phone off the hook and watch this. Arthur knocked the receiver from the cradle and heard the dial tone. Doris fluttered to the desk and tapped a number into the keypad with her beak. This is Chief of Security Vedevdim, said a voice on the other end of the line. Who is this? This is Juliana, said Doris in what Arthur hoped was a perfect recreation of the President's girlfriend's voice. Oh, yes. What do you want? I have purchased a surprise for my Remy's return, and I need you to collect it and take it to his office at the palace by 11 o'clock in the morning. Do you understand? Miss Vedevdim paused, not even certain of the President's latest girlfriend's last name. We are the President's security team, not your personal courier. Wouldn't you be better off asking a delivery service to do this? Knowing your incompetence, I probably would. However, Mr. Vedevdim, I want you to do it. The address is 356 Holu Road, 15067, Artamus. The crates will be waiting for you. I suggest you use one of the presidential helicopters to ensure it arrives safely and on time. Please do not make me tell the President why a present from his future wife did not arrive. Are my instructions clear? Yes, Miss, said the head of security in a tone of resignation. I will use my best men. Good, said Doris. Bye. Richie mimed to Arthur that he should hang up the phone. Juliana always ends her call like that, said Doris with a proud little hop. I know, said Richie. Very nice touch. You two are... Arthur paused. Absolutely fantastic. The compound, the QA session. Okay, said Tane. If we set off now, we should be there before morning light. The owl police have gone ahead to plot our safest route in, so we just have to follow our eyes in the skies. The jungle goes to within 50 meters of the warehouse. Any questions? An assortment of hairy arms, trunks, and imperceptible hooves shot into the air, along with one striped tail and a very long tongue. Mulled Taney, as he looked at the questioners. Who should I choose? The tongue wiggled furiously and stretched further to the sky. Okay, said Taney. Who does the tongue belong to? Mea, said Surya. How far is 50 meters? Okay. It's about 170 of those tongues, said Tane. And Surya, happy with the personalized image, lowered his long, honey-licking appendage. Tane noticed that all the other appendages were still raised, and assumed they were all asking the same question. That's equivalent to 8 elephants, he continued, and the trunks dropped. Or 20 invisible rhinos, the barely visible hooves fell. Or 23 arm-to-arm orangutans, the hairy arms descended. Or 80 tiger cub tails, it flicked and sank. Anyone else? Inquired Tane, and he heard a loud buzzing noise behind him. Oh, come on, bees? We are just as important as the others, said Lloyd. Okay, grumbled Tane as he mumbled and tried to work it out. What are you, about 2 centimeters each? That would be, forgive the pun, about 2,000 of you. But there are only about 493 of us, said Lloyd disappointedly. Have you not understood the question, Lloyd? Asked Tane. It's how many bees is equal to 50 meters, not do we have enough bees to stretch 50 meters. Oh, said Lloyd. I see. Now, anyone else? Said Tane impatiently as he looked at Morris. Morris shook his head in nervous silence. Good, said Tane. Shall we go? The presidential office. Your package has been delivered safely. The door to the presidential office flung open, and Niddup stormed in, followed by a tall, blond man. Get me my finance minister, bellowed the president, as he stamped the 20 meters to his desk and sat down. Now! Yes, Mr. President, at once, said the man, who turned and walked hurriedly all the way back to the door and left. Niddup tapped the power button on his laptop and leaned back on his large leather chair. He looked at the 2 seemingly lifeless birds and shook his head. Useless birds, he mumbled. Stupid fake news YouTube video. He noticed 3 crates and furrowed his brow. He pushed the intercom button on the phone. Voxep, he barked. What are these crates doing in my office? They are a gift from your, Miss, Juliana, Mr. President, said Voxep nervously, to welcome your glorious return. Have them removed, said Niddup, and get me 2 more lyrebirds. These 2 are useless. Yes, sir, said the President's secretary. The finance minister is here, sir. Should I send him in? Yes. The door opened and a large man with gray hair entered the room. Ah, Kavan, sit, snarled Niddup. The man awkwardly walked the length of the room and sat on one of the low chairs. Why have my accounts been emptied? Seethed Niddup, as he stood looking down at his minister. I do not know, Mr. President, said Finance Minister Kavan timidly. I am looking into it. Speak up, man, said Niddup. I can't hear you. I do not know, Mr. President, he exclaimed nervously. I am looking into it. The whole of the cabinet has the same issue, as does the Treasury. Have we been hacked? I have spoken with the head of the Bank of Artamus, Mr. President, said Kavan. He assures me that there has been no security breach and that the funds have been legitimately transferred out by each account holder. That cannot be, Niddup scoffed. Fix this immediately, Al. Yes, sir, Mr. President, cowered Kavan as he stood and backed out of the room. At once. Nidhup waited for Kayvon to leave the room and then walked over to the crates. "What have we here?" he mumbled to himself as he investigated the first one. He saw the "Click Here" sign and couldn't resist. The panel dropped to reveal the red button. Nidhup looked around naughtily and pushed it. He stood back and marveled as the crate opened to reveal the mobile command center. "Whoa!" he hissed, as the lid of the crate raised up and flipped over to expose a solar panel and satellite dish. The four sides then fell hydraulically to the floor to reveal the contents. It's a fully portable communications hub, built into a custom-made desk, housing a state-of-the-art computer with 2 high-definition displays, multi-track recording facilities, and its own satellite link. Arthur, who had been watching everything from behind a small bin in the corner of the room, nodded approvingly. He may be a ruthless dictator, he thought to himself, but he knows his tech. "I wonder if it has Bluetooth," gasped Nidhup out loud. "Of course it has Bluetooth," splurged Arthur uncontrollably. Nidhup froze for a moment and stared at the corner of the room. Arthur was certain he'd been heard. "A rat," said Nidhup. "I know a rat when I hear one. I'll have to get the exterminators in. Ooh, what's this? I love a good aluminium case. No. How does this thing open?" Arthur heard a hiss, followed by a thud. "Don't push the button. Hard, isn't it?" "But how did you know he would open the mobile command center crate first, Arthur-san?" asked Yosuke. "Because, my Japanese friend, no one can resist a click here button," said Arthur as he sniffed the air. "What can I smell?" "I fear it may be my new little friend, Gina-kun," said Yosuke, who had allowed the pangolin to stow away in his crate. "He has a tendency to fart when he is surprised. They can be quite, Princess Kirana thought hard for a word to sum up just how simply devastating Jean's farts could be, but without insulting him too much. Intoxicating. "Sorry," said Jean, "but it's not me this time. And I can smell it, too. It's kind of bitter. I wonder what it is. So now we have incapacitated the president. What are we going to do with him?" asked Princess Kirana. "Well," said Arthur, "I thought I might ask him to stop being such a horrible man." "And you think that might work, Arthur-san?" "No, Yosuke, I don't," said Arthur. "But, it's worth a shot, isn't it?" "And what, may I ask, is your plan if he says no?" inquired Princess Kirana. "Ah, that's when these two come into their own," he said as he turned to the bird cages. "Princess, Yosuke, and Jean, allow me to introduce you to the finest double act I have ever seen. Doris and Richie." "Hello," said the 2 lyrebirds, who leapt up and waved their wings furiously. "Hello." "What are they going to do?" asked Jean. "Peck him to death?" Suddenly rain started to fall. Then there was thunder. A train whizzed by. A door creaked open and then slammed. Princess Kirana spoke. But it wasn't Princess Kirana speaking. Then Yosuke spoke. But again it wasn't Yosuke. There was a fart sound so convincing that not only Jean, but Yosuke, Arthur, and Princess Kirana all apologized. A shot rang out. An ambulance went by. Lee Marvin sang the opening verse of "I Was Born Under a Wandering Star," until halfway through, Lee Marvin suddenly sounded like he was singing with a mouthful of helium. Then the phone rang. Arthur waited for another ringtone to appear, but it didn't come. "That's not us," said Doris. "Oh," said Arthur, who ran over to the phone. "Flip it over and I'll answer," said Richie as he flapped to the desk. "Hello," he said in Nidhup's voice. "Hello, Mr. President," said the secretary over the speaker. "The men are here to remove the crates." "Remove the crates? They are a present from Juliana. Why would I want them removing?" "Oh, sorry, sir," stuttered the secretary. "I thought you said—" "Never mind, sorry." "I do not want to be disturbed for any reason," impersonated Richie. "When I do contact you, it is essential that you ask me for my password. If the next word from my mouth is not the password, you are not to respond. You must hang up immediately. Is that clear? Yes, sir. Of course, stammered Voxep. What is the password? The password is a secret. Then, how will I know it when you say it, sir? Asked Voxep. Because, you fool, the password is a secret. Oh, I see, realized Voxep. Yes, sir. When you say a secret. Yes, sir. Do not call me. Do not enter the room. Do not answer any contact from me unless I say the password. Do you understand? Yes, Mr. President, sir. Richie pecked the hook switch to hang up. Okay, said Gene. Now I see how these two birds could come in handy. What does that smell? It's getting worse. The warehouse, everything but a zebra crossing. The journey to the warehouse had been without incident, apart from one strange moment, when a long, red, leathery finger pushed a button on a zebra crossing, causing human beings and vehicles to wait agog as a large herd of elephants, 21 and 3 half orangutans, 10 shimmering apparitions, a tiger cub, a sun bear with a lazy small blue bird riding on its back, and a black blob of bees meandered slowly across the road. The walkers and hoverers arrived at the warehouse where they found the flyers had settled on a tree branch next to Percy, Novita, the chicks, and the newly deputized green-spectacled pigeons. Hello, all, said Percy. Arthur asked us to come over and recon the warehouse before you arrived. We've flown around it quite a few times looking for weaknesses and entrance points and have discovered a few things. Such as? Asked Tane. Well, firstly, continued Percy, it is huge. Secondly, interjected Surya. It is very heavily guarded, said Novita. Each window has at least 2 guards. There are also armed guards at the front and the back of the building, said Percy. So, said Tane, what are we going to do? We're going to walk in through the front door, my dear Tane, said Percy. Oak, said Tane. Ask a silly question. Get a silly answer, eh? I think what Tane is trying to say, boomed Zulfikar, is a how. Said Percy cheekily. Has anyone seen Dr. Seriawan? The presidential palace. Medication, medication, medication. That's what you need. Disease, yelled Gene, waking himself from a deep sleep. So surprised was he by his dreamy outburst that he curled up tightly and rolled off the desk. Jane, called out Arthur as he ran to the edge and looked over. Are you okay? Engulfed by the plushness of the thick shag of the luscious carpet, Jean had fallen immediately back to sleep. Jane, shouted Arthur once more, and the little pangolin blinked his eyes open. What? He said impatiently. I was having a lovely dream. You rolled off the desk, said Arthur, just after you shouted the word of disease. Disease, quizzed the little scaly-skinned mammal. He rolled onto his back and exposed his underbelly, a true sign that he was comfortable with his surroundings. Oh, the smell. Your dream smell? Asked Princess Kirana. It is no wonder, called out Yosuke, considering what I have witnessed emanating from his little body. No, said Jean, I mean the smell I've smelled, ever since Nidhup arrived. It's the smell of disease, bitter and gooey and smudgy. Those words do not describe smells, said Yosuke. They do to me, said Jean. No, wait, said Arthur, I know what he means. I got them too, but mine were rancid, clammy and sloppy. I am beginning to think that being dead has its advantages, said Yosuke. I've read about it, said Arthur. How some animals can sense illness. They can just smell it. And you smell it on the president? Asked Princess Kirana. Arthur and Jean ran over to Nidhup, still unconscious where he had fallen, and sniffed hard. Yep, said Arthur. He's definitely ill. I can almost smell it getting worse, sniffed Jean. Can you tell how ill he is? Asked Yosuke. I smell bad stuff, said Jean. It reminds me of something. One of your farts? Quizzed Yosuke. No. Oh, hang on, said Jean suddenly. I've got it. It reminds me of my Uncle Smitty. Oh, such a shame, said Princess Kirana. Was he very ill? Not when we found him, continued Jean. Oh, how wonderful, said Princess Kirana. Was it a miraculous cure? Not really, said Jean, and he'd been dead for a week. Ah, nodded Princess Kirana, unsurprised by Jean's flippancy. And you know what, said Jean? Even with all the flies and maggots and puss, he still smelled better than this guy. Even though I don't have a similarly vomit-inducing story as my little pangolin chum, said Arthur, I have to say that it smells really bad. Terminal that, concluded Jean. Definitely terminal. How long do you think he has left? Asked Yosuke. I'm a pangolin, not a doctor, said Jean. Ah, of course, said Yosuke. But, continued the little mammal, if you wanted me to take a guess, I'd have to say that I have no idea. Mused Yosuke. That seemed like a slight waste of time. You asked, said Jean. He's dying, said Richie. What? Said Arthur. His doctor has been prescribing him medication, which would help, but he hasn't been taking it, said Doris. Why would he not take his medication? Asked Yosuke. He doesn't trust anybody, said Doris. He thinks he will be poisoned, continued Richie. Oh, the poor man, said Princess Kirana. It must be awful to be so hated that you cannot trust the people around you. I cannot conceive. Well, there have been 15 attempts on his life while we've been here, said Doris. Who knows how many before that? So we can kind of see his point, said Richie. 5 car bomb, said Doris. 4 airstrikes, continued Richie. 3 attempted poisonings, said Doris as they took it in turns like a well-rehearsed skit. 2 sniper shots, tutted Richie. And a partridge in a pear tree, joked Arthur darkly. Not quite, concluded Doris. A knife attack. Wow, said Jean. He's a well-loved leader, eh? Well, he came to power after the last president was assassinated, said Richie. And the rumors are that Nitup was behind the assassination, said Dory. Well, we have to help him, said Princess Kirana. Do we? Said Jean. Why? Let him die, said Richie. Yeah, he's a monster, said Doris. Why would we want to help him? We would help an animal, would we not? Asked Princess Kirana. Is he not an animal too? If he dies, said Richie, all of this will end. We don't know that, said Arthur. Someone just as bad could take his place. Or worse, said Yosuke. Human beings are animals too, said Princess Kirana calmly. Said Arthur. There may be a way. Get up, Nitup. Rimidal Nitup opened his eyes and then immediately closed them. It's the illness, he said to himself. Google said there would be hallucinations. There is not an orangutan staring down at you. Grumph, snorted Princess Kirana, covering the president in little specks of spittle. However, that felt real, said the president as he drew open one eye. Hello, breathed Princess Kirana, unaware that the breath of a long-dead orangutan is exponentially worse than that of a current one, and theirs is pretty bad. The president turned his head away and buried it deep into the plush pile of the carpet. Are you real? Asked Nitup. She's real, said Richie. Who said that? Said Nitup. Voxup, is that you? No, said Doris. Voxup sounds like this. Yes, sir, Miss President. Anything else, Miss President? Ha, said Richie. That sounded just like him. President Nitup looked into Princess Kirana's eyes and spoke. If indeed you do exist, would you mind letting me get up, please? Grumph, said Princess Kirana softly as she moved to allow Nitup to sit up. He sat somewhat discombobulated and saw the 2 lyrebirds perched on the desk above him. So, he said, you 2 aren't dead? Nope, said Richie. So why do you lie in your cages acting dead? Because we'd rather be dead than entertain you, said Doris. That can be arranged, said Nitup, regaining some of his strength. You wouldn't be the first. He struggled up and reached for the telephone on the desk. "Voxep!" he yelled. "Get in here now with the guards!" The line was silent. "Voxep? Where are you, man? Why don't you answer?" "You have to say the special password," said Richie in his best Ursula impression. "And the password is a secret," said Doris in the most innocent aerial voice imaginable. "Oh, this is ridiculous," said Niddup as he slammed down the phone and turned. "I'll get the guards myself." He suddenly found himself face to face with a large orangutan who was gently holding his arm. Her touch was so soft, and yet it completely incapacitated his ability to move. "Let go of me," he snarled. But Princess Kirana simply grinned and tightened her gentle grip. "Isn't it wonderful how such a devastatingly strong creature can be so gentle?" said a voice from the office chair, which was turned with its back to the desk. Niddup watched as the chair began to swivel slowly towards him. Beside it was the largest helmet he had ever seen. The warehouse, the owl with a bear under his foot. Helping someone save a bear from a gunshot wound was not an everyday occurrence for Dr. Sediawan, but he had done it before. Never over the phone, but he had done it. However, getting a call from the same Japanese gentleman, asking him to wait, with his doctor's bag, near the stop for the number 28 bus on the road that runs alongside the forest at the back of a large warehouse, ticked the number of boxes on his things I haven't yet done list. "Psst," said one of the bushes, and the doctor tentatively moved to where the voice had emanated. Whoosh went the doctor, as a shimmering apparition lifted him up and transported him, at great speed, to deep within the forest. He landed on soft, lush leaves and lay panting. "Hey, Doc," said a voice from behind him. "Sorry about that, but we can't be too sure you weren't followed." "Who would follow me?" said Dr. Sediawan as he turned and saw a bear with an owl on its head. "You never can be too sure," said Tane. "Just the other day I was followed by invisible odd-toed ungulates." "Ungulates?" said the doctor quizzically. "Yeah, mate," said Tane. "Ungulates are mammals with hooves." "I'm a vet," said Dr. Sediawan. "I know what ungulates are." "Oh, okay," said Tane. "You seem confused." "I appear to be conversing with an owl," said the doctor. "Of course I'm confused." "And that's a fair point, mate," said Tane. "Follow the bear, please." Surya set off, and Dr. Sediawan followed tentatively, a few paces back. Surya gave a little roar. "He says thank you for helping him with his bottom," said Tane. So he's the bear who got shot, is he?" asked the doctor. "Got shot?" questioned Tane. More like shot himself." "What was a bear doing with a gun?" asked Dr. Sediawan. "A good question," said Tane, "and one that deserves a good answer." "Well?" queried the doctor. "Well, what?" said Tane. "What's the good answer?" "Oh, there isn't one, mate," said Tane. "Okay," said the doctor with a resignation. They walked for a while. "Please tell the bear that it was my pleasure to help," said the doctor. "You just did," said Tane. "Not far now." "I can't believe I'm talking to an owl," muttered Dr. Sediawan under his breath. "I must be working too hard." They walked a little further. Perhaps I'm not talking to an owl at all," continued the doctor to himself. "Perhaps it only appears like I'm talking to an owl. Perhaps, in reality, I'm talking to a human who has placed a microphone and a speaker onto the owl, so it looks like I'm talking to an owl." "Whatever works for you, Doc," said Tane. Said the doctor. "Oh, sorry. I didn't realize you could hear me." "I'm an owl, Doc," groaned Tane. "Owls have really good hearing." "Gish, I thought you'd know that, being a vet and everything." Yes, I am to do," stammered the doctor. "Wow, that must be a really sensitive microphone." "Are you the reason my animal sanctuary has just received numerous very generous donations?" continued Dr. Sediawan. "Oh, I don't know anything about that, mate," said Tane. Arthur's the money man. I know it can't be, stammered the doctor. But it really does appear like an owl's talking to me. Sorry to burst your bubble, Doc, said Tane as they continued through the forest. But I am talking to you. We're not entirely sure how it happened either. See, we were at this museum and we were stuffed. Oh, did I tell you that most of us were extinct? There was me. I'm a laughing owl. Extinct. And Percy the passenger pigeon. Extinct. And Harriet the Pinta Island tortoise. Extinct. And Hyosuke the Japanese sea lion. Extinct. And Princess Kirana the orangutan. Not extinct, but endangered. And there was a fancy rat, too, and his girlfriend. They found the spell, right? I think it was an ancient Ecuadorian regeneration spell. And they said it out loud, for a laugh. And we all came alive. Good job, too, because we were going to be burned in the incinerator. That's a big machine that burns things, but you probably know that. So Arthur, that's the rat, saved us and took us to a farm where Edith, Mrs. Stone, lives. She can understand us, too. Just like you can. We're not entirely sure why some humans can hear us, and some can't. We think it might be that only good humans can hear us. But who knows? If that is true, then that's a lot of humans who won't be able to hear us. 'Cause most of you are drongos. Don't be offended, Doc. You're one of the good ones. Anyway, we're here now. Everybody, this is the doc. The doctor stood open-mouthed and stared at the odd assortment of animals before him. Hello, Doctor, said Percy as he fluttered down and settled on Boland's head. He turned to Ton. He can hear us, right? Yeah, perk, mate, said Tane, who continued in a whisper. I mean, he doesn't want to. He thinks there's a human somewhere talking through a speaker. Ah, okay. We'd like your help, please, Doctor, yelled Percy. What are you yelling for, you melon, chuckled Tane. He's not deaf. He's just questioning his sanity. Oh, yes, said Percy awkwardly. So sorry, Doctor. That's fine, said Dr. Setiawan, even more awkwardly. What do you need from me? Well, said Percy, this is our problem. We know you won't say no, So, said Dr. Setiawan after Percy had described their dilemma, let me see if I have understood you correctly. You want me to walk up to the main gates all alone, while you all hide in the trees, and tell the heavily armed guards that I have President Nitup's private collection of exotic animals with me, and they are to be housed here until further instructions. Bonza, mate, said Tane happily. I told you he was listening, Perk. And, continued the doctor, while I am distracting the guards, 10 invisible rhinoceroses will sneak by and begin incapacitating the armed guards in and around the building. He's getting it, Perk, nodded Tane. Then, when the guards are no longer a threat, you want me to inspect the condition of the other animals and administer any medical attention they may need until the UN peacekeeping force arrives with their animal welfare division? Perfect, said Percy. I couldn't have put it better myself. And if I say no, said Dr. Setiawan. Are you going to say no? Asked Percy. No, said Dr. Setiawan. Okay, chirped Tane. What are we waiting for? Let's get on with it. The presidential palace, my name is Bond, Edith Bond. During one of Nitup's blackouts, the lyrebirds, using Nitup's voice and the correct password, of course had asked Mr. Voxep if he would allow a silver Nissan Primera access to the palace, the occupants of which were to be brought to his office immediately. Voxep, being the diligent personal assistant he was, did this without question. Edith had been sitting in Nitup's large chair for so long, waiting for him to regain consciousness, that she had nodded off 3 times. Harriet had stayed awake, waiting for the right moment to swivel into action. The dramatic effect of Edith swiveling into action to confront President Nitup was ruined slightly by her overshooting the 180-degree turn by an extra 45. Go back a little, whispered Harriet. A little more. No, too much. Go back the other way and... Stop. Perfect. Hello, said Edith. So you're the monster everyone has been telling me about, are you? I am the legal leader of the country of Artamus, proclaimed the president. And you are in my chair. I demand you set me free, now. Princess Kirana immediately released her grip on the president's arm, and he fell to the floor. I'm afraid you are rather weak, Mr. Nidhup, said Edith. Princess Kirana was not restraining you. She was holding you up. If you would like her to help you up from the floor, may I suggest that you speak more politely? Yes, of course, calmed Nidhup. Please tell me why you are holding me here against my will. You are not being held here against your will, young man, said Edith. You may leave at any time. Yosuke, would you please move away from the main door so that the president may leave? Nidhup struggled to his feet and began to stumble towards the exit. I know there are a great many people who are very eager to have an audience with him, continued Edith. I am sure that, as the legal leader of the country of Artamus, you will be very keen to answer all questions. Meet everyone. Politicians, military leaders, business people, some of whom are legitimate, and some who are, how shall I put it? Not very legitimate at all. I believe there is rather a lot of news at the moment. Something about empty bank accounts, huge charitable donations. Nidhup slowed as he approached the door. You? He accused. You did this? How? Me? Said Edith innocently. I'm just a blind old lady. What do you want? Yelled Nidhup as he stormed back to the desk. Calm down, Mr. President, said Edith. Don't forget, you are very ill. Ill? Questioned Nidhup weakly. What do you mean ill? I'm as strong as an ox. That is what you want everyone to believe, isn't it? Said Edith. But we know better, don't we? How can you know? Said Nidhup as he flopped down onto one of the low chairs. No one knows. How have you done all of this? He has sat down, Edith, whispered Harriet. Turn, stop, carry on. All those nights alone in this office, said Edith, moving money around, spying on your colleagues and business associates, watching movies. Nidhup raised his head to look up at Edith, finally realizing just how demeaning these low chairs were for their occupant. Movies? He said innocently. Well, continued Edith, one movie in particular. The only way to get what you want is to become a human yourself, said Richie in the voice of Ursula from The Little Mermaid. Can you do that? Said Doris as Ariel. My dear, sweet child. That's what I do. It's what I live for, continued Richie. To help unfortunate presidents like yourself. Poor souls with no one else to turn to. I admit that in the past I've been a nasty, sang Richie. They weren't kidding when they called me. Well, a witch, he continued. Please stop, begged President Nidhup. But you'll find that nowadays I've mended all my ways, repented, seen the light, and made the switch. I don't understand, gasped Nidhup. How can you know all of this? Richie and Doris flew to the front of the desk and stared down at Nidhup. You too? He growled. True, sang Doris. Yes, crooned Richie. And we fortunately know a little magic. It's a talent that we always have possessed, serenaded Doris. And dear Nidhup, please don't laugh. We use it on behalf of the miserable, the lonely, and depressed, warbled Richie. Pathetic, they harmonized. Pathetic. Come on, Rimidalv, said Doris. Join in. You'll never have a better opportunity than this. It'll be like singing with the cast, said Richie. Pathetic. They harmonized again. Pathetic. Poor unfortunate souls in pain and need. Richie. Poor unfortunate souls in pain and need. Nidhup. Poor unfortunate souls in pain and need. Doris Metche. This one longing to be thinner. That one wants to get the girl. And do I help them? Yes, indeed, Richie. This one longing to be thinner. That one wants to get the girl, and do I help them? Yes, indeed. Knit up. This one longing to be thinner. That one wants to get the girl, and do I help them? Yes, indeed. Doris. Those poor unfortunate souls, so sad, so true. Richie. Those poor unfortunate souls, so sad, so true. Knit up. Those poor unfortunate souls, so sad, so true. Doris. They come flocking to my cauldron, crying, "Spells, Ursula, please!" And I help them. Yes, I do. Richie. They come flocking to my cauldron, crying, "Spells, Ursula, please!" And I help them. Yes, I do. Knit up. They come flocking to my cauldron, crying, "Spells, Ursula, please!" And I help them. Yes, I do. Doris. Well, said Jean, in all my years as a pangolin, that's just about the oddest thing I've ever seen. The warehouse, all the president's animals. "Halt! Identify yourself," yelled the guard at the gate to the warehouse. "My name is Dr. Sidiowan," he said, standing well back from the barrier. "I am President Nidup's official veterinarian." There was a pause as Dr. Sidiowan saw the first guard lean into the guardhouse and whisper to the second guard. He could just make out parts of the conversation. "I don't know," said Guard 1. "Perhaps he blah, blah, blah." "Well, he may blah, 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 but that doesn't explain why he needs one," said Guard 2. "I've seen blah, 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 blah on the TV tucking into a steak dinner with his blah, blah, blah," said Guard 1. "So we've established that the president eats meat," said Guard 2. "Perhaps he needs an official one. You know, like a blah, 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 as an advisor or something." "That seems blahing silly to me," said Guard 1. "Well, I don't blahing, no." "Why don't you blahing well ask him," said Guard 2, getting a little frustrated. "I blahing well will," resolved Guard 1, who stepped out of the guardhouse and marched up to the barrier. "Come here." Dr. Sidiowan paused for a moment. "It's okay," said Guard number 1. "I just want to ask you something." Dr. Sidiowan glanced into the trees that lined the road to the warehouse gate and caught Taine's eye. Taine nodded in encouragement, and the doctor approached the guard. "Closer," said the guard, and Dr. Sidiowan leaned in. "I don't want the CCTV microphones to pick this up in case it's a stupid question," he whispered. "Okay," said Dr. Sidiowan, trembling ever so slightly. "Why does President Nitup need an official vegetarian?" "Oh, my," giggled Dr. Sidiowan nervously, trying to ignore the snorting owl hidden in the trees. "I'm not his vegetarian. I'm his veterinarian." "Oh," said the guard, slowly raising his eyes skyward. "Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. I'm glad I whispered now." "I'll bet you are," laughed Dr. Sidiowan. "It wasn't that funny," snapped the guard, not used to being laughed at. "Now what do you want?" Yes, of course," stammered the doctor. "I am here to organize the temporary housing of President Nitup's personal collection of exotic animals at this facility." "Huh?" said the guard. "I take it," asserted Dr. Sidiowan with increasing confidence, "that you have had the call from the office of the president to alert you of my arrival." I'll check," said the guard. Dr. Sidiowan waited until the guard turned to go back to the guardhouse and looked at Taine. "Now," he said under his breath. Taine tapped his earpiece. "Now," he repeated. Taine heard Arthur say, "Now," over the comms, and the guardhouse phone rang. They all watched as guard number 2 lifted the receiver and immediately stood to attention. After a series of vehement nods, guard number 2 hung up, saluted the phone, and then said something to guard number 1, who dashed out and ran to Dr. Sidiowan. "All clear, sir," he said. "My colleague is organizing a secure holding pen for you as we speak. How many animals should we expect?" Paused the doctor. "Let me think. There's a tiger cub." "One tiger cub, over," said guard 1, who had taken out a walkie-talkie and was relaying the information to the person on the other end. "A sun bear. One bear of the sun variety, over. A Schneider's Pitta." One she'd shied schneid. The guard looked up for help. Just say rare little blue bird. One rare bluebird, over. One adult falcon with 3 chicks. One adult falcon with 3 chicks, over. One rare laughing owl. One rare laughing owl, over. One passenger pigeon. One. Hang on. Pigeon? What's so special about a pigeon? It's extinct, said the doctor. Oh, so quite rare, then? Quite, yes. One rare pigeon, over. The guard put the walkie-talkie to his chest and spoke. All these rare birds are making me quite hungry, huh? Ha! I'm a vegetarian, as well as a veterinarian, so no. The thought of eating a rare bird does not make me feel hungry. Oh, sorry, said the guard. Any more? Yes. Let me think. Paused Dr. Sidiowan, as 10 shimmering rhinoceroses took the opportunity to glide behind the guard into the compound. Oh, yes. 21 3/2 orangutans, a flock of green-spectacled pigeons, and a herd of elephants, said the doctor as 2 guards suddenly disappeared from the main door to the warehouse. The guard put the walkie-talkie to his mouth and stopped. What? He said. Questioned the doctor nonchalantly. That last thing you said? Yes? What was it? 21 3/2 orangutans? No, said the guard, as in a staircase window where once there stood a guard, there was now none. After that, a flock of green-spectacled pigeons. No, we can probably handle that, said the guard. The thing you said after that. Oh, the herd of elephants. Yeah, that was it, said the guard. How many elephants make a herd? Is this a riddle? Asked Dr. Sidiowan. A riddle? No, said the guard. Really, how many elephants are there in a herd? Oh, he paused, anywhere up to 100. 100? We can't house 100. There aren't 100, said Dr. Sidiowan. But you said... You asked how large an elephant herd could be, and I said, up to 100. I didn't say there were 100 in the president's collection. Okay, let's start again, said the guard patiently. How many elephants? 7, said Dr. Sidiowan, with a nod. The guard raised the walkie-talkie and opened his mouth to speak. "Ati," completed the doctor. 17 elephants. Have we got room for 17 elephants? Said the guard into the walkie-talkie, all the time eyeing Dr. Sidiowan suspiciously. Yes, 17. Blah, 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 crackled the walkie-talkie. Well, we have to put them somewhere. Blah, 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 crackled the walkie-talkie again. Because, whispered the guard into the receiver, they are part of the president's collection of exotic animals. Blah, 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 blah. Yes, our president. Blah, 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 blah. There's no need for language like that, mumbled the guard. My colleague wonders if there is anything else. Yes, said Dr. Sidiowan. There are 493 bees. 493? Give or take a few, said Dr. Sidiowan. As you can imagine, they are quite hard to count. Is there a system for counting bees? Asked the guard, genuinely interested. We usually count the legs and divide the number by 6. Is that true? Said the guard through half-closed eyes, as the line of guards on the roof of the warehouse suddenly disappeared one by one. No, it's just a little veterinarian humor to lighten the mood. Ah, I see, said the guard, not quite used to being teased. So when shall we expect delivery? Delivery? Questioned the doctor. Of the president's exotic collection? Oh, they're not being delivered. They're here now, said the doctor. Come on out, everybody. This nice gentleman is going to take you to your new home. Slowly out from the trees appeared the strangest collection of friends imaginable. They burst through the barrier just as the guard in the guardhouse was whipped away. Said the one remaining guard as a herd of 17 elephants trampled through the car park, knocking over his brand-new moped. What do I do now? I suppose you go and join your friends who are locked up, suggested the doctor. Or? Or, inquired the guard, who was trying to hold on to the 3 baby orangutans that he had been handed. Oh, you could put the kettle on and make me a cup of tea, while I check the health of your animal inmates. How many sugars? Said the guard. The presidential palace, never trade your voice for legs cost being human. Isn't that great? So, Rimadal, shall we summarize your current position? Said Edith. Niddup dropped his head in resignation. You are a very sick and now penniless man whose only real enjoyment in life is watching the film The Little Mermaid. Throughout your time in office, you have oppressed, blackmailed, stolen from, and spied upon everyone, from your opponents to your colleagues. You have lined your own pockets on the backs of your hard-working populace, while taking a huge cut from organized crime syndicates and legitimate businesses alike. You should know that we are now in possession of the meticulous records you have kept documenting your flagrant abuse of power. We are also in control of the bank accounts to which you had details, every one of which is now all but empty, having donated generously to charitable causes around the globe. I'm sure if we were to ask your secretary, we would find that the phone lines are lighting up with people desperate to speak with you. What would you like to do next? Edith tilted her head to the right, questioningly. It would appear my options are limited, said Niddup. Very, said Edith. I suppose you could have launched a couple of missiles to cause a distraction. But I'm afraid we have changed all the launch codes. We've also canceled all of your streaming internet and TV subscriptions, so no more Little Mermaid for you. You really are quite cruel, said Niddup. Compared to you, I am Bambi, said Edith. So what do you expect me to do? Asked Niddup. Well, I'm guessing that if you step outside this room, you will be assassinated within the hour, said Edith, with no sarcasm whatsoever. So that's an option. If you stay here with us and follow our plan, you will be tried and put in jail. But you'll be alive. And what is your plan? Asked the former dictator. Our plan is already underway, said Edith. I have called in some favors at the United Nations, and there is a peacekeeping force landing at Artamus International Airport as we speak. The situation has already been discussed by the UN Security Council and General Assembly, and a series of mandates has been agreed. You seem to have thought of everything, said Niddup. What do I have to do? Officially hand over power to an interim government until one can be democratically elected, said Edith. And then go quietly. Any questions? Just one, said Niddup. Go on, said Edith. What was the password? A secret, she answered. I know, but you might as well tell me now. No, smiled Edith. The password was the words, a secret. Ha, smirked Rimadab Niddup, resigned to his fate. Outwitted by an old blind woman and 2 of the best Little Mermaid impersonators I could ever wish to meet. Princess Kirana looked at Arthur and grumped the loudest grump she could. Yes, said Arthur. Our Edith is very impressive. The end. The Presidential Palace. Never burn your bridges. So, let me get this straight, said Arthur. You and your husband used to play bridge with the current head of the United Nations Security Council and her husband. Yes, replied Edith. And she is very happy to leave the job of choosing an interim government for the island of Artamus to her, quizzed Arthur, seeming unconvinced. Correct, answered Edith, matter-of-factly. Okay, said Arthur. That all seems plausible. Where do we start? Well, the lovely Mr. Voxup has made a list of candidates and has them all waiting on the telephone. We get each one on the line and let you ask them a question. Oh, I get it. If they can understand me, then they are good enough to be in charge for a while. Exactly, said Edith. Oh, what question should I ask them? Well, you need to hurry up and decide because Mr. Voxup is putting through the first candidate, said Edith. A Minister Kavon. Mrs. Stone, I have Minister Kavon on the line for you, said Mr. Voxip. Thank you so much, Mr. Voxip. Put him through. The speakerphone crackled, and a voice spoke. Hello, said Minister Kavon. Ah, hello. Please answer the simple question, said Edith. Arthur, that is your cue. Oh, yes, I've got one, stammered Arthur. What is your favorite color? I'm sorry, said Kavon. There must be something wrong with the line. I only heard squeaks. Thank you, Minister, said Edith. Next, please, Mr. Voxip. After half an hour of calls to various presidential candidates, no one had answered the question. Hello, Mr. Voxip, said Edith. Could you please put on the next candidate? I'm terribly sorry, Mrs. Stone, but we are out of candidate, said Mr. Voxip. Oh, dear, said Edith. Well, thank you for your help. By the way, continued Voxip, if you are interested, my favorite color is fuchsia. Is it now? Said Edith, shooting a smile at the location of Arthur's uproarious laughter. I'm so glad. It is a beautiful color, after all. Would you mind stepping into the office for a moment? I'd like to discuss something with you.